George Orwell, the author of 1984, said that during times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. He echoes the words of the Greek hero Tiresias, who told Oedipus, "It is but sorrow to be wise, when wisdom profits not." Today we do find ourselves living in strange times, when truth is at a premium, and when lies are heaped upon lies until every one of truth is dismissed, ostracized, and very often condemned. Nevertheless, during the course of this program, we will be presenting truth in a very pure form, by exposing for you the deep, dark, occult roots of government, religion, and big business. If you find yourself reacting strongly against our endeavor, I can only suggest that you watch with great interest not only our program, but your own emotional and mental reactions to the information presented. I ask this because I believe that there is as much to learn from watching your own reactions to what we present here as there is from the content itself. Every program in this Origins and Oracles series is primarily dedicated to introducing you to yourself and not to merely providing information about alternative subjects for the sullied palate of the intellect. Though it may come as something of a surprise, it can be proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the social, educational, religious and political leviathans, which we habitually take for granted and serve, are not in turn serving, protecting, or empowering us. In fact, in many cases they operate in accordance with occult designs, largely unknown to the well-meaning and hard-working individuals serving within their hierarchies. Regardless of the nominal and relative good that they do, these edifices demonstrate time and again that they are not serving the best interests of humanity or of the planet. Their publicity-shy architects consider themselves an overclass of specially endowed Olympians and utopians, whose duty it is to suppress, control, impoverish, and, if necessary, destroy their recalcitrant subjects. Those subordinate persons or nations whose agendas and outlooks coincide with those of the overlords may experience relative prosperity and privilege, whereas those individuals or nations whose philosophies or attitudes differ will see misrepresentation, scandal, subjugation, and even annihilation. As the Russian writer Leo Tolstoy so perceptively wrote, government is an association of men who do violence to the rest of us. The history of these despotic machinations goes back a long way, to the dawn of civilization and beyond. At the conclusion of this presentation, I will be revealing how these strange events of today's world have their roots in the ancient past. However, in the beginning, I will keep things more topical and current, and introduce some evidence to explain not only the most recent world tragedies, but those which past ages have borne witness to. But we need also to keep in mind the role of modern media and the means by which the ordinary, exhausted, overworked, and often cynical individual receives their information about the political and social world. Well, it has become a common complaint that there are twice as many negative media stories about politics than there are positive stories. First, this is a strange poll, since we may ask, which story is all good or all bad? And why do we desire stories to be either or? And why so black or white? And more importantly, it is said that the negative stories prevent people from exercising their voting power by souring their confidence in the system, making them skeptical and apathetic. Given that this critique is true, there may be little that can be done to remedy the situation. If the so-called negative reporting is accurate, which I believe it often is, then we can argue that even though it may turn people off politics, at least the facts and the truth is out in the open. Are we being told to be cynical about so-called negative coverage because it is actually serving us by providing needed insight into the political debauch of a rotten and corrupt system? On the other hand, if the negative reporting is false reporting, then it has done us damage anyway, and it is unlikely that the consequences can ever be reversed. To reverse such consequences would mean more media coverage on the first media coverage, possibly ad infinitum. Now that's the kind of back and forth that is sure to lose people's interest. So we can rule that out. In the end, the media wins all the way across. and it has used this very back and forth to insidiously work towards getting us where we now are. Given the extreme brevity of all media stories on almost any subject, including the goings-on in the political arena, it hardly matters what ends up getting reported. We have independent candidates that have no chance whatsoever of getting elected, and two candidates controlled by the same hidden hand. Those who control both the major media networks and the main political parties know that the ordinary individual has neither the time nor the energy, and often not even the inclination, to get their arms around all the facts, even if those facts were to be presented. Years of lies and deceit, scandals, criminality, and cover-ups have jaded most of us into a semi-comatose condition when it comes to monitoring what is going on behind the very closed doors of that all too remote corridor of power. And it is also known by those in true power what the reaction would be from most of the world if the whole truth was accessible in the public domain. When we hear politicians, spin doctors, and media reporters using phrases such as "the stage is set," or "the race is on," or "now for the highlights," or "now for our next story," etc., we should reflect that these are terms not taken from the dramatic and sporting world for no reason. It is all what Orwell called the doublespeak, and what Lieutenant Colonel James Bougreitz aptly calls bushlip. Every so-called commentator that is seen on television is an expert in it. They give us examples of it every night. The logic is supposed to be, people are jaded with what they see on TV, so they don't vote. If only they would spend more time getting involved and seeking out the news, then they would get out and vote. Okay, what I hear is that I'm turned off by what I see, and as a result, don't vote. But if I watch more of the circus and get more jaded, then I'm likely to vote. Great logic. The fact is that people are not voting because they can see what is going on and have learned something of the manner in which they're being duped. Their decision to opt out of the political circus is voicing their opinion. And if this describes you, then know that you have done the right thing. Giving up banging your head against a labyrinth designed to entrap you is a sane move, and does not in any way mean, as the media are trying to insinuate, that you have given up caring for the fate of society or of the world. No, you have just given up falling for their gross deceptions and for their one-party designer politics, and are getting ready to do old things in new ways. However, knowing what not to do is only part of the process, for it may not mean that you know as yet what you should do. This program is designed to assist you to know what you can do for your own welfare and for society, after discovering what kind of charlatanism, opportunism, and tyranny exist in the made-for-TV pseudo-democratic systems that are put before us by the imperious masters of the game. It is the mission of this program to prove that we have never had in this world a system of true democracy, and have never actually experienced what it is that this term is officially touted to mean. However, we have had plenty of experience of what the term unofficially means. The word democracy comes from the Greek demos kratos, supposedly meaning people rule. However, the connotation is more along the lines of people ruled or people under rule. Once this connotation is considered, we might be able to make more sense of the rhetoric of certain politicians, such as Bill Clinton, Margaret Thatcher, Mikhail Gorbachev, George W. Bush, and their successors. The Athenian philosopher Plato himself shuddered to think of a nation under democracy. Of the four main political systems that he delineated in his Republic, democracy was last on his list of favorites, even coming after tyranny. So when we hear today the leaders vaunting the benefits of democracy, perhaps we need to read between the lines and come to understand how this Orwellian doublespeak works, and how it serves to lead us away from the actual truth, and how it compels us to doubt the evidence which derives from our own daily experience as disempowered underclasses, subject to the worst kind of brainwashing and manipulation that any civilization has ever had the misfortune to endure. Semantics aside, it remains an indisputable fact that we are now on the verge of experiencing a global plutocracy, better known as the New World Order, in which the fragile and endowed freedoms disappear, in which corporations and private superbanks finance and control government, and where a few privileged and depraved men decide whether a nation prospers or crumbles into chaos forever. Ours is an age of engineered famine, made for TV megadeath, the digital implant and spy satellite, the smart bomb, the eavesdropping agencies, of plastic money, infotainment, prescription superdrugs, virtual reality, genetically modified Frankenstein foods, and artificial intelligence. It is the age of delinquent, illiterate teens and overworked, underpaid, pleasure-addicted adults, an age of hedonism, narcissism, corruption, and above all, historical amnesia, hurtling towards a frightening apocalypse. One entire form of civilization is demonstrably on its way out, and the accepted idioms which have been taken for granted by our forebears are no more. As each year passes, we become more and more distant from the traditions and mores of the past. To paraphrase the great Scottish psychologist R.D. Laing, time is moving so fast that the only time we get to see the present is when it is already disappearing. The implementation of solutions begins by each of us questioning where the ship of state is heading, and the motives and even sanity of those presently at the helm, those we may have elected but have not been able to select. Who are the captains and the navigators, and to what stars and constellations are they calibrating their coordinates? Are we heading for the calm waters of peace and prosperity, or for the sterile ice caps of want? Are we heading for the promised utopias, or for the gates of oblivion? Perhaps it is time for proactive mutiny, for good people to have the truth and to take the situation into their own hands, to turn the ship of state around before there is no chance of return. We often hear it said by activists and countercultural personalities that the government is afraid of the masses of mankind, afraid of the underclasses that they seek to dominate and disempower. And a little research does in fact confirm this statement. However, in my mind, the statement needs some clarification. I believe that the statement does not give us enough information. It does not tell us why the so-called leaders would be afraid of us. And it does not tell us what to do to make good use of the power that makes them afraid of us. Yes, the hidden masters remain hidden and shadowy, working from behind the scenes because they are afraid. But what they fear is not merely a dissembled, illiterate crowd, regardless of number. What the elites actually fear, and always will, is an educated mass of people, an educated, informed, and legally empowered mass coming straight for their weakest flanks. In this program, I intend to show and provide the kind of knowledge and education that I am talking about. I intend to show that politicians have nothing to fear from us as long as we continue to use the political systems which they have created and given us, and as long as we imagine real change to be possible within the political framework which is designed so that they always win. How to take our power back and how to secure ourselves personally and socially lies not in maneuvers of a political nature, but in legal maneuvers. After all, when Big Brother comes after us, political allegiances are hardly our salvation. When the IRS or the state or the immigration or the police come knocking on our door, we soon find that the weapons taking away our rights and our power and which victimize us are purely legal and not political. It does not help us when we're getting that parking ticket or when we're filing Chapter 11 to be a Republican or a Democrat. Though it is fine to operate on the local level as a Republican or a Democrat or as a conservative or Labor, we must understand that these pseudo-solutions never will bring us true freedom or social justice. We can be spam-mailed and delayed in the streets and asked to vote for the lesser of two evils, but we rarely, if ever, are offered free legal instruction or provided with cutting-edge legal empowerment TV shows. The average person knows next to nothing about even the basic commercial and social laws by which their own lives are limited and circumscribed. Until we fall victim of the law as purveyed by the oligarchs, we rarely wake up to realize the impact the law has and what changes could be made by the correct use of the law in the right rather than the wrong hands. Christ said, "Know thine enemy." Know thine enemy, yes, and know the weapons that they use, for that is true wisdom. Then learn how to use those same weapons in reverse and for the good of all. The feeling of empowerment that comes with such knowledge is our gift to ourselves. It cannot come to us from another. When we come into our own power, we become our own Robin Hoods, so to speak, able to turn the tables on the present King Johns and Sheriffs of Nottinghams. We will become healers and liberators and look again to no other for the answer to life's problems. Along with my own critiques and conclusions, I shall, during this presentation, be drawing on the work of several scholars, researchers, and investigative journalists who, since 2001, have also lent their energies to discovering the real reasons for the political, economic, and militaristic climate which now pervades America, Europe, and the world. These men and women are, for the most part, far from convinced by the evidence put before them by the official state apparatus concerning the attack on the World Trade Center and the need for the war on terrorism. They have, however, justified their skepticism by exposing the actual facts as to why those buildings were destroyed and as to why the war on terror was instigated, and why there is, in the aftermath, such a conspicuous lack of regard for constitutional tradition, legal precedents, human rights, and national sovereignty within the echelons of the present U.S. administration. It has seemed particularly odd to members of the research community that after 2 decades of rhetoric about world freedom, global community, and diversity, the world is now experiencing wall-to-wall belligerency and dissension, comparable to that which existed during the prelude to the Second World War, some 60 years ago. Finally, I urge you again to pay close attention to your own emotions when viewing this program. Though the information presented is certainly controversial, and though it may be uncomfortable, I ask you to reflect on how many times we have all had to endure learning some dark secrets concerning the character or behavior of someone who was once taken for a friend, or who was held in some esteem. All of us have suffered from a sudden and unexpected glimpse into the private lives of those we admired or took for betters. Though it can be alarming, we know that it is better to have been placed in the know. Similarly, we can expect the same to be true when it comes to the private life, so to speak, of government, religion, and monarchy. Our glimpse behind the drapes may be painful, but in this new millennium, it is finally the right time for the blinkers to come off. And as doctors and nurses will tell you, the less painful way, in the end, is by the one sharp shriek method. So, with this warning, let the healing begin.
In life, we have the rational and the irrational, the logical and the illogical. Both work for us. The person who is illogical exists in the same way as the person who has logic. Now, the leaders, the people who control, who are at the helm of government, are sensitive to this, and they know how to communicate to either side. The Bush coterie of the world know precisely how to deal and interact with and influence the irrational, the illogical, primitive side of us. As I said, both systems work. Government operates pretty much in the same way as a cult operates, and I mean us to think about that very specifically. Let us treat government as a cult, and therefore the followers are the cult members. Every cult needs a guru, and when we study the cults, there's always a sicker and more psychotic guru at the helm leading everybody whether he wants to go. Now, it seems that in government, the cult leader specializes, he understands, he's very aware of the mechanisms of control. He uses key terms and catchphrases. He tends to make things simple for his flock. It's an us and them situation. It's what we find when we study the cults. That's why a lot of people join them. The idea of clustering and the collectivism that comes from it. And As we saw in 2012, another program in this series, all leaders tend to really embody the psychosis that is in the members who make them leaders. They just embody the mindset of their followers and of the collective. So let us be aware, as we saw in 2012, that no matter how pernicious and irrational and outright violent and crazy their activities may be, let us never forget that they are merely acting at the behest of the collective. They are nothing more than a projection of the shadow and other archetypes of the collective unconscious. They are our inner sickness operating on the world stage. They're like the Pied Pipers, and they have the mantras, the us and them, the for or against kind of concept, which works so well in this world. Really, the idea of any cult, and certainly the idea of any government apparatus, is ultimately to kill the human, to destroy the human aspect of us so that the ism or the ology may survive and may live and may thrive. Now the lackey, the cult lackey, who just follows, who lets others do his thinking for him, who sacrifices his own soul for temporary and fleeting welfare, he gets his pleasure, or he seeks his pleasure in two main ways. Either by trying to spend his time converting others to his way of thinking. A great deal of pleasure is often gained from that. A whole lifetime can be wasted doing that. Or in simply attacking and even murdering the rivals to that particular cult. And the rival is always demonic, always evil, and we are always good. We are always serving the forces of truth and of light. Some individuals in any type of cult or group organization like this prefer one, other people prefer the other. And even in history, sometimes one is preferred, that's conversion, but as occasionally historical cycles come upon us, as the pages of history reveal, where the second one is in ascendancy, slaying rivals, murdering those who do not conform, do not agree. Now, to talk like this, or anyone who stands against the demagogue, is always considered a renegade, an outsider, or worse, a conspiracy nut, somebody who should not be taken seriously. And we have to ask a question, a very important question. What is a conspiracy nut? Why do we have such a reaction against that word? And why do we fear those people who have an alternative view of what's going on the public stage? Now, if you turn to any sociological dictionary and look up the word conspiracy or conspiracy theory, it will say that a conspiracy theory is only invalid or preposterous if two things are happening. One, if that conspiracy theory is being overzealously advocated, sort of in a fervent or irrational manner. And secondly, if it's based on very thin facts. Now, in this series and in this show, we offer forth our theories in an eloquent way and also base it on a great deal of fact and on sources and resources. We make these programs available for that reason, and so pay attention also to the references and the sources that we mention and the books and the websites and the work of other researchers in this field, because this information is well documented and it's very age-old. And I have to also, when we're talking about the theme of conspiracy, another very important element here is that a lot of you who are already versed in these matters and have a great deal of care and love for humanity and for your neighbors are often want to try and share the information with those around you, starting perhaps with your family, your friends, and your neighbors, and then maybe taking it out even to the wider society. I know that a lot of you even call in to various radio stations and even television programs. Since I've been in America, I've been observing this. But unfortunately, what I've also observed is a tendency for lack of eloquence. If you try to broadcast or communicate or proselytize this information, but not in an eloquent way, you are certainly going to be snubbed by those experts who are expert at doing that, who work in sound bites, who know exactly how to rebut you. So, first of all, you should never get up in anybody's face or cause any kind of conflict or tantrums about this, period. You should never do that. You should only Talk to those who are willing to listen. But most importantly is that you should do it eloquently, because that is your ultimate weapon. Because the conspiracy that you're trying to reveal is very old. It's an ancient and complex mystery. It took a long time for its mechanism to come into being. And therefore you need to be conversant with the facts, the subjects that you're relating to, so that you will not either do injustice to the subject and not burn yourself out and become jaded and frustrated about what you're trying to do. Now, that which you are trying to do, whether it's the awakening of humanity, if you're serious about it, and all the changes that you want to make will happen, they will occur. But treat this subject as a sacred thing. It's something that's very powerful. There's a lot of power in it. So don't do injustice to it by denigrating it and by giving it to the unworthy or coming across in any kind of way that is uneloquent. Don't waste time finding this out and burning yourself out. As Lieutenant Colonel James Bourgreitz has many times said, if you're going into battle, whether that battle is physical or spiritual, you need to suit up. You need to be ready for that contingency. Now these programs, as I said, are meant to assist you in this suiting up process so that you go out there and have facts at your disposal. Check out my website. Go to the links page. Contact me personally if you need sources. Sources are very important. You should doubt everything that is being presented to you, not just by me, but by other thinkers in the world. Doubt it, check it out, research it, find out. The information is there, we have nothing to hide. And we welcome you to do that. A very important thing to realize also is that there are historically accepted conspiracies. We have the First World War, and researchers have absolutely discovered that the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand in Austria was part of a worldwide conspiracy. We have a secret society taking responsibility for that action. We also have 2 other monarchs. Did you know that? 2 other monarchs in the world that were shot at exactly, precisely the same time. The highlight of history is on Archduke Ferdinand, but Gustav III of Sweden was shot through the head while he was on stage in a theater production. And I think it was the Spanish king was also shot dead. So we have 3 monarchs instantly shot dead at the same time. Now, of course, if history was to tell you that, then the idea that there was a conspiracy operating rather than just some random event taking place, we would then understand that that is the case. So history is edited for us. It certainly isn't given to us wholesale for us to make our own decisions. No, it is edited so that we come to the conclusions that we're meant to come to. Pearl Harbor is come to light. There's even mainstream channel programs now revealing the truth behind Pearl Harbor, that there was complicity all the way up to the president. And anyone who's researched the assassinations of John F. Kennedy and his brother, and even Martin Luther King, and certainly Malcolm X, absolutely know that these were events that were also conspiratorial. These are officially understood as that. The Lindbergh kidnapping case, all the events surrounding various mafia, the fact that federal and state police have a criminal conspiracies division, which implies that there are such a thing as criminal conspiracies operating in the land. And La Cosa Nostra, La Mafia, what are they if not conspiratorial organizations? Their existence may be no secret, granted, but their operations and their initiations and their methodologies are certainly very closely guarded and well-kept secrets. The triads and the tongs in the Far East. It is known that Operation Paperclip, which was organized and funded by Allen Dulles and his brother and many top or senior members of the American government, operated in liaison with the Vatican to help top Nazis escape judgment. While, again, on the other hand, they're showing you the Nuremberg trials. So on one hand, they have this fake law prosecuting a few handful of Nazis, while on the other hand, the greater bulk, the ones maybe the more shady ones, but the most important overworld figures or underworld figures in the Nazi movement, they're all given the red carpet treatment into the West. And the fact of MK Ultra, which every investigative journalist knows exists. And in an Irish context, we have the IRA. The history of the IRA is very important. But certainly, let's understand that the Vatican, through Allen Dulles, was instrumental in helping top Nazis like Werner von Braun and others escape from Germany. And it's known in history as the Rat Line. And the connections, in fact, between the Nazis and the Vatican and the Western powers, we go into that very much in Atlantis, Alien Visitation, and Genetic Manipulation, both in my book on that subject and in the other program in this series. We delve into that and show the exact connections between these edifices. In an Irish context, as I said, the Irish Republican Army, the IRA, a lot of people don't understand that both the Irish Republican Army and Sinn Féin are not only criminal organizations or what we might call terrorist organizations, and whether you agree with them or not agree with them, let's leave that aside for now. The fact of the matter is they are secret societies. Sinn Féin's little dove that they wear, you'll always see the symbol of the dove. If you get onto their website or watch Jerry Adams and so forth on television, you'll see he'll wear the green ribbon, which looks like the little AIDS ribbon, only it's green. That is because the Irish Republican Army originally was called the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and it morphed out of an organization called the Green Ribbon Lodge, which has ties to the ancient order of Hibernians. And these are secret societies, controlled out of London. So here we have the whole situation here of the Orange Men on one side, and if you study this, you'll find this out, that the Orange Men on one side and the so-called Republicans on the other, at a higher level, are controlled by the same hidden hand. And when we're looking at conspiracies and duplicity of government, there are so many examples, but one of the ones that I personally love, I think is absolutely outstanding example of this kind of official conspiracy, is the story of Charles Lucky Luciano. I mean, in the 40s, during the Second World War, the mobster Lucky Luciano was freed from his life sentence by the US government. Okay, so this man is put into Sing Sing or wherever for life. They finally go to the length of catching this mafia boss, which is hard enough to do in the first place. They finally get him and then they put him in jail. And then, in the blink of an eye, he's released again on some pretext. Now this strange move was orchestrated by the secret societies. A naval vessel was purposely sunk in the Hudson River docks and blamed on the Nazis. The US government then pronounced that they are unprotected against sabotage, and not knowing how to tackle the problem themselves, they get the great idea of letting the mafia handle it to protect America. Luciano, the godfather, is released from his life sentence and subsequently has his boys serve Uncle Sam by patrolling the harbors and docks. Luciano is not only released from prison, but is additionally reciprocated by being given an award by the US Congress. Critics of this fiasco were told that the mafia could be trusted because they were anti-fascist. Of course, this is nonsense because in Italy, one of the other major mobsters, Genovese, was assisting the fascist government of Mussolini. Moreover, the head mafia boss, Joseph Bonanno, was himself Italian royalty, being descended from many dukes and princes. All this is bad enough, but it also flies in the face of the assurance of FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover, who had, until the release of Luciano, persistently and arrogantly denied that the mafia even existed in the United States. So again, just get hold of one little historical anecdote like this and follow it accurately and truthfully. Keep your mind open and study it, and you will find an incredible story unfolds. So pay attention to the fact that there are official, accepted conspiracies operating in the world, so that when we advance something a little bit more than that, which involves delving into deeper waters, like into the heart of the matter of secret societies, understand that we're not doing this because we have nothing better to do, or we're not sure of our facts. We're more than sure of the facts. G. Edward Griffin, one of America's greatest experts on secret societies and their operations, puts it this way. Conspiracy, he says, one of the darkest words in the language of man. There's hardly a single page of history that does not partially reveal the deadly eye of conspiracy at work. It was a conspiracy that led Brutus against Caesar in the Roman Senate on the Ides of March, that plotted the betrayal of West Point by Benedict Arnold during the American Revolution, that led John Wilkes Booth to the assassination of President Lincoln on Good Friday, 1865. the past record of man is burdened with accounts of assassinations, secret combines, palace plots, and betrayals in war. But in spite of this clear record, an amazing number of people have begun to scoff at the possibility of conspiracy at work today. They dismiss such an idea merely as a conspiratorial view. And the presidents and his lackeys and potentates, George Bush, for instance, at the outset of the war on terror, so-called, is happy to immediately preach it from the pulpit, right there from the podium, letting everyone know, let us not tolerate conspiracy theories. Now, hang on a minute. Who's we? And why are you making this statement? Is this not a democracy where people are free to question every single thing that they're told, especially on a media that's pumping out disinformation like never before? Isn't the benefit of a democracy that absolutely a person can research and believe what they want? But I like John Judge, who's a conspiracy researcher, alternative historian. John Judge, he responds like this. He says, I don't mind being called a conspiracy theorist by those who don't mind being called coincidence theorists. And of course, people rebutting you in the street is one thing. We can understand that. You can either, as I said, buy into it or just leave it alone. But who is it that really is the rebutter? Who is the official, what is the official source that denies any of these facts? It's what we call the media. You turn it on, you push the button, and there you have it, the mainstream concept, the ideas put before us that oppose the idea that there is any type of conspiracy operating in the world. And yet, can we not see that in this soundbite type of mentality, and this complete disregard for fact, which comes out of the ordinary oracles of the media, these half-baked stories and programs, if that is all there is that people are taking as the rebuttal, we are in a very sorry position. The person who needs to countermand, or the onus is on them to disprove conspiracy, absolutely that's fine. Let them do it. But if they're basing their rebuttal, if they're basing their opposition and their adversity on what comes across the regular media, well then, they're simply not going to win, because the facts are documented, written down. So let us beware who is the opposer and what kind of weapons are they also using. That is the worst possible, conceivable oracle to be thinking of when you're using facts or looking for facts in order to try and contradict what people like myself and other researchers in this field are saying. Adolf Hitler, talking on the media, said, the reorganization of our press has truly been a success. Divergences of opinions between members of government are no longer an occasion for public exhibitions and are not the newspaper's business. We've eliminated that conception of political freedom, which holds that everybody has the right to say whatever comes into his head. So Hitler and his henchmen are not only doing what we're meant to shake with fear, thinking that could happen. He's not only saying, well, he's done it. That's the control and the co-opting of the media. But he says that he's openly also telling you that he's done it. So please note in this statement there are two levels. We have controlled the media, and then they're telling you about it. Not hiding it at all. In worse than Watergate, John Dean, he says that Paul O'Neill, who was a member of the National Security Council, as well as being in charge of fiscal policy, made a shocking revelation to the journalist Ron Suskind, that not only are public events scripted, but even cabinet and other meetings within the White House with the president are scripted, where everyone but Bush has speaking parts. Bush's role is merely to nod or listen expressionlessly, aside from his occasional cryptic or cynical comments. And this is a very loaded and monumental statement. It's not only horrifying, if it's true that everything is scripted, but you see, as you'll see, that we want to prove in this program that there's a reason for this fiasco. There's a reason for that type of situation, because there's control from higher up. Bush and everyone in the government, everyone in the official positions, they are literally playing a script. But who wrote that script? That is what this program and this series is in part hoping to reveal. But absolutely, Paul O'Neill has put his finger right on it. The disinformation, the utter nonsense, the stage setups that we have We need to pay close attention to that oracle, that ubiquitous media oracle. And we must make sure that we do not give up our own intelligence, our own rationality, and let it do our thinking for us. On the same subject, Larry Flint, in his book Sex, Lies and Politics, says, reporting from Kandahar, Geraldo was meant to be reporting from Kandahar. He walked the hallowed ground where Americans had died. He said the Lord's Prayer and got all choked up. But later, however, we found out that he was in Tora Bora, hundreds of miles away from the incident he was reporting on. Now, Meera Srinivasan, in the magazine India Currents, says that America has always fought wars outside its territories, miles away, and it was soldiers who risked their lives. The people, other than the occasional worry, went on with their lives. No planes flew overhead, no sirens blared through the night, no buildings collapsed, nobody screamed on the streets, nobody lay in a pool of blood, nobody begged for food and water, and no American children were found crying on the streets while looking for their parents. September 11th is the closest America has ever come to war. Yet there is a tendency among certain American leaders to see war romantically and optimistically, like a Hollywood movie, than the horror it actually creates in reality. Now, of course, we know that's only partially true. America has been attacked at Pearl Harbor, and of course, Americans have known the horrors of war abroad. But of course, what she's really talking about is the fact she's trying to compare it to the absolute holocausts and horrors that have been known in Europe, in a European setting. And this, of course, leaves us open in America to believing what the talking heads on the media are telling us and the way it's portrayed, pretty much in a third-party way, in a passive way on television. It really is nothing more than a glorified movie. So take that into account. Now, as to the ownership of the media and who they really serve, we actually hear that David Rockefeller, one of the frontmen for the secret societies operating in America, in his address to the Trilateral Commission, which he helped to found, he says, "We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications, whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity during those years. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march towards world government." Now, I didn't write that. He did. He spoke this. I mean, it's self-evident. He's thanking the media for being in their pocket, for keeping their silence, for turning the lights of publicity away. Well, wait a minute. How come the rest of us don't have that, privilege? How come the lights of the media are down everybody else's throats? But here we have a secret society operating to lead America in whatever direction it wants, and the world, who's got designs on the entire world, the little Trilateral Commission. And the cameras are turned off, and the journalists completely fold up and go to sleep. I would refer to the media that we have coming over the mainstream as by saying it's like we know nothing and we're proud of it type of media. We know nothing and we're proud of it. I mean, again, one of the ways that would assist us in getting our message out, whether you're eloquent or you're not. Sure, it would be wonderful if instead of being rebutted all the time, the actual official media apparatus gave individuals like G. Edward Griffin or Jordan Maxwell or Eustace Mullins or myself or any of the other members of the research community actual little bit more time. If they were really democratic and egalitarian, then perhaps they would give us more time to be able to explain in a more coherent way what we stand for. That's never going to happen. We absolutely know that. They're never going to get up on their hind legs and go tell us all about it. You'll rarely ever see that. What you will see is constant disinformation and marginalization and vitriolization. So again, don't hold your breath. You have to go to other sources. Larry Flint says of Bill O'Reilly, and I'm sure he's thinking of other shows like this, Bill O'Reilly only invites two kinds of people on his show. He either brings on someone who agrees with his position and sucks up to him, or he brings on some pathetic slob who's unable to defend himself and then beats up on him. And he's right. That pathetic slob is actually part of the problem, I'm afraid, because you can come on a show like that, you can make a call in, you can deal with individuals like that in your own neighborhood, and you can win. You can absolutely put them in their place, but you need to be eloquent and absolutely conversant with the facts. Do not treat this subject as something, cursory or in a flippant and casual way. The Pew Research, says Larry Flint, has done studies showing that about a third of the Americans under 30 now actually consider Jay Leno and David Letterman to be news sources. Arnold Schwarzenegger announced his candidacy on Jay Leno Tonight program, and later, along with actor Dwayne Johnson, appears at the 2004 Republican presidential convention. So with one hand, they're only happy to tell you, hey, stay out of politics. You guys have got no right. You're musicians, or you're this, or you're an actor, or what are you doing? Involving yourself in the political arena. And yet, here we have it. They're walking on the stage and barking as loud as they can, right on the Republican congressional meetings and in the presidency campaign, the presidential campaign. And of course, I describe in other shows and in other work that the media is really like the new datura, which kind of zombifies us. David Icke calls the television the hypnotist in the corner. But I like to think of it as the new datura. Datura was the plant that the zombie master, the voodoo doctor, would get the solution. And it was the juice or the resin from the datura plant that, when administered to a normal human being, would kind of zombify them. But you had to administer it every day. If you didn't administer it every single day, the person would sort of regain their normal consciousness. So today we have to understand that we still have a datura operating in our midst. Aldous Huxley, one of the theorists behind the New World Order concept, in his book The Brave New World Revisited, he says the 21st century will be the era of the world controllers. The older dictators fell because they could never supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, and enough miracles and mysteries. But under a scientific dictatorship, education will really work. Most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. Well, that's really good to know. They're literally telling you that you're going to be in servitude and we're working on making you a slave, but don't worry, you're going to completely enjoy it. So always note that. You're going to be completely indentured slave, but it'll be absolutely perfect because you'll enjoy it. They're working on that too. Whether you're thinking about the media or the military or whatever control mechanism, General Sir Archibald Wavell makes this very important comment. He says, the elementary principle of all deception is to attract the enemy's attention to what you wish him to see and to distract his attention from that which you do not wish him to see. So it's a conjuring trick. It is a game of chess. It is very much made for TV in the real sense of the word. And then we have another dimension to this problem as well, which is brought out by Gore Vidal, and what he says here I think a lot of us have now grasped. Even those who are not into the secret society concept certainly do know this by now. He says, it has been no secret that corporate America openly and generously pays for our presidential elections. They also own the media, which is kept well nourished by disinformation from executive-controlled secret agencies like the CIA. Media also daily assures us that since we are the most envied and admired people on the earth, everyone else on earth is eager to immigrate to the U.S. so that he can share in this greatest pie ever baked. Now, this administration is very typical of what he's saying. The swing door mentality is very much in operation. We looked at this in other programs in this series, but again, top corporate Johnnies getting into government for a very short period, doing their utmost for those corporations, blatantly so, then immediately removing themselves from those offices when things get too hot, going right back to those corporate positions again. It's just become so obvious. And yet, legally, we'll be looking at, when we look at solutions later on, we're going to be looking at what we can do to remedy these matters. And legality is an important question. But legally, the actual donation that's allowed to any president campaign by any individual or group is $1,000. Now, Abraham Lincoln, in some incredible foresight, He writes in his letter to Colonel Williams on November 21st, 1864, he makes this remarkable statement. He says, "I see in the near future a crisis approaching that unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. Corporations have been enthroned, and an era of corruption in high places will follow, and the money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated in a few hands and the republic is destroyed. I feel at this moment more anxiety for the safety of my country than ever before, even in the midst of war." So the man is telling you that the corporate takeover of the country is worse than an all-out onslaught by some rival enemy. It's worse than war. It has more of a destructive effect. As I said, the powers that be are skilled at being able to communicate to the illogical sides of us and the irrational, the basic drives, the limbic drives and so on. They're steering the ship of state. And they don't just come out of Harvard or, and suddenly jump into that job. You're not just handed the reins of the state and say, okay, control everybody, work the ship of government. Whether it's a democracy, a timarchy, an oligarchy, a plutocracy, or a democracy, or even a tyranny, there are operating manuals. There's codes, there's tools, there's ways to do it that work, and you have to stick to those. And one of the ways that is used, specifically in a democracy, is the use of what we call talismanic words and terms. And you know that things are heating up when you start hearing these key terms, because the power of the word, we don't have time to go into all of this now, but the power of the word should never be underestimated. And linguists know that, but also people who are involved in metaphysics and the magical tradition understand the power of the mantra. And that's what the guru does. That's what the false leader does. He creates the mantras for everybody else. And today we're hearing that again. Axis of evil, the war on terror, freedom, patriotism, revenge, new world order. For us or against us, good or evil. They make it very simple for us. And that we have a very complex and stressed out life. And so when we turn to this, what we think is this leviathan of the political problem, we need it cut up very small. Suddenly we become very old and senile, and we need it all to be cut up into small little slices for us, because we haven't got any resistance left after the barrage. And as I said, not only does the cult member try to convert those to his belief system, he also can bide his time and spend his time in slaughtering the nemesis. But before you can do that, you have to create your nemesis. You have to identify the nemesis. And today we're seeing that again. The instant enemy, who's always referred to as the fanatic, the zealot, the terrorist, or the murderer. Of course, he's referring to his enemy in exactly the same way. So it's, which one is the fundamentalist? Which one is calling the kettle black? But it's an old story, and the worst of tyrants know how to sing the tune. Vladimir Lenin, one of the worst mass murderers that the planet has ever had the misfortune to endure, he said, "Call your enemy what you are, and always tell the exact opposite of the truth." Again, the operating manual. Learn who is thine enemy and what tools they're using. Identify the enemy, but you've got to know what tools they're using, because they're firing at you. They're shooting at you, so you need to suit up and you need to know how they're operating. And they're only too happy to tell you. Paul Levy, in an essay called Breaking Bush's Spell, he says, George Bush is a master hypnotist who skillfully puts people under his spell. Bush mesmerizes people by using simple, repetitive phrases. To quote Nazi propaganda chief Goebbels, propaganda must therefore always be essentially simple and repetitious. Keep repeating them in this simplified form despite the objections of the intellectuals. Bush's talking points, his buzzwords, are his incantations. These magic words act as opiates to the fearful masses. To quote ex-Harvard University professor James Bryant Conant, some of mankind's most terrible misdeeds have been committed under the spell of certain magic words and phrases. This is again the power of the word. And how do we make a word? We spell it. So don't be under the hex. Don't be under the spell. Wake up. Somebody said those who do not understand what it means to be under psychic hypnosis are already under it. Here's a little example of how easy it is for these individuals to not only manipulate words, but to manipulate context. Context is extremely important, and once we understand how the manipulation of context work in a political way, we will understand how these evilocs have an open road to their goals, how absolutely easy it is, why it is that they're dancing on their desks with glee at how easy it is to control the masses. They do it through very simple means. We've all learned these means, but we don't often use it or implement it. Here's a small example. A pretty woman comes to you in the street and she's taking a poll. Right? She has a clipboard and she wants your opinion, let's say, on the subject of the draft. She comes over and asks you a series of questions. Are you concerned about young people not being able to find employment? Are you concerned about rising crime amongst the youth? Are you concerned about the lack of discipline in schools? Do you think some applied discipline is of benefit to the young? And do you think that the young respond well to challenges? And of course you'll reply, yes, 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 yes. And the last one, would you be for reinstituting the draft? And you would say yes, after answering rapidly all those other questions. But what happens if the same pretty lady comes to you with a clipboard and asks you exactly the converse? Are you concerned about the chances of war, that war could break out? Are you concerned about the easy access today of weapons? Are you concerned about youth mortality from guns? Is it appropriate to force people to take up weapons? Would you be for reinstituting the draft? So here we have two very different answers. In one you might have said yes, and the other one you might have said no. It's just an example to bring out the fact that context is all important. And once this is used on the global scale, once this is used by politicians to throw at you all of this context and then just insert at the end the thing that they want you to vote for, this is how the magic of government works. And this is how they know. If they handed it to you in the raw, you'd probably think about it. So it's embellished in a very important way. Julius Caesar says, beware the leader who bangs the drum of war in order to whip the citizenry into a patriotic fervor. For patriotism is indeed a double-edged sword. It both emboldens the blood just as it narrows the mind. And when the drums of war have reached a fever pitch and the blood boils with hate and the mind is closed, the leader will have no need in seizing the rights of the citizenry. Rather, the citizenry, infused with fear and blinded by patriotism, will offer up all of their rights unto the leader, and gladly so. How do I know? For this is what I have done, and I am Caesar. In 2012, we took an example of the whole doublespeak, Orwellian doublespeak idea, that you hear tremendous amount of emphasis on globalism and the global economy when it has to do with destroying the economy of America. Then you hear about globalism. But when you hear about building jobs and when you hear about going to war, okay, then we don't hear anything about globalism or caring about what other countries and allies are thinking. Then we hear about independence and we're the only body that counts and we don't need any United Nations and so on. So the twisting of context. The right things are being said, but they may be being said in a mirror-like way, being twisted. Ernest Hemingway, the great author, he says the first panacea of mismanaged nation is inflation of the currency, and the second is war. Both bring a temporary prosperity and both bring a permanent ruin. But both are the refuge of political and economic opportunists. And perhaps he used very strong words, but what is it not Victor Hugo who said that patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel? So we had better know what the facts actually are, because the leaders, they have no interest in actually what the facts are. As George Bush himself said, I never apologize for the United States of America, never. I don't care what the facts are. And the groupthink, that works wonders as well, as Jerry Falwell so clearly lets us know. On October 27th on primetime television, this paragon of Christianity in typical fashion says, blow them all away in the name of the Lord. I guess he's not busy converting at that moment, he's more thinking about destroying the enemy. And Arthur Schlesinger Jr. says, we are not going to achieve a new world order without paying for it in blood, as well as in words and money. I wonder, is he talking about your blood or his blood? Now, the whole problem or subject of the media was encapsulated very, very beautifully and also powerfully by John Swinton. He, at the annual dinner of the American Press Association in 1914, this major journalist, John Swinton, had this to say. Of course, he waited for his retirement before he said it. "There is no such thing as an independent press in America. Not a man among you dares to utter his honest opinion. Were you to utter it, you know that it would never appear in print. I am paid to keep my honest opinion out of the newspaper for which I write. Were I to permit a single edition of the newspaper for which I write to contain an honest opinion, my occupation would be gone in less than 24 hours. The man who would be foolish enough to write his honest opinion would soon be walking the streets in search of another job. It is the duty of the New York journalist to lie, distort, to destroy, to revile, to toady at the feet of Mammon, to sell his country and his race for his daily bread, or what amounts to the same, for his salary. We are tools and vessels of the rich. That's the international bankers and their affiliates, such as the CFR. Behind the scenes, we are marionettes. These men pull the strings and we dance. Our time, our talents, our lives, our capacities, we are all property of these men. We are intellectual prostitutes." Now, Katharine Graham, the late publisher of the Washington Post, at a speech made at CIA headquarters, no less, in 1988, says something fascinating. She says, "We live in a dirty and dangerous world. There are some things the general public does not need to know and shouldn't. I believe democracy flourishes when the government can take legitimate steps to keep its secrets, and when the press can decide whether to print what it knows." So there you have it. There you have it. Nobody is hiding anything. This lady's definition of democracy, first of all, she's telling you that the world is an ugly and horrible place. Poor woman doesn't realize that the work that she does and the lies that they disseminate make the world an ugly and a dirty place. But secondly, she's actually defining democracy for you. That democracy means you'll be told what we want you to hear. And if we want to hold something back and keep it secret, we'll do it. We're not serving you. You have no rights. And in other programs in this series, we've looked into this. We've understood that the democracy, the very word which is meant to openly mean people rule, the rule of the people, more clearly, if you really think about it, means the people under rule, or people ruled. And of course, let's be even wary of so-called members of the opposition and how much they, even well-meaning individuals, try to reveal. One thing that very much interested me was Michael Moore, when he was being interviewed on the Charlie Rose show in the summer of 2004. And he was asked repeatedly and clearly by Charlie Rose, what were the real reasons for Bush's alarmingly aggressive tactics and why so many liberties and rights were being flagrantly disregarded. But Moore answered back in the same manner every time he was asked the same question. And his reply was, "I don't know." So here's the man with all the millions, with publishing deals and very important movies and budgets for movies. And here we all are anticipating that finally somebody's speaking up. And with all that clout and all that money and all that limelight and all that attention and all that freedom, when he's actually asked for the real reasons as to why this is happening, and I think Charlie Rose must have asked him half a dozen times, he absolutely there on that show said, "I haven't the faintest idea, don't ask me, I don't know." So here we have it. If it is mainstream, it is not going to be sufficient. We're not going to get our answers from there. So what is the answer? What do? We go to the alternative sources. If you contact me, I will give you a list of all the books that I have listed and mentioned during the course of this show and also of this series. Because there are many independent scholars and thinkers and speakers and journalists who are very well educated and very well rehearsed and understand how this game works. This is not something on the fringe of society. And you can be free to use my own website, links page, as a resource. But just be aware that there are many books, many volumes in libraries and in bookstores that you need to read to be aware other independent journalists who expose what's going on behind the scenes, like Alex Jones from Infowar.com, who's also made some fine DVDs. Gore Vidal says, almost predicting, he says, what will the next 4 years bring? With luck, total gridlock. The two houses of Congress are evenly split. Presidential adventurism will be at a minimum. But with bad luck and adventures, Chancellor Cheney will be ruling. A former Secretary of Defense, he has said that too little money now goes to the Pentagon, even though last year it received 51% of the discretionary budget. Expect a small war or two in order to keep military appropriations flowing. There will also be tax relief for the very rich. But bad scenario or good scenario, we shall see very little of the charming simian George W. Bush. The military, that's Cheney and Powell et al., will be calling the tune, and the whole nation will be on constant alert. For James Baker has already warned us, terrorism is everywhere on earth. We cannot be too vigilant. Now, this book was written prior to the statement comes from years before the attack and years before the declaration of war. So again, the independent journalists, the independent researchers, those little bit, maybe beneath the radar of the mainstream media, is a very good resource to be getting involved with, because there's answers there. But one of the other problems of the media is simply demographic. A best-selling book, let's take Michael Moore's Stupid White Men, that bestseller on the bestseller list will reach approximately 1 million people, those who bother to buy or read it. However, the average hit mainstream TV, sitcom or show reaches 20 million people. So there's your predicament right there. Just the very difference in that people don't read or don't have access or don't have time to sit and read. They have time to sit and be passive and get it from the mainstream. This is also one of the problems that we have to deal with. And there's an answer. Pick up a camera, go and do it for yourself. Amy Goodman, supporting that concept, she says people are hungry for unfiltered real-time coverage from real people's perspectives. So hungry that during the Battle of Seattle, there were more hits on the brand new website indiemedia.org than on CNN.com. And perhaps even this whole fetish now with real TV, which of course is a complete contradiction in terms. Please understand that everything that comes over the TV is not real. But anyway, the fact that we have this concept now could be a sort of a prelude, as unhealthy and degenerate as it appears to be. It perhaps could be a move in the right direction to this idea that we ourselves take the power into our own hands using this simple technology of digital cameras and the internet and so on. Now, another dimension of the way that the control operates is also of a symbolic nature. Not only words and terms and phrases are used in a sort of covert or subliminal, subversive way, but also images, the very images that come across the television that we see on billboards and so on, and even in the political arena, they're used to very great effect. And of course, there's just it's almost humorous in many ways, as we can see in this photograph of George Bush at the time he was reading the goat story or listening to the goat story while the attacks on the World Trade Center were going on. The fact that he's holding the book upside down, the lack of realism is actually there for the eye to see. But there is also something more being said in a lot of this, the goat story. Well, occultists know all about the goat. The goat is not what Satanists and other people understand by the goat, although that's fairly valid. But the goat is also Baphomet. Baphomet is the secret society icon or emblem or tutelary deity associated with some of the most powerful secret societies in the world. We'll be looking at them a little later. Illuminati, Freemasons, Knights of Columbus, Rosicrucians, and so on. So we have the goat story. This is being subliminally told to you. The goat is very important. Here we have a statue of George Washington in Washington, D.C., and it was donated by the French, but you see the president striking the same pose as the Knights of the Knight Templar deity. In the very picture of the president with his reversed book If you look above his head, you'll see the preamble to the US Constitution right behind his head, and then on the left you see the Statue of Liberty. And we're being told something here. We're being told about reversals, all right. The book that's being held upside down is called America. So the title of the book that's being held upside down, with the president sitting behind, and behind him is the US Constitution and Liberty, and the book is being held upside down. So there's symbolism being involved here. I wish it was merely stupidity. That would be bad enough. But unfortunately, if you do your homework, you're going to find that there's a whole other level of coding involved in what these powers, the way they operate. It's also part of the pact that they're involved in. You see, as we'll see later on, and as we've seen in my work on Atlantis, there's a sort of a pact, almost like a ritualistic pact involved in the transactions between all of the groups in the world. In the hierarchy also. They exist with certain unspoken rules. We need to also be aware of what they are. And one of them is this form of symbolic communication. And of course you need to be symbolically literate. And you must have pattern recognition, what Jordan Maxwell refers to as pattern recognition, in order to be able to grasp it and see it, and also protect yourself from it. But of course, on a much more fundamental and grassroots level, there's just simply the vetoing of freedom, and there is also the sequestering of the truth. Gore Vidal in the book Dreaming War says, President Bush personally asked Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle to limit the congressional investigation into the events of September 11th. Congressional and White House sources told CNN the request was made at a private meeting with congressional leaders. So let's not tolerate wild conspiracy theories. Okay, granted, but can we just then at least have the facts? Can we just have the benefit? I mean, is it too much to ask to have an open investigation by anybody that might want to look into these matters? No, I'm afraid you can't. That's also going to be illegal. Gore Vidal goes on to say the media was assigned its familiar task of inciting public opinion against Osama bin Laden, still not the proven mastermind. These media blitzes often resemble the magician's classic gesture of distraction. As you watch the rippling bright colors of his silk handkerchief in one hand, he's planting the rabbit in your pocket with the other. That's absolutely right, only the rabbit that we're being planted with is the New World Order, global plutocracy. And of course, duplicity. Of course we don't want facts. Of course they don't want investigations, because the lies are so, you're knee-deep in lies. We were told that Iraq was making nuclear weapons. We were told that they had stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction. If they did, which they didn't, but if they did, many countries in the world certainly do, they came from London, they came from the United States. We were told, however, that Saddam Hussein was involved in the 9/11 attack. We were told that Iraq was hosting Al-Qaeda terrorists. Yeah, well, they are now. Now, of course, they are after the debacle. Of course, they're hosting terrorists now. We're told that US troops would be welcomed as the liberators. We would be told that Iraq could pay for its own reconstruction, and that the war would make the US and the world safer. Basically, the rhetoric from the Bush clan, or the Bush cabal, is coming down from their own forefathers. Senator Prescott Bush, he said, you claim everything, you explain nothing, and you deny everything. And we'll be hearing more about Prescott Bush a little bit later. On October 4th and 5th, the US weapons inspector to Iraq, along with Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld, candidly admitted, all right, so they all admitted that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and that Saddam had no way to even create them or use them after the first invasion of 1990. They also admitted that Saddam had no connection with Al-Qaeda. This clearly shows that Iraq's invasion served other purposes and was a needed but unsustainable distraction from the Bush connection with Osama bin Laden. What about the costs of war? So far, Congress appropriated approximately $56 billion in April 2003, another $72 billion in November 2003, and currently is in the process of appropriating an additional $25 billion, which was requested by the Bush administration in May 2004. The total amounts to over $150 billion but will be higher as the Bush administration requests further spending later this year. Now, I have this to say. What would happen if George W. Bush personally himself went to each and every person in his own country and asked us all for $25,000, because that's what it would make. Every human being in this country donating to him and his cause, his kitty, $25,000. How successful do you think he'd be to have individuals then backing it? Right? So when it's not groupthink, but it's personal think, we suddenly see the horror of the dichotomy. We wouldn't even have the $25,000 to give, most of us. And most of us wouldn't even want to give it. So how much do we imagine that he would joyously and readily be given? And yet this is approximately the amount per person that makes the present budget. So the story of that, again, is also the complicity that we all have in this. You know, yes, you are for or against them. Because if you do not exercise your choice in some very coherent way, you are in fact complicit to the aggression, the violence, and the mass murder. We are complicit in it, morally speaking. And of course, what is the result of all of this? There's another currency that we have to think about, and that is the concept of control and fear. The wars and the rumors of wars, because of the large doses of fear and confusion, make excellent business, especially for the pharmaceutical monopolies. The consumption of antidepressants, for instance, rose dramatically after the attack on the World Trade Center. And as the ancient emperors like Emperor Caligula and the great thinkers on the concept of tyranny and democracy and state control said, let them hate us as long as they fear us. Machiavelli saying the same thing. Since love and fear can hardly exist together, if we must choose between them, it is far safer to be feared than loved. So just remember that when you're thinking about those who have got the reins of power and some of the mechanisms that they use. It's very complex. Sun Tzu, Machiavelli, Plato, they're all telling us to rule the masses, to keep everyone obeying the crack of the whip is some doing. In their book, Being Human, Solinen and Alicia Thim say, when faced with a life-threatening situation, the reptilian hindbrain, the most primitive part of the human brain, switches off all activity except that which keeps us alive. It sends the subconscious message, do not move, breathe, or blink, or you will be seen and attacked. So through the anxiety, through the leaking of negative toxicity, the buildup of aggression and fear and sadistic impulses, not only does the leader help us vicariously process this, but they also are happy to have us in an anxious and pent-up and passive-aggressive state. So much easier to control, and to dupe, and to dumb down. But why are we also trying to sell something we don't have? Democracy cannot be imposed on a nation or a country from without. I mean, this should be self-evident. It can only and must only come from within as a natural part of the evolution of that culture. Under no circumstances can it be imposed from without, especially by force. President Mubarak said that he has never seen anti-American feeling being as strong as it is today throughout the world. Now, Prince Saud Al Faisal, the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia, said that Saddam Hussein was not a cause of the chaos and repression in Iraq. He was more a symptom of it, of the previous decades of chaos and repression. Moreover, during his oppressive reign, he managed to keep at bay all the foment and extremism that was rampant in previous times. Prince Al Faisal had warned the US and the world of the consequences of removing Saddam without a very coherent post-war plan. An irony of ironies, I mean, this should have been so apparent, I don't know how anyone missed this one. Saudi Arabia, the neighbor of Iraq, the country being protected by the death of American soldiers, whose kings and princes, ministers and magnates are favored guests of the United States, is, guess what? Not a democracy. Does their treatment of women in Saudi Arabia look like it's a democracy to you? So I don't get it. How can we be backing one country and countries that are far from democracies and saying we're building it in a country next door? And of course, more importantly, how can we sell what we have not got? The right to trial by jury has likewise been limited by Bush and company, which now has countless suspects locked up in global US gulag waiting trial. If there ever should be a trial, not by jury of their peers, but by a military tribunal. Over 600 of those vanished men and a few boys penned up for months are foreign detainees incarcerated in Camp Delta at Guantanamo Bay, the world's worst prison, as one journalist called it. Prisoners are often beaten, tightly chained for hours, fed on nauseating scraps, and otherwise tortured physically and psychologically. The Muslims are forced to watch prostitutes caress themselves, and all detainees tormented with disinformation and incessant threats. There are also death chambers in the compound, so that anyone found guilty can be executed quickly right nearby. That's from Mark Crispin Miller in his book Cruel and Unusual. Larry Flint in Sex, Lies and Politics says that roughly 660 people from 40 different countries, including some teenagers, have been held without being charged and without access to attorneys. Because the Guantanamo Naval Base land is leased from Cuba, the legal status of these people is murky, to say the least. Because they are non-U.S. citizens held in non-U.S. territory, the President and his circle have maintained that the U.S. courts have no jurisdiction. A spokesman for Amnesty International told Reuters news agency that America's treatment of detainees is, in our view, a human rights scandal that violates international law and damages U.S. claims to be a country upholding the rule of law. In 1998, UNSCOM's chief Scott Ritter declared that Iraq had been disarmed to a level unprecedented in modern history. But also we should take into consideration the fact that countries like Israel, which receives $5 billion per year from the U.S., has over 400 nuclear warheads. However, Israel has never allowed weapons inspectors to ever enter the country. And they're certainly not going to be ready to give up their arms at any point in the future. David Icke says that according to the United Nations, there's been a 700% rise in cancer rates in Iraq between 1991 and 1994. The Iraqi people have lost some 1 million children to bombing, hunger, and disease caused by sanctions since 1991. This is a country in which babies are being born with unbelievable deformities because of the radioactive material contained in the bombs. Cancer rates have soared, and Iraq has developed the world's highest rate of childhood leukemia. Some 70% of Iraqi women are now anemic. Thomas Nagy says that over the last 2 years I've discovered documents of the Defense Intelligence Agency, that's the DIA, proving beyond a doubt that contrary to the Geneva Convention, the U.S. government intentionally used sanctions against Iraq to degrade the country's water supply after the Gulf War. The United States knew the cost that civilian Iraqis, mostly children, would pay, and it went ahead anyway. The primary document, Iraqi Water Treatment Vulnerabilities, is dated January 22, 1991. It spells out how sanctions will prevent Iraq from supplying clean water to its citizens. This document can be found on the Pentagon's website. As these documents illustrate, the United States knew sanctions had the capacity to devastate the water treatment system of Iraq. It knew what the consequences would be: increased outbreaks of disease and high rates of child mortality. And it was more concerned about the public relations nightmare for Washington than the actual nightmare that the sanctions created for innocent Iraqis. At this point, I'd like to point out that in Atlantis Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, we advocate a theory for the reason why Iraq was devastated, which is a little bit less to do with oil, and why this kind of mortality, and why even the museums were looted and robbed. There's another occult paradigm going on, and that's why there's this flagrant death toll and mortality and bloodletting. There's also another occult reason for that. Sean Penn, on his visit there, he said, "And what of the shocking rise in leukemias and other cancers in Iraq due to depleted uranium exposure, and of the thousands of unexploded ordnances, both gifts of the U.S. artillery? Will we remember the hundreds of thousands of children who've suffered slow and agonizing deaths by diarrhea? These, primarily attributed to the U.S.-led sanctions in Iraq, where bombing of water treatment plants and an embargo on chlorine continue to ravage predominantly young victims. We must reflect on the certainty with which we are sold a war on the basis of what we now so expertly call weapons of mass destruction. This is our money I speak of, not theirs, ours, our democracy. We see Exxon, we see Bechtel, we see Halliburton, we see Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Powell, Rice, Pearl, Ashcroft, Murdoch, many. We see no weapons of mass destruction. We see dead young Americans. We see no weapons of mass destruction. We see dead Iraqi civilians, but no weapons of mass destruction. We still see chaos in Baghdad streets, but no weapons of mass destruction. We see the disappearance of a murderous Iraqi dictator who relented his struggle and ran without the use of weapons of mass destruction. Over 60,000 civilians are also attached to the military and their operations. They are free of all laws and cannot be held accountable by US or military law. They are free to conduct tortures, homicides, rapes, and robberies with no legal hindrance. Hersham Mellon from the Al Shafir news service, speaking on the war in Iraq, says, if you wanted to write a script of how to undermine US credibility in the Middle East, you could not have done a better job. And of course, that statement opens up a whole other theory regarding the gratuitousness of this. Could it be for another reason, another agenda? Is there some need to destroy American credibility in this flagrant way? Because if you wanted to script it, as this journalist is saying, you couldn't have done a better job. And does that tie in to what we were talking about in 2012? Another program in this series about the death of the middle class and the need for that. Now, Larry Flint says that there are 90 million Arabs in the world today between the ages of 15 and 24, and 14 million of them are unemployed. If they hate us, it's not because they hate freedom. And pretty much a passage, a comment, a statement that sums up the entire theme of this particular program comes from John Dean in his book Worse Than Watergate. He says, history has shown that what our government does to others today, it will do to Americans tomorrow. And we'll be seeing how actually truthful that is in the coming years of this next decade. And yet, it may all be done under the guise of democracy, that key talismanic word again. But as Kenneth Boulding reminds us and warns us, a world of unseen dictatorship is conceivable, still using the forms of a democratic government. Of course it is. It's been going on unabated for generations. So whether it's democracy, communism, capitalism, socialism, spiritualism, any kind of ism, we must realize it's a game of chess. All such systems are merely elaborate experiments in mass control. They do nothing but destroy true freedom and are based on elitism, separatism, and destruction. If the leaders can wreak havoc in the world around them, then their own inherent chaos, sadism, and evil will not be as apparent. That's right. If you're a violent, sadistic, predatory, totally morally corrupt individual and you're burning for action, you're hardly going to be able to do it in a country that is full of peace and harmony and prosperity. So guess what? The best thing to do is create the chaos around you so your own behavior looks perfectly normal. We have sadists in our midst. And psychologically speaking, they may be merely representatives, icons, imagos of a lot of our own psychic content, because we are not doing our own healing, we're not doing our own inner work. Now, a very, very interesting historical anecdote occurred in the congressional hearing. Senator Jack Brooks was questioning Oliver North during the Iran-Contra investigations. He said, Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Question mark. But the congressman was interrupted by the chairman, who said to him, I believe that question touches upon highly classified and sensitive area, so may I request that you do not touch upon that, sir. But the chairman, Brooks, responded, I was particularly concerned, Chairman, because I had read that there had been a plan developed at the time at the same agency, a contingency plan, in the event of an emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. I was deeply concerned about it. And the chairman said, may I respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. So we have censorship out in the open on a very, very high level. This congressman, the senator, they're vetoed. They are literally told where they can go and where they can't go, what they will say and what they will not say. As Henry Kissinger so aptly put it, the illegal we do immediately, the unconstitutional takes a little longer. But it's an old story, and we can always learn from the message of history. Marcus Tullius Cicero, in the early BC, 106 BC, said, "A nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known and he carries his banners openly. But the traitor moves amongst those within the gates freely, his sly whispers rustling through all the galleries, heard in every hall of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in the accents familiar to his victims. He wears their face and their garment, and he appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of a city. He infects the body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to be feared." And one of the things I have a pet interest in, I've always found fascinating as part of this whole symbolic communicative methodology that's being used, are singular synchronicities. Singular synchronicities. To give you an example of these synchronicities, we find that Mark Keating, that's the brother of Governor Frank Keating, was working on his novel, The Final Jihad, which was about a terrorist bombing in Oklahoma City. Okay, so a book called The Final Jihad about a terrorist bombing in Oklahoma City. One of his characters was called Thomas McVeigh. Keating dedicated this novel to the Knights of the Secret Circle, that is a known Illuminati enclave. So here we have a book written previous to the actual bombing, and one of the characters is called Thomas McVeigh. Strangely, the novel is written 2 years before the actual bombing. George Bush. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order can emerge, a new era freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure. Today, a new world is struggling to be born, a world quite different from the one we've known, a world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle. I don't know exactly what jungle he's talking about, but let's leave that aside for now. The fact is, he made this statement, and curiously, this speech was given on September 11th, 1990. September 11th, 1990, 11 years to the day before the attack on New York, and it was given at 9:09 p.m. It was given before the joint session of Congress on the Persian Gulf crisis. The speech began at 9:09 p.m., which means that at approximately 9:11 p.m., he was speaking the lines, "The New World Order." So it was on September 11th, 11 years before the attack, and the words "New World Order" were spoken at 9/11. Those who study these matters know also this happens a lot, even in the scripts. In the inaugural address of Bill Clinton, there was a postponement so that his speech would align with what was called the Sabbath moon, or the witch's moon, the Wicca moon. There was a delay so that it would fall on that day. And then in the script, certain talismanic numbers are also used, especially triad numbers, which are favored by secret societies, like 111, 222, 333, all the way up to 999. So, and in Clinton's speech, on the phrase at 666th word, or the 666th phrase, it said, "And sacrifices will have to be made." Now this is, of course, on a famous day of sacrifice in the witch's calendar. So it's just a synchronicity. I'm not saying anything. Just a synchronicity. Now this term, New World Order, has some antiquity with it. If you take out a dollar bill and look at the bottom of the pyramid, in Latin you'll see that term, Novus Ordo Seclorum. But just remember that when you hear the term New World Order, it also was the name of Adolf Hitler's second book. So when you hear George Bush talking about 1,000 points of light, and you hear Adolf Hitler talking about 1,000-year Reich, and the world order, or the order of the ages, understand that these are not new phrases. They come from somewhere. Mikhail Gorbachev was the first world leader to come out publicly in recent times with the talk of a new world order, and he did so nearly 2 years before George Bush caught the vision. In his historic address to the United Nations on December 7, 1988, the Soviet Prime Minister made this dogmatic and even prophetic statement: "Further global progress is now possible only through a quest for universal consensus in the movement towards a new world order. And the date, September 11th, has also some interesting correspondences, especially in regards calamity, chaos. In Chile in 1973, the President Salvador Allende was assassinated on that day. South Africa in 1977, the great activist Steve Biko was beaten to death. New York City, 1971, Attica State Prison uprising, 39 people were murdered on that day. In Guatemala in 1990, an anthropologist, Myrna Mack, was murdered by U.S. military. In Spain, April 2004, the Al-Qaeda bombed the trains in Spain, but that just happened to be 911 days after the 9/11 attack originally. There's something interesting in those synchronicities, and there's other ones as well. And in the research community, we never cease to speak about the importance of history. I've said many times that yes, sure, we may be granted, we do understand that the subject of history as it's taught to us in textbooks and classrooms is a really boring subject. But we'd like to advocate for those who are not aware of this, that the subject of how history has been manipulated is one of the most fascinating subjects that one could ever want to study. And there's a lot to be learned and gleaned from the past. Let's take a few pages from history to see if this is true and if there's any relevance to our times today. We find something very interesting unfolding, especially when it comes to designer chaos, especially when it comes to orchestrating calamity, travesty, upheaval in the world in order to further a particular agenda. In the 10th of August, AD 64, Emperor Nero burns Rome to the ground. This is his own city, just to implicate the Christians with whom he's got a beef. On February 15th, 1898, William McKinley's navy blasted its own ships in Havana harbor to incite war with the Spaniards. On February 27th, 1933, Adolf Hitler orders the burning of the German Reichstag to incite arrests and suppression. That's his own headquarters, their own Reichstag, their own parliament. May 7th, 1915, the passenger ship Lusitania was purposely sunk to bring the U.S. into World War I. And that was planned by a complicit government. And of course, December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor was attacked. The attack was permitted by a complicit president who ordered the removal of the decoding and radar equipment weeks before. Now, this thing with the Lusitania, in Ken Bracken's book, Shadow Government, he says, May 7th, 1915, British passenger liner Lusitania is directed to cross the Atlantic and break a German U-boat blockade, despite repeated prior attacks and public warnings of unrestricted firing. The Admiralty in London calls off the luxurious flagship's escort, and she sails into what a serious historian who specializes in British naval intelligence says was a trap designed to bring Washington into the war. And of course, Pearl Harbor, which precipitated the American entry into the war. And yet, we have the doublespeak in full operation. Roosevelt saying, while I am talking to you, mothers and fathers, I give you one more assurance. I've said it before, but I will say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. USS Maine, on February 15th, 1989, the USS Maine sinks in a mysterious explosion in Cuban waters, killing 254 sailors and wounding 59 others. It was called into these waters by General Fitzhugh Lee, the nephew of Robert E. Lee. The motive for the sinking was to extend American military and economic domination of the Caribbean and also its South Pacific, in the South Pacific through the Philippines. The flames of war were fanned by press giants William Randolph Hearst and Joseph Pulitzer. Then we have the Tonkin Bay scenario. The U.S. destroyer Maddox and one other ship were reported to have been attacked and sunk by the Vietnamese PT, that's patrol torpedo boats. Lyndon Johnson, the House of Representatives and the Senate approved the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, which brought America into the Vietnam War, where 3 million Vietnamese people and 58,000 Americans died. The truth later comes out that there was no attack on these ships by any Vietnamese forces. We have Desert Storm of the early 90s. The Iraqi government repeatedly informed the Western powers that Kuwaitis are illegally slant drilling oil from the 2-mile no man's land area between the two countries. Baker and his office, that's James Baker and his office, repeatedly tell Saddam Hussein to take whatever action he sees fit to police the area. As soon as he does so, the US invade. US public sanctioned the slaughter after hearing of Kuwaiti reports that Saddam Hussein's troops desecrated incubators and kill infants in Kuwait. However, the truth comes out a little later that no such events ever took place. James Bamford was the Washington investigative producer for ABC's World News Tonight and is a leading expert on covert government operations. In his book, Body of Secrets, we read that in the Kennedy era, the military elite and security services devised Operation Northwoods and planned to shoot down 2 US planes over American soil. There was mention of remote control aircraft being destroyed from the ground. Robert McNamara was also a conspirator in this. There was even a plan to sabotage the first manned flight to the moon. John Glenn was to be sacrificed and the blame apportioned to the Cubans. We have Operation Northwoods, as we said. The architect of this Machiavellian plot was General L.L. Lemnitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In his own words, he said, "We could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign. We could blow up a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba. Casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of indignation." And I would say to that, if these are our friends, what must our enemies look like? If these individuals can casually tell us that we can just kill off our own people in order to move this chess piece from here to there. This is the game of politics. These are the domestic enemies. And we're going to find out in the end that Waco, Oklahoma, the World Trade Center attack number 1, which happened in 1993, then the more damaging one of 2001, and the conflict in Afghanistan or in Iraq, these again are merely incidental. These are means to a certain end. And that end is the global plutocracy, the one world system, the New World Order. New World Order, as I said, is an old game. It's an old gig. But we're going to be receiving the new and improved version very soon. We also find, as Len Bracken shows us in The Shadow Government, that it certainly is a means to an end. No sooner does this attack occur than we have George Bush, the president, signing up a storm of executive orders. We have executive orders to take over all modes of transport. We have executive orders to seize and control the media, to control energy, take over food resources, register everyone in the country, mobilize citizens to work brigades, to abandon certain areas by force, and to control wages, salaries, credit, and the flow of money. We find that in July 2002, Bush signed the Public Health Security and Bioterrorism Act, which became public law. We find also that there's a Model Emergency Health Preparedness Act, MIPFA, among many things, gives rights to the state to arrest and to vaccinate, even to vaccinate with untested drugs. These constitutional lawyers and historians know that these executive orders are purely illegal. They're absolutely illegal. They are not constitutionally valid. But the most important thing is that they cannot be vetoed or changed or even they cannot be in any way contradicted by the Congress or the people of the United States, who put that aristocrat, that monarch, that president in power. Ariel Sharon, or an aide to Ariel Sharon, speaking for him, lets us know exactly what the fulfillment of all of this is to be. World War III is coming whether you like it or not. The 9/11 attacks were just the beginning. And as John Kerry, the rival to the president in the 2004 election, made it clear, change is coming to America. Of course, he forgot to mention what kind of change exactly was coming. As Count Leo Tolstoy, the great Russian writer and philosopher, wrote, "Government is an association of men who do violence to the rest of us." They certainly do. The United States alone has bombed over 250 countries in a very short period of time. And that is from the beginning or the founding of the United Nations, which ostensibly was created to prevent war and to inculcate world peace, right? 250 countries. As Anthony J. Hilder from Radio Free America says, there have been more wars since the creation of the United Nations in 1948 than from the beginning of time up until 1948. And what he means by that is real wars. That's not just two crazy kings going out there with a couple of 100 people to club each over the head in a battle scenario. These are full wars, territorial wars of unimaginable proportion and mortality. The magnificent American philosopher Ayn Rand said, "If one values human life, then one cannot value its destroyers." She said, "Criminals are a small minority in any age or community, and the harm that they have done to mankind is infinitesimal when compared to the horrors, the bloodshed, the wars, the persecution, the famines, the enslavement, the wholesale destruction perpetrated by mankind's governments. Potentially, a government is the most dangerous threat to man's rights. When unlimited and unrestricted by individual rights, a government is man's deadliest enemy." And I like the way that the writer William S. Burroughs put it. "We must all face the fact that our leaders are certifiably insane, or worse." I like that because if you're familiar with my work on Atlantis, alien visitation, and genetic manipulation, you'll know what worse means. They are insane, but they are worse in a way that most of us have yet to discover, because these individuals have an agenda going back thousands of years. Aaron Swirsky, one of the architects of the World Trade Center, said that those towers were designed to withstand airplane collisions. "I designed it for a 707 hit," he said. "The collapse of the buildings came as a complete shock to him and his colleagues." Van Romero, a demolition expert, said that the manner in which the Twin Towers collapsed resembled those of controlled implosions used in a planned demolition. He said, "My opinion is, based on the videotapes, that after the airplanes hit the World Trade Center, there were some explosive devices inside the buildings that caused the towers to collapse." Jim Marrs, Dr. Stan Monteith, Richard Hoagland have clearly demonstrated and shown that the seismic graphs from the Geographical Survey in New York City showed that just before the percussion of the planes hitting the towers, there are several other concussions and percussions that were literally on the technology. Right? The seismic graphs showed percussions just prior to the impact of the planes, proving that there was bombs and explosives inside. So something is definitely not right. Now, Benton K. Parton, former head of the Air Force Weapons Development, an expert on weaponry, on May 17, 1995, he said, "When I first saw the pictures of the truck bomb's asymmetrical damage to the federal building," and he's talking about Oklahoma building, Murrow, "my immediate reaction was that the pattern of damage would have been technically impossible without supplementing demolition charges at some of the reinforcing concrete column bases. For a simplistic blast truck bomb of the size and composition reported to be able to reach out in the order of 60 feet and collapse a reinforced column base the size of A7 is beyond credulity." And as the Spotlight newspaper, now called the American Free Press, have shown, they had videotapes of men, SWAT people in black with their backpacks and Dr. Martin boots, very official. These videotapes showing the cameras inside the building, showing these people going about and systematically putting the explosives inside. Those tapes have never been released. But the journalists from the Spotlight newspaper got hold of that and run an entire feature on that. How come the mainstream media never touched on that? We also find that in Oklahoma, the FBI agents were called on their pagers and told to remain at home for the day. The 12 surveillance tapes, as I said, have never been released to the public. Barry Zwicker, the Canadian media analyst, says, "Throughout the northeastern United States, there are many air bases. But that morning, no interceptors responded in a timely fashion to the highest alert situation. This includes the Andrews squadrons, which have the longest lead time and are 12 miles from the White House. Whatever the explanation for the huge failure, there have been no reports to my knowledge of reprimands. This further weakens the incompetence theory, because incompetence usually earns reprimands." Gore Vidal in Dreaming War says, "I don't think that Sergeant Stan Goff is being unduly picky when he wonders who and what kept the Air Force from following its normal procedure instead of waiting an hour and 20 minutes until the damage was done and only then launching the fighters? That's right. What is wrong with this picture when planes clearly deviate from their professed courses and nobody does anything? There's a 75-minute delay in military inception or scramble. We have Andrews Air Force Base just 12 miles away from Washington, D.C. It's the home of Air Force One, and it had on-site M-16s and at least 2 equipped squadrons, mention of which was, of course, removed from the base's website later on. The President does not even need to order these kinds of inceptions. The President's Security Service have direct contact with the White House and Pentagon at all times. Does anybody smell a conspiracy here, or is this all just coincidence? But of course, many are curious as to why the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. took about half an hour before he responded to the national security urgency, or even addressed the tragedies. That can be answered very quickly, because he's under orders. Contrary to what probably millions upon millions of people imagine in this country, the President does not give the orders. He takes them. And he's part of a ritual. He's part of a very elaborate ritual, which we looked at a little bit earlier. And that is why we hear about the goat story, and there is this delay, because there's another symbolic conversation going on. Now, Andres von Bülow, former Minister of Defense and Minister for Research and Technology in the government of Chancellor Helmut Schmidt in Germany, told reporters that the planning of the 9/11 attacks was technically and organizationally a master achievement. To hijack 4 huge airplanes within a few minutes and within 1 hour, to drive them to their targets with complicated flight maneuvers was unthinkable, he said, without years of support from secret apparatuses of the state and industry. He said there are 26 intelligence services in the United States with a budget of $30 billion, and yet they were not able to prevent the attacks. And for 60 decisive minutes, the military and intelligence services let fighter planes stay on the ground. But within 48 hours, he said, the FBI had presented, of course, a list of suicide attackers, 7 of which turned out to be alive. Stanley Hilton, San Francisco lawyer and former aide to presidential candidate Bob Dole, Hilton filed a $7 billion lawsuit against President Bush on behalf of families who lost loved ones. Hilton alleges that Bush and other officials allowed the attack to happen for political gain and that Osama bin Laden was used as a scapegoat. In David Icke's book, he says that Hilton told me, says David Icke, that he had contacts that had been in several meetings with the top President brass before September 11th, at which the attacks were discussed. They all knew this was being planned and they had the prior knowledge, he said. They all facilitated this to go through and, in my opinion, not only facilitated it, but instigated it. He said that the U.S. and Israeli intelligence had infiltrated al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups and knew precisely what was going on. He said that Air Force personnel had told him that when Flight 77 entered the no-fly zone over Washington, it gave the top secret code to indicate that it was the President's plane, Air Force One, and this was why there was no response from the Capitol's ground-to-air defense system. Truth is stranger than fiction. The planes are giving the top code, the President's personal security code. That opens all the doors, doesn't it? Now, Nafiz Ahmed, the Executive Director of Institute of Policy Research and Development in Brighton, England, and author of the book War on Freedom, he says that this incompetence theory statement or defense just simply doesn't hold up under scrutiny, for there were and have been no reprimands of any personnel. Instead, there was clearly a stand-down policy in effect. He says the documentation strongly suggests elements of the U.S. government had extensive knowledge of the September 11th attacks and were complicit in those attacks. We're told by the top politicians and a lot of the journalists and media personalities that nobody knew nothing. Nobody had the faintest idea that this was going to happen. The Washington Post editorial, March 24th, says, no one anticipated the kinds of strikes that took place in New York and at the Pentagon. Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, said, I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center. Okay. But in 1993, the same year as the first World Trade Center attack, a $150,000 study was undertaken by the Pentagon to investigate the possibility of airplanes being used as bombs. A draft document of this was circulated throughout the Pentagon, the Justice Department, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, that's FEMA. In February 1993, Ahmad Salam, a captain in the Egyptian army, received $1 million to make and plant a dummy bomb at the World Trade Center. This is in 1993. This heinous plot nearly went awry when he found that the bomb was real, and he refused to plant it. He secretly tape-recorded the chief of the FBI, forcing him to go ahead anyway. Ramzi Youssef was one of the planners and participants in the first bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993. Youssef's right-hand man, Abdul Hakim Murad, was captured and interrogated in 1995. During that interrogation, Murad described a detailed plot to hijack airplanes and use them as weapons of terrorism. The primary plan was to commandeer 11 commercial planes and blow them up over the Pacific Ocean. The secondary plan was to hijack several planes, which would be flown into CIA headquarters, the World Trade Center, the Sears Tower, the White House, and the variety of other targets. So where was Condoleezza Rice when all this was happening? Deep sea diving? She didn't catch any of this? In that same year, 1993, the Pentagon report was followed up in September 1999 by a report entitled The Sociology and Psychology of Terrorism. This report was prepared for the American intelligence community by the Federal Research Division, an adjunct of the Library of Congress. The report stated, suicide bombers belonging to Al-Qaeda's Martyrdom Battalion could crash land an aircraft packed with high explosives into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the CIA, or the White House. In 1994, a disgruntled Federal Express employee invaded the cockpit of a DC-10 with the intention of crashing it into the company building. Again in 1994, a pilot crashed a small airplane into a tree on the White House grounds, narrowly missing the building itself. In 1994, an Air France flight was hijacked by members of a terrorist organization called the Armed Islamic Group, who intended to crash that plane into the Eiffel Tower. In August 2003, Dr. Garth Nicholson, PhD, and his wife, Nancy Nicholson, PhD, who are among the world's most esteemed microplasma researchers and in Gulf War syndrome investigators, reported to the Pentagon officials that they had confirmed intelligence that on September 11, 2001, a terrorist strike against the Pentagon would be made. Their sources included individuals in key intelligence positions in the mob and one high-level African diplomat. Their information was passed on to the Director of Policy of the Department of Defense and the Inspector General of the U.S. Army Medical Corps in the National Security Council. No guesses for what happened. On Friday, September 7th, Friday, September 7th, 2001, Florida Governor Jeb Bush, the brother to the president, issued an executive order in which members of the Florida National Guard were activated. He said for the purpose of training to support law enforcement personnel and emergency management personnel in the event of civil disturbances or natural disaster. Does that sound to you like somebody's been put on alert? Israeli companies vacated the World Trade Center in the week prior to the attack, even breaking their leases to do so. On September 6th and 7th, the Chicago Board of Options received put options. And put options are predictions that stocks are going to go down dramatically from both American Airlines and United Airlines, okay? There were no other similar put options that day from any other airline. This level was 600 to 1,200% above normal for both these airlines. The profits that were made from these correct options came to about 2.5 million. However, those went unclaimed. Well, no wonder. You're hardly going to go in there and try to explain all of that to the FBI of how you knew ahead of time that something disastrous was going to happen. Employees of Odigo, an instant messaging company, did not arrive for work on September 11th at the World Trade Center. Part of the reason for that is perhaps because Odigo's headquarters in Tel Aviv, Israel, happened to be right beside the Department for Counter-Terrorism. On September 6th to 10th, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, Munich and Axel Reinsurance, and others make their put options. Congress has never raised this trading question. United's put options were made through the firm A.B. Brown. This company was headed until 1998 by A.B. Buzzy Krongard, now the executive director of the CIA. On September 12th, Mayo Shattuck, head of A.B. Brown, resigns without explanation. On January 28, 2003, George W. Bush had said, "I will not wait while dangers gather. I will not stand by as peril draws closer and closer." Okay, good. We're very glad to hear that. Only thing is, that's exactly the reverse of what you did. As early as July 2001, Colin Powell was already telling the surrounding countries that U.S. forces would be in Afghanistan in October. In 8th of September, Representative Ike Skelton said that troops would need to be situated near the Caspian and described that as the next hot spot. On September 12th, James Baker and Tom Brokaw spoke of the need for giving up personal freedoms. On September 13th, Richard Armitage, who is now the Secretary of Defense, spoke of forthcoming biochemical attacks. On Sunday night, September 17, 2001, CBS's 60 Minutes revealed that President Bush's close associates had suddenly and inexplicably sold all their airline stock just days before the terrorist attacks. On September 10th, Mayor Willie Brown and Attorney General Ashcroft were warned by the feds not to fly. That comes from the San Francisco Chronicle. I mean, Salman Rushdie was also forcibly banned from flying that day. Now, FEMA sent the Urban Search and Rescue Team to New York City the night before the attacks occurred. One FEMA official, Mr. Tom Kennedy, told Dan Rather on September 11th, he said, "We arrived on late Monday night, that is on September 10th, and went into action on Tuesday morning." June 2001, German intelligence, that's the BND, warned CIA that Middle Eastern terrorists are planning to hijack planes to attack major Western symbols of power. On July 2001, 3 U.S. officials, Tom Simmons, that's the former ambassador to Pakistan, Carl Inderfurth, and Lee Coldren, met with Pakistani and Russian intelligence officers in Berlin and tell them that the U.S. is planning military strikes in Afghanistan in October. Representatives of the Taliban often sat in on these meetings. Summer 2001, an Iranian man phones the FBI warning of an imminent attack on the World Trade Center on September 9th. Then a key figure in the bin Laden network is arrested in Boston, where 2 planes were later hijacked. He was taking flying lessons and had manuals on Boeing planes. Russian intelligence warned CIA that 25 terrorist pilots had been specifically trained for suicide missions. Pakistani terrorist Abdul Hakim Murad confessed to federal agents that he was learning to fly in an aircraft in order to crash that plane into the CIA headquarters. In May 2001, Secretary of State Colin Powell forwarded $43 million of aid to the Taliban. Of course, this is the group that just in a blink of an eye later would be one of the most powerful terrorist organizations, suddenly to come out of the woodwork, in the world. In August 2001, President Putin of Russia asks his Russian intelligence to continue to warn America of imminent terrorist attacks. He had to continue to warn because nobody was listening, apparently. Over 15 to 20 times, President Putin was warning the Secret Service here that this thing was going to happen, that they had it confirmed. On July 4th to 11th, bin Laden receives treatment for kidney ailments in the American hospital in Dubai, and there meets with CIA official who returns to a CIA headquarters on July 15th. Now, an execution order had already been made on bin Laden by Bill Clinton. So the man is already wanted, but he's hobnobbing in Dubai, which is a very interesting locale, to say the least, for international economic hoodlums. He's in Dubai and meeting with the members of the CIA, even though there's a hit list wanted. He's on the top most wanted list of Bill Clinton. July 2001, a CIA official, as we've just said, meets with Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri at the American hospital in Dubai. Bin Laden arrived in Dubai on July 4th from Quetta in Pakistan for treatments to his seriously infected liver, and accompanied by a close associate, al-Zawahiri, who is considered by some to be the brains behind al-Qaeda. During this day, the local CIA representative was seen going into bin Laden's room, and according to Le Figaro, this is the French newspaper, but it's actually owned by the Carlyle Group, he's boasted to his friends of having visited the Saudi-born millionaire. On July 15th, when bin Laden left hospital, the CIA man returned to his headquarters in Langley Air Force Base. The CIA, of course, denies that this happened. George Tenet, the CIA director, says from his July 2001 briefing, based on a review of all sources reporting over the last 5 months, we believe that Osama bin Laden will launch a significant attack against the US and or Israeli interests in the coming weeks. The attack will be spectacular and designed to inflict mass casualties against the US facilities or interests. Attack preparations have been made. Attacks will occur with little or no warning. On September 1st to September 10th, something really remarkable happens. We hear that in Operation Swift Sword, 25,000 British crack troops were suddenly deployed in Oman. It is the largest deployment since the Falklands. At the same time, 2 U.S. aircraft carrier battlecruisers move into Pakistani coast. At the same time, 17,000 U.S. troops join 23,000 NATO troops in Egypt under what is known as Operation Bright Star. So in the days and the week, just the week prior to September 11th, we have a massive, unprecedented rendezvous of all of these troops from NATO and Britain and America, all in the Gulf area. Just like the FEMA guy said, we arrived at the World Trade Center just the night before. We're all standing there wondering, why are we here on deployment? Well, the next day they'd find out. As any criminal investigator will tell you, that one of the best ways to hunt down your culprit, your perpetrator, is to simply follow the checks, follow the money. Let's see if that works in this scenario. We find that Bush had to admit, just like John Major had to admit, that he had personally met with bin Laden personally under the auspices of something called the Carlyle Group. They are the world's major arms dealer. In 1987, says Larry Flint, a number of former government employees founded the Carlyle Group to grease the wheels and broker deals. Frank Carlucci, formerly Reagan's Secretary of Defense, as well as Deputy Director of the CIA, joined in 1989 and became the CEO, bringing with him a slew of former civil service types from the CIA and the Pentagon, as well as the Bush family and their happy little investment club, also the loving family of Osama bin Laden. That's right, folks. In fact, the 2 biggest stockholders of the Carlyle Group, get it? The 2 biggest stockholders are none other than Osama bin Laden and George Herbert Walker Bush. So the Bush family and bin Laden are the major stockholders, major prime movers in a group called the Carlyle Group, who's a major weapons manufacturer and dealer in the world. How come most of us haven't heard that on the mainstream news? No, what we hear on the mainstream news is the president saying, if you do business with terrorists, if you support or succor them, you will not do business with the United States. That's what Lieutenant James Colonel Bo Greitz would call Bush lip, for want of a better term. Now, Bush Jr.'s involvement with evil goes back to at least 1979, when his first failed attempt to become a player in the big Texas Oil League brought him together with one James Bath of Houston, who gave Bush Jr. $50,000 for a 5% stake in Bush's firm Arbusto, according to Wayne Madsen in his book In These Times. Now, Jim Bath was the sole U.S. business representative for Salim bin Laden, head of the wealthy Saudi Arabian family and brother to Osama. Arbusto emerged in 1986 as Harken Energy Corporation. Larry Klayman in Judicial Watch says that George Herbert Walker Bush works for the bin Laden family business in Saudi Arabia through the Carlyle Group. The idea of the president's father, he said, an ex-president himself doing business with a company under investigation by the FBI in the terror attacks of September 11th is horrible. And in the book by Dan Briddy, The Iron Triangle, you can read all about it, this incredible connection between these families. Al-Qaeda were financed by intelligence money, that's CIA money. They have worked for American, for Saudi, for Pakistani intelligence agencies, and they've worked with the Kosovo Liberation Army. They were heavily backed and funded during the Carter administration for use in Afghanistan. Bin Laden and family have stocks in Nortel and in Coke. They own major contractor firms. In 1976, Osama's elder brother Salim hired Jim Bath to deal with all his family's U.S. investments. Bath has CIA connections and was a lifelong friend of G.W. Bush. He rapidly made $50,000 investment in the younger Bush's first oil company, Arbusto, as we heard. Arbusto is a word that actually means little bush. And Arbusto went under and re-emerged as Harken Energy. Now, the former head of Pakistani intelligence was a go-between for the U.S. and bin Laden, channeling money to the latter. He was fired because he was too close to bin Laden, quote unquote. In September, he sent Muhammad Atta $100,000. On September 4th, he was not in Pakistan, but he was, guess where, in Langley Air Force Base, meeting with Richard Armitage of the State Department. Now, Richard Armitage is nothing less than a gangster who's been implicated severely as a major player in Iran-Contra, in the Golden Triangle scandals, openly been exposed. But worse, we hear that the head of the Pakistani intelligence network is in Langley Air Force Base with him after money has been sent to the terrorists. Amy Goodman, in her book Exception to the Ruler, says that Shafiq bin Laden, the brother of Osama, was present at the first ever meeting of the Carlyle Group in Manhattan. George W. Bush made his first $1 million 20 years ago from Arbusto Energy, a company partially financed by Osama bin Laden's older brother Salim. You're not dreaming. There's no fog on your glasses. You're reading this correctly. George Bush's biggest money, the first money he ever made, of significant standing, and I think in a president's life that's a pretty important event, wouldn't you say? Well, it came because of the financing and funding and favoritism of the bin Laden family. In the Wall Street Journal, September 27th, 2001, if the U.S. boosts defense spending in its quest to stop Osama bin Laden's alleged terrorist activities, there may be one unexpected beneficiary of that, Mr. bin Laden's family. Amy Goodman again, she says, after 9/11, Osama bin Laden was a household name across the globe. But 2 decades before the attacks, his name was familiar to a small group in Washington. The reason? Osama bin Laden was financed and trained by the United States. Now, this kind of thing is known to those who studied history. Whether it's the Shah of Iran, or Idi Amin, or some other potentate or tyrant, Pinochet, and the list goes on. In Mexico, in Colombia, we have Noriega, we have all sorts of dictators all over the world. It's a known fact that these individuals have been funded and armed by the British intelligence service and also from the White House. This is a known fact. This is just one. What we're canvassing here, we're focusing a lot on the latest in a long line of conspiracies. This is the most pertinent one. It's the one that seems to have captured the imaginations of the whole world. Everyone's tuned into this. But I'm a researcher in world conspiracy. To me, these events that we're talking about in this program are fascinating, but they are only one small drop in the bucket of this thing that's just gone on for generations and generations and generations. I'm glad in one way that it's happened because there could be a greater good to come out of this. Finally, people being educated and made aware of how this incredible game works. But let us not forget, this is just one example from history of this kind of machinations that have been going on all across the globe. Amy Goodman says the bin Laden family, a key Carlyle investor, stood to make millions of dollars from the war on terror, a war that has as its chief villain a member of its own family. She says Prince Bandar of Saudi Arabia is one of Bush's closest business associates and friends. His wife, Princess Haifa, gave charitable contributions, quote unquote, to 2 of the 9/11 hijackers. On September 13th, the FBI, under pressure from Prince Bandar, allowed 140 Saudis to leave the U.S. and return to their own country. Many of these vacators were members of the bin Laden family. Most of the hijackers came from Saudi Arabia. Bandar has no coherent comment about any of this. Now we ask, why did Saudi Arabia, the birthplace of nearly all the hijackers, get preferential treatment from the White House as the World Trade Center continues to burn? Oh yeah, a luxury jet can come in and sweep bin Laden's family and all these other Saudis, 140 of them, on a luxury jet out of the country, but we're standing there year after year after year getting strip searched. From Craig Unger's book, The House of Bush, House of Saud, we read that flight attendants remember Prince Ahmed bin Salim boarding a lavishly customized Boeing 727 in Lexington during the White House-sanctioned evacuation of Saudis that began just after 9/11. An al-Qaeda operative says that Ahmed served as an intermediary between al-Qaeda and the House of Saud. So an al-Qaeda operative, an insider, is telling you, oh yeah, you know, he's one of us, he's definitely involved. But that's okay. The FBI say, hey, you know, the buildings are burning, the world's in tumult, but let's get these guys, you know, back out to their country. Let's escort them. But everybody else, you know, can stay at home in chains of fear. Craig Unger says that Osama bin Laden was Saudi, of course, and he was not just any Saudi. The bin Ladens were one of a handful of extremely wealthy family that were so close to the House of Saud that they were effectively acted as extensions of the royal family. Over 5 decades, they had built their multi-billion-dollar construction empire thanks to their intimate friendship with the royal family in Saudi Arabia. He says that they banked with Citigroup and invested with Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch. They did business with such icons as Disney, the Hard Rock Cafe, Snapple, and Porsche. In the mid-90s, they joined various members of the House of Saud in becoming business associates with former Secretary of State James Baker and former President George Herbert Walker Bush by investing in the Carlyle Group. As Charles Freeman, the former ambassador to Saudi Arabia, said, if there ever were any company closely connected to the U.S. and its presence in Saudi Arabia, it's the Saudi bin Laden Group. And while all of this is happening, this debacle, we actually are not being told even of the Bush's connection to the Nazis in Germany. In Rick Wiles, in American Freedom News, he says, on October 20th, 1942, the federal government seized the Union Banking Corporation in New York City as a front operation for the Nazis. Prescott Bush was a director. Bush, E. Roland Harriman, 2 Bush's associates, and 3 Nazi executives owned the bank's shares. 8 days later, the Roosevelt administration seized 2 other corporations managed by Prescott Bush, the Holland American Trading Company and the Seamless Steel Equipment Corporation, both managed by the Bush-Harriman Bank, were accused by the U.S. federal government of being front organizations for Hitler's Third Reich. Again, on November 8th, in 1942, the federal government seized Nazi-controlled assets of the Silesian American Corporation, another Bush-Harriman company doing business with Hitler. Yes, folks, you are seeing correctly, you are reading correctly. This is documented, this is proof. You are not going to hear about it on any of the mainstream channels, granted, but it is a fact nevertheless. Just because it doesn't come from CNN doesn't mean it isn't true. Joel Bakan, in his fine book, The Corporation, says that IBM, this is another American mega company, of course, with many a secret society connection, IBM provided the Nazis with Hollerith tabulations, early ancestors of computers that used punch cards to do their calculations. Edwin Black, the author of IBM and the Holocaust, says that the head office in New York had a complete understanding of everything that was going on in the Third Reich. IBM technicians serviced the machines, IBM engineers trained the users, and IBM supplied punch cards for the machines, according to Black. Joel Bakan goes on to say, major American corporations reaping substantial profits by working for Adolf Hitler. Adam Opel, a German automobile maker owned and controlled by General Motors, which was at the time controlled by the DuPont family, was transformed in 1937 into an armaments concern. It manufactured trucks for the German army, including 3-ton Opel Blitz trucks, a crucial part of the Blitzkrieg attack on Poland, France, and the Soviet Union. A recent General Motors television commercial boasts of the role of GM trucks in building roads and bridges to support the Allied campaign during World War II. But of course, it neglects to mention that the company helped to build the trucks for the enemy's armies as well. H.S. Keenan, in his book The Federal Reserve Bank, says that immense sums belonging to our national depositors have been given to Germany on no collateral security whatsoever. Billions upon billions of our money has been pumped into Germany by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. So millions are pumped into Germany, the Nazi Party rise, they do their thing, money is sucked out of Germany. It happened in the First World War, it happens in the Second World War. Why? Because these are just means to ends. These people get up in the morning and go to work just like we would get up and play a game of Monopoly. Only this is world monopoly, and we better start understanding how it works. Now, in January 2001, the Bush administration ordered the FBI to back off investigating the bin Laden family. Now, of course, we can understand why that is at this point, including 2 of his relatives, Abdullah and Omar bin Laden, who were living, guess where, Falls Church, Virginia, right next door to the CIA headquarters. 199/1 was Bush's presidential decision directive, which threatened arrest to any intelligence agent who investigated bin Laden. In retaliation, the federal agents have filed lawsuits against Bush and his obstruction of their duties. That's a fact. You can check it out. Go to the FBI website, pick up some books, read about it. The FBI, these are well-meaning, hard-working members of the FBI who were thwarted in their attempts to bring these people to justice, were actually accused, prevented, and stymied, and have federal filed lawsuits against not only Bush but Clinton, who also started this process. He was the one preventing them first of all. Case in point, August 2001. Len Bracken from Shadow Government says, Moroccan-born undercover agent Hassan Dabao, who has infiltrated Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, is taken off his assignment that brought him close to bin Laden, and he was sent back to the United States. Larry Flint says that Greg Palast, in his book, The Best Democracy Money Can Buy, he quotes a top-level CIA operative as saying that as soon as Bush took over the White House, there was a major policy shift at the National Security Agency. Investigators were ordered to back off from any inquiries into Saudi Arabian financing of Islamic terror, especially insomuch as it touched on Saudi royals and their friends. Given that the Saudi royals and Osama's family are joined at the hip, this took the billionaire bin Laden off the investigators' radar. If this can be achieved by in the intelligence community, what chance of the press from being immune to such pressure? I mean, it goes without saying that if this kind of snubbing and this kind of prevention and this kinds of threats can be made on the intelligence community of the country, then where is the media going to stand to do the real thing, to get this information to us? So you can forget about it. You can totally forget about the mainstream media being a resource. Now, Alex Jones, in his DVD, 9/11, The Road to Tyranny, goes into great depth to delineate and expose Clinton and Bush. That's the source you need to go to find out about these preventions and these FBI lawsuits. Alex Jones pays a lot of attention to that particular aspect. And these prohibitions by Clinton and Bush against the legitimate investigations and prosecutions, well, it can be summed up by the alternative historian John Judge, who says, if you want to perpetrate the perfect crime, you must control the investigation. That's what it's all about. You prevent the investigation. You're the one who started it, but if you can control who's doing the research, if the criminals are the ones leading the investigation, then we don't have too much chance of getting justice or even getting the facts at all. Now the PBS Frontline program insisted, okay, so here's mainstream television, insisting to us that 19 Arab terrorists entered the US only at the time of the attacks. But this conclusion is simply not supported by the evidence, because Mohammed al-Shehi, Attar, Jarrah, Shabib and the others were living in Venice, Florida and in Charlotte County since June 2000 and were well known to the local residents and business owners there. What were they all doing living in an area with the second largest retired community in the country? Well, what they were doing there was they were enrolled in something called the Huffman Aviation Flight School, operated by a certain Rudy Deckers. They had been there since July 2000 and were among hundreds of foreign nationals from the Middle East training in the flight schools of Venice and Naples, Florida. Locals remember that this influx of foreigners occurred, and please note this, only since 2000. Now, Tom Adorna, the owner of Pelican Alley restaurant, witnessed Marwan al-Shehi and Mohammed Atta loudly arguing at one of his tables just a month prior to the attack. But neither he nor his wife were interviewed by the FBI or the police. Florida residents remember the alleged terrorists acting distinctly unlike fundamentalist Arabs. And this is a very, very important point to note. The locals there, many witnesses, say that they were dressed in expensive chic clothing. They wore expensive and flashy gold jewelry. Some of them, these Orthodox Arabs, were wearing crucifixes and crosses. They drank at local clubs to the point of inebriation. They frequented well-known strip joints, and they had perfect Western accents and manners, and all of them possessed multiple but full U.S. identifications. Yep, the good old Muslim fundamentalists. Abdullah bin Laden, younger brother, was a '94 graduate from Harvard Law School and had offices in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Says Craig Unger, some of the young, chic, sophisticated members of the family appeared more westernized than even Prince Bandar himself, who's well known as the Saudi Gatsby. Mohammed Atta had attended the International Officers School at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Oklahoma. His other associates had attended the Aerospace Medical School at Brooks Air Force Base in Texas and the Defense Language Institute at Monterey, California. They had access to all these places. 3 of the terrorists had the addresses on their driving licenses as the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida. Many of Atta's emails correspondences were with personnel of defense contract companies, like Virtual Prototype. Another of the alleged hijackers may have been trained in strategy and tactics at Air War College in Montgomery, Alabama, said another high-ranking Pentagon official. The 5th man may have received language instruction at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Both were former Saudi Air Force pilots who had come to the United States, according to one Pentagon source. So they have all this access to the top military installations and to all sorts of headquarters and colleges and flight schools and what have you. But of course, Frontline and the mainstream media telling us, no, these guys just appeared the day before. They just arrived, you know, and attacked the World Trade Center out of the blue. Now, Rudy Deckers is himself not a citizen of the United States. So we might then ask, why did the FAA allow him to open charter companies and run an airline as a complete breach of legality? He has a criminal record for sexual assault and is known to be a disreputable person by his competitors and associates. But he is also an associate of Barry Seals, Frank Moss, and Dietrich Reinhardt, all known Iran-Contra operatives. In 1999, Decker's business was failing badly. He even had to borrow money for gas to be flown somewhere by a friend. 1 year later, he had $1.7 million to buy his company and more to attempt to buy out all his competitors in the area. The Sarasota County Drug Enforcement Police were directly told to ignore the happenings at Decker's operation and to keep well away. If you're interested in this particular scenario, because again, this little piece of the puzzle is very vital. The expert on this is Daniel Hopsicker, who wrote the Mohammed Atta and the Venice Flying Circus, and also he wrote The CIA, the Mob, and America's Secret History. He produced the video, Barry and the Boys. He is the individual to go into all of this. And on my website, on the links page, not only Daniel Hopsicker, but Alex Jones, all the websites, all the resources, all the information you need to know is provided there for you. Now, Yaslam bin Laden, he's the brother of Osama, owns Abcon Air Charter, which offered also flight training by way of Decker School and others in the Venice area. David Icke has a very interesting question, that there is no evidence of any hijackers. American and United Airlines released partial passenger lists of the 4 hijacked planes, and not one contained any of the terrorists named by the FBI or even anyone with an Arabic name. If the hijackers were on those planes, then surely the check-in staff would remember them. And as these guys were supposed to have flown in business class and first class, they would have had their own check-in desks and attendants with far fewer passengers to deal with. There were very light passenger loads on all 4 planes anyway. Again, pick up David Icke's book, get into it, discover it, that there's a huge quandary here about how these hijackers were not even on these planes, which opens the door to other theories about how these planes might have been maneuvered. Now, Michael J. Springman says he's a Washington lawyer who worked for the U.S. State Department's Foreign Service for 20 years. He was 2 years as chief of visa section in the U.S. consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He said that I had not been protesting visa fraud. What I was protesting was an effort to bring recruits and Osama bin Laden to the U.S. for terrorist training by the CIA. Now, here's somebody who should know. This individual worked for the consulates over there. And he continued to report that the consulate was run by the CIA and that of the 20 officers working there, only 3 did not have ties to intelligence services. This man, J. Michael Springman, is literally confirming that he was on site where his organization, the Security Services of America, were operating to bring these individuals in, to give them their visas, to give them their money, to give them their passports, to bring them here to dupe, as a cover for an operation that was in the making. Richard Clarke, again, an insider, literally the terrorism czar. He wrote the book Against All Enemies. What does he say about his time at the White House, dealing with that scripted act that we talked about earlier? What does this, again, top-level insider, one of their own employees, have to say about the whole mess of it, the whole debacle? He sums it up by saying, well, I don't really miss it. You know, it's a great feeling when you get to stop banging your head against a wall. Now we're going to find, we find out in this series, in this program, what that wall is that so many of these well-meaning people are banging their head up against. Who pays for it? Who built it? Yes, the strange case of the missing investigation. $7 trillion spent on defense since 1950 in this country. $7 trillion. And there was no advanced warning from either the CIA or the FBI. No, the 2 PhDs earlier on can tell you. Vladimir Putin can tell you. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry from every foreign shore can let you know. But the security services with a $7 trillion budget can't manage it. 4,000 special agents are suddenly assigned. 3,000 support workers, 25% of the FBI employees are put into this investigation. We've got 400 FBI crime lab experts standing by. We've got 100,000 tip-offs being received and 200,000 leads being followed. And Robert Mueller finally turns around and says there is no legal proof to prove the identities of the suicidal hijackers. And Flight 77, another piece of this, a whole enigma in itself. Thousands of people live in Washington, D.C. No one saw a large passenger plane flying overhead. Tracker dogs finding no human remains. Debris could not even be found. The plane crashes into an uninhabited, heavily fortified sector of the Pentagon. So-called cleanup crews, made of the Pentagon staff, had material removed before the legitimate investigators arrive. On October 24th to 26th, the Pentagon was holding detailed drills, practicing for the likelihood of, guess what, an aircraft being crashed into their building. Note the dates. This is all brought out. The issue of the Pentagon is well gone into by Eric Hufschmid in his book Painful Questions. He also has a video, an analysis of the September 11th attack. Another decent work on the subject. Russ Kick from Village Voice Journalist says that the U.S., that's the United States, has the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the DIA, the National Reconnaissance Office, the Secret Service, and a host of other intelligence and security agencies. These agencies employ Echelon, which monitors the majority of electronic communication in the world. It has Carnivore, which intercepts email. It has Tempest, a technology that can read a computer's monitor display from over a block away. It has keyhole satellites that have a resolution of 4 inches and other spy technologies, probably most of which we don't even know about. In 2001, the US spent $30 billion on intelligence gathering and an additional $12 billion on counter-terrorism. With all these resources and more, we're supposed to believe that the government didn't have the slightest inkling that terrorists were planning to attack the United States, much less hijack planes and send them careering into major landmarks? In 1996 to 98, National Security Agency monitors hundreds of phone calls from Osama bin Laden and key associates to people in London, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Sudan via the Inmarsat communication satellite, which is hovering above the Indian Ocean. The agency knew the scope of the Al-Qaeda organization, the makeup of its top leadership, and many of their activities. Now, Richard Sale, who is the UPI International Terrorism correspondent, says that NSA has huge watch lists. Ben Vensky, the director of intelligence special project, says that bin Laden had tried to protect his communications with a full suite of tools, but the codes were broken. I thought the 9/11 attacks, David Icke says, were being planned by bin Laden for years. How did he do this without, it seems, mentioning it in any of the communications which were being monitored by the national security apparatus in the United States with an annual budget of more than $30 billion? Well, it's like General Wavell said, it's all a game, it's a conjuring act. We don't need to worry about details like that. Mohammed Haikal, in the Guardian newspaper, said that bin Laden does not have the capabilities for an operation of this magnitude. When I hear Bush talking about Al-Qaeda as if it were in Nazi Germany or the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, I laugh, because I know what is there. Bin Laden has been under surveillance for years. Every telephone call was monitored, and Al-Qaeda has been penetrated by US intelligence, Pakistani intelligence, Saudi intelligence, Egyptian intelligence. They could not have kept a secret operation that required such a degree of organization and sophistication. Stan Goff, the former US Special Forces Master Sergeant, this cartoon heavy, he says, they've turned bin Laden into makes no sense when you begin to appreciate the complexity and synchronicity of the attacks. As a former military person who's been involved in the development of countless operation orders over the years, I can tell you that this was a very sophisticated and costly enterprise that would have left what we call a huge signature. In other words, it would be very hard to effectively conceal. No, it isn't. It's not hard to conceal if the government is completely complicit in it. It's perfectly easy then. So what about other ways of managing it? What happens if there really were no terrorists on Flight 77 or even on any of the other flights? And is it logical to assume that there's other ways of doing it? Some researchers are proposing a remote control theory. Alan Statz says that controlling an aircraft from the ground is nothing new. David Icke, he says to remotely control any commercial airliner, all you need to do is get in control of the flight management system, computers, and override the ability of the pilots to have an input. Do that and you can fly a plane wherever you like, with a transponder in the cockpit unable to do anything about it. David Icke says that the public were not also told that it was the Bush government that had armed and funded the very army of Saddam Hussein that Father George had now sent US troops to fight. Much of the funding was channeled through a branch of Italy's Banca Nazionale del Lavoro in Atlanta. This little branch of the Italian government bank had loaned Iraq $5 billion, dispatched to Saddam Hussein after November 1989, when the Bush White House guaranteed bank loans to Iraq if they were used, guess what, for the purchase of US farm products. But Hussein spent the money on arms, including purchases from the Matrix Churchill Machine Tool Company in England. Although many US investigators warned Bush that this money would be used for arms, the loans were allowed to continue anyway. David Icke speaks of the Wackenhut Corporation. One of the networks of the Illuminati's private armies is called the Wackenhut Corporation, and investigative journalist John Connolly exposed that Wackenhut has been involved in the arming of Iraq before the Gulf War by transporting the means to produce the very chemical weapons that Father George Bush and company were saying posed a threat to the world. George Wackenhut, a former FBI operative, is a longtime friend of Father George Bush. In God we trust. This is what we keep hearing from the podium, but is there another meaning to this word? Ken Guggenheim, an Associated Press writer, says that Afghanistan has been the main source of illicit opium. 70% of global illicit opium production in 2000 and up to 90% of heroin in European drug markets originated from Afghanistan, stated the United Nations report. In the late 1990s, Afghanistan was the world leading producer of opium, the raw material for heroin. At its peak, it supplied more than 70% of the world market. Last year, the Taliban ordered the halt to opium cultivation, citing religious principles. International observers confirmed production had been almost wiped out in Taliban-held areas, with the little remaining opium being cultivated on land held by the opposition Northern Alliance. So the Taliban annihilate the poppy productions. 80% of the world's opium now comes from Afghanistan. By 1985 to 86, over 40% came from there. But it was controlled by the CIA. But during the reign of the Taliban, there was no heroin production. Now, Dale Scott, professor emeritus of Berkeley, declares that U.S. backing restored the Afghani heroin flow. The Taliban have been ousted, and global drug authority predict Afghanistan to return to record opium production. So that's right, we have interest in Afghanistan because the Taliban wipe out the heroin production. The poppy fields are all burned down because of religious principles. America, or Richard Armitage and coterie, and Bush and his drug-dealing clan suddenly get very, very anxious about it. They send American troops in there who haven't the faintest idea why they're being sent. Taliban have never even heard of before, although we have heard in this program that they're sitting in with top CIA officials at these various meetings all over the world. Oh, but now they suddenly become top of the terrorist list. They're removed, fake Taliban are put in, rival groups, and as we've learned just this week alone, the production of the poppies and the heroin is at full blast again. Charles R. Smith writes that the Bush administration has decided not to destroy the opium crop in Afghanistan. President Bush, who previously linked the Afghan drug trade directly to terrorism, has now decided not to destroy the Afghan opium crop. Charles Smith says that the war in Afghanistan will be decided within the next 6 weeks based on whether or not the poppy crops go to market, stated a U.S. intelligence official who recently returned from Afghanistan. The source, who requested that he not be identified, noted that the opium poppy fields are blooming and ready for harvest. U.S. forces could destroy the crops using aerial spraying techniques, but no such actions are planned. He says the CIA decision not to stop the Afghan opium production has been greeted silently by U.S. allies. According to the intelligence sources, both the UK and French governments have quietly given their approval to the American policy by not acting in accordance with the UN global ban on opium traffic. The CIA has been complicit in the global drug trade for years, so I guess they just want to carry on their favorite business, noted an Allied intelligence official who worked closely with US law enforcement. The sole reason why organized crime groups and terrorists have the power that they do is all because of the drug trafficking. Like the old saying, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, said the official. And the old question goes, how can there be a war against terrorism when war is terrorism? The U.S. have previously joined Israel in opposing the 1987 General Assembly resolution condemning international terrorism. We need to read that one again, it's so bizarre. The U.S. had previously joined Israel in opposing a 1987 General Assembly resolution condemning international terrorism. The International Criminal Court Charter was reluctantly signed by Clinton, but was later unsigned by Bush. In the mid-2003, says Amy Goodman, Bush strong-armed the United Nations Security Council to pass a resolution that would exempt U.S. officials and soldiers from being accountable in the same way as others throughout the world. In the book Against Civilization, we read the full horror of the picture. A single statement puts it into perspective for us. The combined military expenditures of all the world's governments in 1987 were so large that all of the social programs for the United Nations could be financed for 300 years. Now, $900+ billion is spent on military budgets a year worldwide, but 50% of that is spent by the U.S. The Pentagon spent $9,000 per second before the 9/11 attack. The percentage of U.S. military spending that would ensure the essentials of life to everyone in the world, according to the United Nations, is a mere 10% of that, like about $40 billion. The the amount of funding initially requested to fund our retaliatory attack on Afghanistan. On the subject of this outrageous sadism, Howard Zinn puts it this way. He says, "There is no flag large enough to cover the shame of killing innocent people." John Pilger, in his book Weapons of Mass Deception, Myths and Propaganda, he says, while Saddam Hussein's crimes against his own people are well known, those of the West in Iraq are generally suppressed. The suffering of ordinary Iraqi people is never mentioned by the Bush and Blair, and only rarely by the media. This is not surprising. Under a United Nations blockade that resembles a medieval siege, devised and controlled by the United States and Britain, Iraq is allowed to spend little more than £100, that's 100 English pounds per person, on sustaining the life of each of its citizens for 1 year. This is less than half the annual per capita income of Haiti, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. It is less than the amount that the United Nations spends on food for dogs used in Iraq demining operations. John Pilger says that the recent comprehensive investigation by an American academic, that's Professor Joy Gordon, has revealed that the United States has placed on hold more than $5 billion worth of humanitarian goods that should have gone to Iraq. All the goods were approved by the United Nations and financed for the sale of Iraqi oil. They include flour, medicine, medical equipment, milk production equipment, firefighting equipment, and water tankers. Over the last 3 years, wrote Professor Gordon, I have acquired many of the key official United Nations documents concerning the administration of Iraq sanctions. What they show is that the United States had fought aggressively throughout the last decade to purposefully minimize the humanitarian goods that enter the country, and it has done so in the face of enormous human suffering, including massive increases in child mortality and widespread epidemics. This is what we call the example of our force, rather than the force of our example. Or as a ex-National Guard member said, it's like the weak leading the strong. The troops are undermanned, says Mark Crispin Miller in his book Cruel and Unusual. They're undermanned as well as ill-equipped. So dire is the shortage of competence that the military has developed troops who are mentally unfit. The UPI reported in the spring of 2004. Such was at any rate the Pentagon's explanation for the startling incidence of pathological behavior amongst US soldiers, an inordinate number of suicides, that was 19 in 2003 alone, an untold number of attempted suicides, and hundreds of medical evacuations for psychiatric problems, a type of illness that accounts for 1 in 10 evacuees. The Pentagon might also have referred to the numerous sexual assaults on female troops by their male comrades in the Gulf theater. Such widespread symptoms of derangement indicated that the military screening methods were at fault. The Pentagon suggested in October of 2003. Certainly this sense of madness was not just infused into the war by crazy soldiers. First of all, the war itself has driven the soldiers crazy. Well, of course, George Bush was talking about no child left behind. Well, every recruiting officer is fulfilling that prophecy. Sure, we're not going to leave you behind. You can join up the army and let's go and get you over there and suit you up and take you out to murder fellow human beings. You'll get a budget for going to school then. All you got to do is sign here on the dotted line. And of course, we find out that not only is there insanity and debauchery and trauma amongst the American troops that go over there, but they're being vaccinated, just like they were in the original Gulf War. We have incredible cocktails of vaccinations being put into these fellows, and they come back and they're not able to really receive proper medical treatment for the service that they've done. Well, Henry Kissinger will tell you all about it. He says to Eagle Newsletter, military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. And Jonathan Whitney, in his book Crimes of Patriots, he says neither the director of the CIA nor the deputy director had in his career shown any reluctance to shed American or foreign blood in covert military operations. But of course, as Rush Limbaugh is only too happy to tell you, as he did at Los Angeles at the Claremont Institute dinner November 4th, 2004, he said that Bush was not in any sense a dislikable person. He was in fact the essence of decency and class. President James Madison maybe for his own purposes or whatever purposes, but still it's an interesting statement. He said, the means of defense against foreign danger historically have become the instruments of tyranny at home. He said, of all enemies to public liberty, war is perhaps the most to be dreaded because it comprises and develops the germ of every other. As the parent of armies, war encourages debt and taxes, the known instruments for bringing the many under the domination of the few. In war, too, the discretionary power of the executive is extended, and all the means of deducing the minds are added to those of subduing the force of the people. Now, Tim Pedmore of the 101st Airborne Division, after his stint in the Middle East, in Iraq, said, this looks like a modern-day crusade not to free an oppressed people or to rid the world of a demonic dictator relentless in his pursuit of conquest and domination, but a crusade to control another nation's natural resource. Oil seems to be the reason for our presence. And when it comes to oil, we have a very long history of involvement in world conflict. Here's John D. Rockefeller, the founder of Standard Oil of New York. Of course, the Standard Oil of New York is S-O-N-Y, Sony Corporation. Their logo there says the Red Crown. So there we have a royal symbol from England, the royal crown, on the standard of Standard Oil. And we have to understand that the word Red Crown also refers to the Rothschild dynasty, for whom the Rockefellers were really the agents. The Rockefeller agents and J.P. Morgan and many other magnates and millionaires in the American milieu actually were lackeys or minions or henchmen of the Rothschild dynasty, who were also depicted by the red crown. Rothschild actually means red shield. So we have to understand that Jacob Schiff and Paul Warburg and J.P. Morgan and so forth, these are overworld figures that can be read in the history of the United States, but behind them was a more sinister European dynastic interest. The symbol of the Rothschild dynasty was the red shield, yes, but they also went by a symbol that should be very familiar to most Americans. The Rothschilds came from Frankfurt. They rose in the 1700s. Over the door of the Rothschild house, of the first house that they came from, in Redstrasse in Frankfurt ghetto, was a red shield. But there also was an eagle with 5 arrows in its claws. 5 arrows is an occult number, but it also stood for the 5 sons of Amschel Rothschild, the 5 sons who would go on to head the world's banks, the greatest banks throughout the world. Well, this very same symbol now appears with 13 arrows on the American dollar bill. The Rothschilds used it, and they got it from the Hebrew tribe of Manasseh. So, a little historical anecdote here. If you want to do your homework, you will find that the symbol on the dollar bill with the Star of David above its head and the 13 arrows and the olive leaves from the Lebanon, go and do your homework and you will find out that this image, it comes from the old tribe of Manasseh, a Semitic tribe, one of the 12 tribes of the ancient world. And what's the Star of David, Camp David? We're hearing these aphorisms, these terms. And it also refers to the Rothschild banking cartel or dynasty from Europe. But from the other side, we have lies within lies. Donald Rumsfeld on November 14th, 2002 said, it has nothing to do with oil, literally nothing to do with oil. And Dick Cheney, we've not done any business in Iraq since the sanctions were imposed. I had a standing policy that I wouldn't do that. But John Dee in his book, Worse Than Watergate, says it was a lie. Not until after the campaign had ended did the Washington Post obtain records from the United Nations showing that Halliburton, that's Dick Cheney's organization, and its subsidiaries had sold more than $73 million in oil products, parts, and equipment to Iraq. Iraq has the world's second largest oil reserves and sits in a region with more than 2/3 of the global oil supply. And the very first task of invading US and British soldiers was to secure the Iraq oil ministry and key oil fields. Iraq was in flames, but the oil was protected. The US military spends tens of billions every year to ensure that it controls the worldwide flow of oil and to make sure that no country is able to use oil as a weapon against the United States. And here's the laundry list that we need to be aware of here. That George Walker Bush is the CEO of Harkin, and Harkin, of course, was Arbusto. But his father was the member of the Carlyle Group and also of Zapata Oil Company. And Zapata Oil Company, if you do your homework there, will be found out has connections to the British royal family and is a subsidiary of Dutch Royal Shell. We have Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States of America, but his daytime job, his real job, is CEO of Halliburton Oil and Brown and Root Company. We have Donald Evans, the Commerce Secretary. He was working for Colorado Oil. We have Gail Norton, Secretary of the Interior, but she was a former lawyer for Delta Petroleum. We have Frank Carlucci, the former Secretary of Defense. He is Managing Director for the Carlyle Group, an arms dealer. We have Kalmai Khalilzad, envoy to Afghanistan, who's now been put recently as the president of Afghanistan, the guy who's in charge of making sure that the opium flow goes on unabated. Well, who was he? He is an Unocal oil connection. He's trained and educated in the West, and he's very close to the Bushes, and his boss was none other than Condoleezza Rice, the security advisor. She is director of Chevron and an expert on Kazakhstan. She was promoted in 2004. There's your connections. There's your syndicate. There's your syndicate at work, your criminal conspiracy right there. Now, in February 2003, White House spokesman Ari Fleischer told the press about the new crusade. Okay, describing the new crusade on Iraq, he said that it was called Operation Iraqi Liberation. Is it just a synchronicity that the beginning letters is O-I-L? And we send our troops out there, and as the officer said, it's oil or glory. You're protecting the oil. Everything else can burn, everything else can topple, human beings can die, children can be mutilated and starve to death. But the oil flow, that's the most important thing to take care of. Amy Goodman, in her book Exceptions to the Ruler, says 24 U.S. corporations helped build its pre-Gulf War weapons programs and rockets. The list includes Bechtel, DuPont, Eastman Kodak, Hewlett-Packard, Honeywell, International Computer Systems, Rockwell, Sperry Corporation, Unisys. The Reagan and Bush administration also authorized sales of deadly chemicals and biological agents to Iraq, including anthrax and bubonic plague. Unocal Corporation has long desired to build a massive pipeline over the 1,500 miles for the oil from Afghanistan to the Arabian Sea. China is to be one of the recipients as it has an oil crisis. In 1999, the pipeline was put on hold. And then Henry Kissinger was hired to be the Unocal official spokesman. Then the Chinese oil firm, National Offshore Oil Company, also hired Kissinger to be their advisor. China is desperate for foreign oil. But on the 13th of September, China is admitted to the World Trade Organization. That's right. We hardly have time to breathe, right? We have hardly time to breathe when one of the biggest potential oil purchasers, China, who has been denied access to the World Trade Organization for a long, long time, suddenly is brought on board in hardly a blink of the eye. And strangely, Afghanistan has never been added to the list of countries sponsoring terrorism, but now suddenly it is found to be the home of the largest and best equipped terrorist organization in the world. Hamid Karzai was installed as the new Prime Minister of Afghanistan on December 22nd, 2001. He was former consultant to Unocal. Gore Vidal in Dreaming War says the conquest of Afghanistan had nothing to do with Osama bin Laden. He was simply a pretext for replacing the Taliban with a relatively stable government that would allow Union Oil of California to lay its pipeline for the profit of, among others, the Cheney-Bush junta. And we look at the dates again. As I said, September 13th, China is admitted to the World Trade Organization. October 10th, the Unocal pipeline gets the go-ahead. What? October 10th, the Unocal pipeline gets that go-ahead, which has been delayed and delayed and delayed. Suddenly, September 11th, precipitates what? China being brought on board. They're desperate for oil. They've got nothing but money to give for it. And suddenly this pipeline is in process to be built. And what's more, the pipeline is to stretch from Afghanistan to the Persian Gulf over 1,500 miles. It will be built by the Halliburton Group, whose CEO is none other than Vice President of America, Dick Cheney. And in his own words, he says, principle is okay up to a point, but principle doesn't do any good if you lose. What a philosopher. We now find that Halliburton is the sole contractor in Iraq in charge of importing gas, and it has already been found to wildly be inflating its gas prices. We find that the Carlyle Group, which once was the 5th largest weapons manufacturer, but after this Iraqi invasion, they have become the largest. David Icke says that in 1995, Cheney became chairman and chief executive of Texas-based Halliburton Oil. This was founded in 1919 and owes a highly significant subsidiary called Brown and Root. While Cheney was defense secretary, and before and afterwards, Brown and Root has been awarded hundreds of millions of dollars worth of construction contracts in war zones like Bosnia, Somalia, and Haiti, after they have been devastated by U.S. bombing and manipulation. Halliburton and Brown and Root have long used political patronage and funding to expand business profits. Thanks to President Johnson, they made billions on government contracts, including those relating to the Vietnam War after Johnson reversed the politics of the assassinated John F. Kennedy and plunged America deeper into conflict. During Vietnam, Johnson gave his personal funders contracts for airports, pipelines, and military bases. Now Halliburton, at Cheney's say-so, bought and merged with Dresser Industries in an $8 billion deal in 1998 to create the biggest oil drilling services company in the world. George Bush, his grandfather, Prescott Bush, was on board of Dresser Industries for 22 years in his capacity as partner of Brown Brothers Harriman, the funders of Hitler, which owned Dresser. So there's your connections even going back before this era, before this period, a couple of generations back, the same companies, the same coterie, the same business associates and double dealing going on. Jeffrey Steinberg, in his book The Return of the Beasts, says that a recent Nightline broadcast labeled Dick Cheney as the most powerful vice president in American history. He lords it over a vice presidential staff of over 60 full-time intelligence and national security aides, a team larger than the NSC of President John F. Kennedy, and overwhelmingly dominated by neocon ideologues and far-right Israel lobbyists. Cheney, in effect, is the behind-the-scenes power inside the Bush administration, the godfather of the neoconservative cabal that grabbed power in the immediate aftermath of September 11th attacks. Tom Brokaw, March 19th, 2003, has the gall to say, to let us know basically what the agenda is. He says one of the key aims of this campaign is to avoid damaging the Iraqi infrastructure. After all, in a few days we're going to own this country. Oh, so that's what it's about, owning the country. Oh, wait, I was thinking it was about building democracy and saving the people. Guess not. Chris Hedges, a veteran war correspondent in the New York Times, says that retired officers, breathless reporters, somber news anchors can barely hold back their excitement, which is perverse and frankly disgusting. We are folding in on ourselves, losing touch with the outside world, shredding our own humanity and turning war into entertainment and a way to empower ourselves as a nation. Now, 2 of the major nuclear weapons manufacturers own 2 of the major networks. CBS is owned by Westinghouse and NBC by General Electric. So what would you expect? Regarding Clear Channel, Amy Goodman says its co-chairman, Tom Hicks, bought the Texas Rangers from George W. Bush in 1998, a deal that made Bush into a multimillionaire. Colin Powell's son, Michael K. Powell, is the chairman of the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, one of the chief regulators of the U.S. media. Amy Goodman says in 2003, he tried to hand over the airwaves and newspapers to fewer and fewer tycoons by further loosening restrictions on how many media outlets a single company could own. And this is the same moral paragon, Colin Powell, that when asked about the Iraqi casualty list, he said, "It's not a number I'm terribly interested in." Now, Amy Goodman, in her book Exception to the Rulers, says that during his 5 years as CEO, Halliburton got $2.3 billion in contracts compared with $1.2 billion in the 5 years before he took over. Halliburton's whopping tally more than $5 billion in contracts from the U.S. government during the war in Iraq as of January 2004. But this is a 91% increase. Halliburton, she says, stands to make hundreds of millions of dollars in a no-bid contract with United States Army Corps of Engineers to rehabilitate Iraqi's oil wells. In March 2003, Halliburton was awarded a no-bid contract to put out fires at Iraqi oil wells. Its contract value, $7 billion. And Cheney, his year 2000 income from Halliburton was over $36 million. His amount of Halliburton stock, $433,000. The retirement package, not including stock, is $20 million worth. Increase in government contracts, 91%. Accounting irregularity, with Cheney as the CEO, was a whopping $234 million. The amount of energy plan documents he refused to give over to congressional investigators was 13,500 pages. The amount energy sector gave Republican candidates in 2000 was $50 million. And the number of energy corporations helping his energy task force shape national policy was 30. 30 Energy Corps. John F. Hyland, the New York City mayor in 1922, wrote, "The great menace of our republic is this invisible government, which like a giant octopus sprawls its slimy length over city, state, and nation. Like the octopus of real life, it operates under a cover of self-created screen. At the head of this octopus are the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests and a small group of powerful banking houses, generally referred to as the international bankers. The little coterie of powerful international bankers virtually run the United States government for their own selfish purposes. They practically control both political parties." Dr. Johannes Koppel was the official for the German military of defense and worked at NATO in the 1970s as an advisor to the former NATO Secretary General Manfred Werner. He met many of the Illuminati's main players, people like Zbigniew Brzezinski, founder of the Trilateral Commission, with David Rockefeller. Koppel says, "In 1983 and 1984, I warned of a takeover of world governments being orchestrated by these people. There was an obvious plan to subvert true democracies, and selected leaders were not being chosen based on character, but upon their loyalty to an economic system run by the elites and dedicated to preserving their power. All we have now are pseudo-democracies." He goes on to say, "The interests behind the Bush administration, such as the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, founded by Brzezinski for David Rockefeller, and the Bilderberger Group, have prepared for and are now moving to implement open world dictatorship within the next 5 years." And who is this Zbigniew Brzezinski, the director of the Trilateral Commission? He was the policy advisor to Kennedy and to Johnson, to Humphrey and to Carter and even Reagan. Carter promoted him to National Security Advisor. In 1997, Brzezinski wrote a book called The Grand Chessboard, American Primacy and Its Geostrategic Objectives. Now, Brzezinski was a counselor. He was the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the professor of American Foreign Policy at Johns Hopkins University, National Security Advisor to President Jimmy Carter, 1977 to 81, trustee and founder of the Trilateral Commission, international advisor of several major U.S. global corporations, associate of Henry Kissinger under Ronald Reagan, member of the National Security Council Defense Department Commission on Integrated Long-Term Strategy under Ronald Reagan, member of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, Board of Directors, the Council on Foreign Relations, co-chairman of the Bush National Security Advisory Task Force. Brzezinski is also part attendee and presenter at several conferences of the Bilderberger Group, which is a non-partisan affiliation of the wealthiest and most powerful families and corporations on the planet. This is just one individual, one figure who is what we refer to as an underworld personality. The shady advisors to various presidents, those who work from behind the scenes. Yes, we all know about the Bushes and the Cheneys and the Carters and the Reagans and what have you. They're in our face every day. But you see, these are the individuals who are playing the game of charades. They're like the left hand. We're watching what the left hand is doing, but not what the right hand is doing. Now, what is geostrategy? It's really when national tyranny becomes global tyranny. It's imperialism. It's grab what isn't yours. Now, geostrategical theory was propounded assiduously and probably originally by the arch-Nazi professor Karl Haushofer. We already saw a lot of the Nazi connections with the Bush dynasty. But Karl Haushofer was the teacher of Rudolf Hess, and Hess was the one who introduced Karl Haushofer, one of the thinkers behind the Nazi Party, to Adolf Hitler. Haushofer is a very important guru to people like Brzezinski. Now, Brzezinski speaks openly of America's global supremacy and warned against the rise of any Eurasian countries against the supremacy of U.S. Now, this is a book coming out of the late 90s, right in the middle of all of this conflict to be. Eurasia accounts for over 3/4 of the raw products for energy. Brzezinski speaks of Africa's subordination. He calls for the formulation of specific U.S. policies which would offset, co-opt, or control the policies and governments of other nations. But he goes on to use terminology of the ancient oligarchies. He writes, "The three grand imperatives of imperial geostrategy are to prevent collusion and maintain security dependence among the vassals, to keep tributaries pliant and protected, and to keep the barbarians from coming together." 4 years ago, he stated that America would have a major conflict in the stands. He even includes precise maps of the Asian Balkans. More important as a potential economic prize, he says, an enormous concentration of natural gas and oil reserves is located in the region, in addition to important minerals, including gold. The Central Asian region and the Caspian Sea basin are known to contain reserves of natural gas and oil that dwarf those of Kuwait, the Gulf of Mexico, and the North Sea, he writes. Once pipelines to the areas have been developed, Turkmenistan's truly vast natural gas reserves augur a prosperous future. Without sustained and directed American involvement, before long the forces of global disorder could come to dominate the world scene. So, co-opt, offset, control, prosperous future with the resources from other natural states. The one thing we're missing here is questions of their national sovereignty and democracy. He's referring to these groups in medieval language, in the language of feudal England. And no word of these individuals being sovereign nations. Brian Whitaker in The Guardian newspaper says, "For centuries, pillage by invading armies was a normal part of warfare. Nowadays, at least in more civilized countries, we do not let armies rampage for booty. We leave the pillaging to men in suits, and we don't call it pillaging anymore. We call it economic development." Now, Brzezinski's little book there, The Grand Chessboard, is a very interesting book. Even to just read the introduction, the preface, is mind-blowing to read. These are just a few examples we've been showing. But one of the passages in the book is not only interesting, but quite alarming and very revealing in the context that we've been presenting in this program. Brzezinski writes in The Grand Chessboard, "Moreover, as America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues, except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct and external threat." So here we are back again to that old pages in history part where we've got these individuals literally sticking to the old system, sticking to the old strategy. You precipitate an event. You bring that into being because only through that chaos, only through that tribulation, only through that orchestrated chaos can you create the right culture, the right atmosphere, the right climate for your real goal. Your goal of to sequester and own the resources of other countries, to violate their sovereignty. Now, Anthony J. Hilder of Radio Free World, who recently made the video 9/11, the greatest lie ever sold, and there's an interview with me on that video. We're very happy to be part of that interview. of that DVD, he says that the men who committed this atrocity in New York on September 11, 2001, mass murdered more people than the combined killings of every serial killer in the 228-year history of the United States. I've said before on other programs in this series and in other talks and in my writings that it's very important to understand that the subject of history, the subject of how history has been manipulated, is absolutely fascinating. I've spoke that there's an occult history, not just of my country, Ireland, that introduced me to a lot of this, but an occult history of Africa. There's certainly an occult history of Germany and of Russia, and there's an occult history of America. And once we understand this, it will make a lot of sense of what's happening on the world stage, which, you know, we're only privy to what happens on the world stage, but we're not so privy to what happens behind the scenes. Once we understand that there's an occult history operating and understand how that game is played, we'll be more empowered. It'll make more sense to us what happens before our eyes. Now, Arthur S. Miller, the George Washington University law professor, speaking of these movements behind the veil of government, he says, those who formally rule take their signals and commands not from the electorate as a body, but from a small group of men plus a few women. This group will be called the establishment. It exists even though the existence is stoutly denied. It is one of the secrets of the American social order. A second secret is the fact that the existence of the establishment, the ruling class, is not supposed to be discussed. One of the most powerful secret societies in operation in the world came out of Bavaria, Germany, in the 1700s. At least in the 1700s, it officially became known. It officially let the world know of its existence. However, researchers into these subjects know that these organizations are many thousands of years old. And if anybody's familiar with my work on Atlantis or has read my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, you'll realize and know just how old these organizations are, how far back in history they actually do go. And the most powerful of the secret societies, this one that came out of Germany, or Bavaria, was called the Illuminati. Its creator was the man on the left, Adam Weishaupt. After he died, the mantle, the control of this secret society passed to the Italian revolutionary and writer Giuseppe Mazzini, who then passed that on to Albert Pike, the American man whose picture's on the right, Albert Pike. Albert Pike is also responsible for bringing the Scottish Rite system of Freemasonry to America. And these characters are very, very important to learn about. You won't see their pictures in most history books. You certainly won't hear them mentioned in history classes, and yet these individuals have changed the course of history and certainly manipulated the course of history and manipulated the course of governments, probably more than any other individuals known to man. And it's a crying shame that these individuals, we know almost nothing. We actually know nothing about them. Now, the Illuminati was officially founded on May 1st, 1776, which is just interesting as a synchronicity that's very close to America's official birthday, July 4th, 1776. And May 1st is also a very important day in secret society history. Now, the Declaration of Independence was signed by 56 men, but over 50 of those were Masons, some of them Grand Masters. Their original meeting place was the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston, which Daniel Webster said was literally the headquarters of the American Revolution. The Masons, the Freemasons, their existence is no secret, but their initiations, their ceremonies, and their purpose are very closely guarded secrets. So when we talk about these organizations being secret societies, that's what we mean. We may know of their existence, that much, but it's a very different thing to know exactly what they stand for. And of course, they're not going to tell you openly. One has to research it very thoroughly in order to know. But they often let you know in various other ways, again, using the symbolic methodology that we talked about a little earlier, the idea of symbolic communication through ciphers and emblems and symbols, through symbolism. If you take the $1 bill, you will find that the symbol on the dollar bill of the pyramid of 13 layers with the Latin term Novus Ordo Seclorum, which means New World Order, that is the symbol that was on the leather-bound documents of the Bavarian Illuminati in Germany, created by Adam Weishaupt. So the logo of one of the most powerful secret societies in the world is the 13-level pyramid with the detached eye at the top, with light emanating from it, and the New World Order, a statement in 13 letters underneath it. And now we find, after the period of July 4, 1776, that the same symbol appears on the American $1 bill. A secret society symbol with an Egyptian pyramid. Now if you take this pyramid and you construct around it a six-pointed star, that's the hexagram or Star of David, which is easy to do because the pyramid itself kind of makes one of the triangles, the upward pointing triangle. If you take a ruler and do that, you'll find that at the points of the vertices, at the apexes of the 6 points, well, at 5 of them, letters are spelled out, meaning the apex points to certain letters, and those letters make the term Mason, M-A-S-O-N. And that's what Freemasons are. They're builders, constructors, Freemasons, builders of the pyramid, builders of the cities, builders of the great citadels and temples of the world. But one may ask, what has this got to do with American politics? Now, the pyramid with the eye at the top is also used by the British Secret Service, MI5. Now, many of the great industrialists, religious leaders, politicians, and even some of the most powerful politicians, some of the presidents, were members of these secret societies, Rosicrucians, Knights of Columbus, Knights Templar, Illuminati, Freemasons, and so on. Here's George Washington in his Freemasonic attire, standing on the checkerboard with a Masonic G above his head. Dr. James W. Wardner, in his book on Holy Alliances, says that our first president was a Mason, sworn into office by the Grand Master of New York on a Bible taken from a Masonic altar, that of St. John's Lodge No. 1. The Bible used in the ceremony was brought there by General Morton, Marshal of the Day from St. John's Lodge, of which he was worshipful master. Thus was laid the cornerstone of our country and forever of our government. This same Bible used for Washington's inauguration was used to swear in Masonic presidents Warren Harding in 1921 and Dwight Eisenhower in 1953. And more recently, George Bush asked to be sworn on a Masonic Bible and on a stack of 3 Bibles. The number 3 is a Masonic number. If you watch the program we've done in this series, The Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism, you will know how important the number 3 is to these secret societies. We'll go into that in detail in that particular program. So what we're hearing here is that these individuals, these presidents, the people at the helm of the ship of state, have allegiances. But unfortunately, these allegiances come before, are more important than their allegiances to the people. And once this is fully understood and researched, don't take my word for this, research it, find out, because it impacts your daily life. If an individual is making a promise, but they have got their fingers crossed behind their back, how good to you is that promise? We'll magnify that to the state level. If individuals have allegiances to secret societies behind our back that we don't know anything about, how good, how real are there other promises to us in the public domain? It's a very legitimate question and it requires answering. Here's a bust of George Washington, and on the plinth beneath it, we see it says George Washington, Freemason and First President. Then we have the Masonic G and compass and rule underneath. Now one would take exception to this, as I take exception to this. Read it again. George Washington, Freemason and First President. Now this is utter contempt, but it is a statement of a fact. Nobody is trying to conceal anything from you here. The Freemasons are telling you Freemasonry comes first. President, oh, that's second. Not only that, but we find that one Mason is sworn to allegiance to another Mason. In the Duncan's Ritual, these are books you can pick up on the subject which show you the rites and rituals of Freemasonry. We read that one of the oaths that they swear is, I will aid and assist a companion Royal Archmason when engaged in any difficulty and espouse his cause, whether it be right or wrong. A companion Royal Archmason's secrets shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own. Murder and treason not accepted. Now, all organizations, all churches, all countries, and even certain people, like the royal families of England or the Pope, they all have symbols to identify themselves with. Criminal syndicates are no different. Football teams are no different. And political organizations and secret societies are also no different. We have to pay attention to the symbols. Those are the symbols that they're giving us, so that we might understand who they really are. Now, the symbol for international fascism, that's the political system known as fascism, is a Roman symbol, or it comes from Rome and from the ancient periods. It's a bundle of rods with a hatchet in the middle of it, and the axe head, or the blade, sticks out from the bundle of rods. This is literally known as the fasce or the fasces, and it is where the term fascism comes from. However, it is the same symbol that we find on the back wall of the United States Congress room. And one would ask a question, of all the thousands of symbols that you could use to represent your government, we've already seen that the eagle is suspicious. It's connected to huge banking dynasties and tyrannies of Europe, specifically the Rothschilds. And we find that the pyramid on the dollar bill is a patent symbol of the powerful Illuminati. And now we find on the Congress room, we've got literally the symbol for international fascism that was used by Mussolini, has been used by the Roman Caesars. It's a very ancient symbol of all the thousands of symbols that could be used. So is somebody telling us something here? Are we really under a democracy? The Freemasonic monopoly of government positions continued for at least the first 100 years of United States history. According to a 1924 census, even in that year, the Senate had a membership which was 60% Freemason. Earlier we looked at the occult roots of the Nazis. But what we have to understand with the Nazis is that they openly proclaimed themselves to be a secret society. Himmler and Goebbels and even Alfred Rosenberg, always spoke publicly about them being a black lodge, a secret society, a black lodge. They also refer to themselves as the Order of the Black Sun. The official historians now generally accept that occult orders, some very ancient and some new, were operating behind the Nazi Party and other political parties in Germany. Okay, so this is official accepted fact now. The same historians seem conspicuously reluctant, however, to transpose these facts to the British and American political milieu, even when ample evidence exists to prove it, and when many of the elites of the European occult orders, plus industrialists, publishers, and scholars, were related to international aristocratic families and dynasties. One of the most powerful secret societies, which is still in existence today, is called Thule, or Ultima Thule, the Thule Society. It first made an appearance in Germany, but it is not only a German. We have to understand about these societies, like the Illuminati, is not to confuse them perhaps from the place where they became public. These are worldwide organizations. So Thule, or Thule Society, was founded in 1912 by Rudolf von Bottendorf, a major Freemason and expert in Islamic and Oriental mysticism. In 1918, Thule member Karl Harrier forms the Workers' Political Circle. This is a group called the Workers' Political Circle, and in 1919 renames it to the German Workers' Party. That was later headed by Adolf Hitler, who took over from mystic Dietrich Eckart, and it became the Nazi Party. The word Thule means northerly place or homeland and referred to Atlantis. So even though we don't have time to go into it in this program, that last comment there shows you that secret societies have their ancestry not just in historical eras, but all the way back, many, many millennia back, past the official dates of history. In my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation, and in the program in this series, we go very deeply into that and show the exact connections of these modern political leviathans and secret societies and their real masters and their real agenda. We may be playing out their agenda in our modern time, but it is not an agenda of modern times. Now, one of the most important of all Nazi ideologists was Horst Lanz von Liebenfels, an ex-Cistercian monk, who published the magazine Ostara. After being expelled from his monastery, he formed his own order, but he called it the New Templars. Adolf Hitler and other Nazis collected and read Ostara and thought of Lanz as a veritable guru. On the left, you'll see an old front cover, the frontispiece of one of Horst Lanz's magazines, and there clearly you can see the Knights Templar. Knights Templar are a secret society. In an American context again, when the tomb of the Yale University Skull and Bones secret fraternity was raided by Christian students, the decor was almost purely Nazi in nature. They found Maltese crosses, swastikas, and so on. And the number 322, that is the symbol or number of the Skull and Bones Society, is actually the German lodge number of this fraternity. It is controlled by the German secret societies such as the Illuminati, the OTO, that's Ordo Templi Orientis, and the Thule Society. Please understand two things also. These organizations have a habit of having a front aspect. They have an outer lodge, which you can study and you can research, but realize that that outer front, that outer lodge, is often not the inner lodge. These secret societies will have two circles or more, enclaves. They're also based on the pyramidical structure. So don't confuse, what you see on the street level to be the main edifice. And the other thing to bear in mind is also that we're not talking here about street level Freemasonry. I am not implicating that there's anything wrong with Freemasonry as an organization, nor am I saying that ordinary individuals who join Freemasonry, well-meaning professional individuals who want to help serve their community. There's also an aspect of that in Freemasonry. And originally, Freemasonry, there's nothing negative in it at all. These, as we'll see, these organizations have been taken over by subversive groups. And the Freemason individuals that I'm talking about are not the common or garden gent who joins to join some drinking man's club who hasn't the faintest idea of any of the esoteric or historical aspect of this. The people that I'm referring to are bloodline Freemasons, people whose families go way back and whose feet have never touched the ground. These are people who created these organizations, not just people who join from the street level. And as David Oveson, in his absolute masterpiece, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, and more recently Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval in their book Talisman show and depict and make reference to, Freemasons were very, very much involved in the design of cities. Now again, in the other show in this series, Atlantis Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, we pay a lot of attention to that. We go into that in great detail, why that would be. But the fact for now remains that the Freemasons were very involved in the layout and geometry of not only Paris and London and Cologne and even Moscow, but certainly of cities in America like Philadelphia and specifically Washington, D.C. In fact, in Washington, D.C., David Oveson discovered that there are 23 complete zodiacs secreted into the architecture there and over 1,000 zodiacal and planetary symbols. It's a well-known fact to those who've studied this subject that many Capitol buildings and world banks and military establishments and churches and cathedrals and whatnot are aligned with compass points on the horizon and with constellations and various other celestial events. Talking of the occult connection, the Pentagon itself, this remarkable five-shaped pentagonal structure, was actually built, created, designed by John Whiteside Parsons. And he was a high priest in a very ancient secret society called OTO, or Ordo Templi Orientis, coming out of Germany. And he was a close friend of L. Ron Hubbard, who really is the founder of Scientology, which is yet another secret society to all intents and purposes, or more, let's say, a front for very powerful secret societies operating in the Western world today. John Whiteside Parsons, you can look him up, a fascinating character, another one of these elusive but very unusual characters. Why would an occultist be involved in the design of the Pentagon? Well, occultists were involved in the entire layout and geometry of Washington, D.C. The Pentagon is nothing but an occult symbol. You put the arms back onto a pentagon and you have a pentagram, which is used in magic. The northern point of the Pentagon faces the star Thuban, an ancient star in Egypt that represented war. Well, isn't the Pentagon the place of war? The Pentagon the place of warfare and military strategy? Graham Hancock and Bauval, in their book Talisman, talk about this enigma. They say that for reasons and motives not yet too clear, the ceremonies, festivities, and city monuments associated with the sister American and French revolutions display Masonic ideas and imagery and are heavily tinged with Egyptian connotations and symbols. So these people in their fine books are decoding this, they're discovering it. We're moving along. We're understanding how some of these secret societies mysteriously apply. But as Boval and Hancock are saying here, and as also David Oveson says in his book, they know what's going on, but they really don't know why. In my work, specifically in my book and in this series, we advocate why. The why is very important. It's great to know what's going on, but the why, which has befuddled so many thinkers and so many researchers for such a long time, it is time now to really grasp that and fundamentally come to grips with the why of all of this. Oveson points out something absolutely remarkable. He says that in Egypt, of course, Egyptians use hieroglyphics when they wanted to write. Well, the star Sirius, which is a very, very important star in the inauguration and the founding of the city of Washington, D.C., and he proves it's also a very important star in the history of America, the founding of America, and so on. But in Egypt, if you wanted to draw the symbol for the star Sirius, you use three symbols. And there they are. It was a little oval, an obelisk, and a five-pointed star. And lo and behold, is that not what we find in concrete in Washington, D.C., from the air? That's what you see. A pentagon, which is the pentagram. That's the U.S. Pentagon. An obelisk, or the Washington Monument, and an oval office. An oval. So from the air, looking down, the whole of Washington, D.C. is nothing but a hieroglyphic in stone for the star Sirius in Egyptian. We got Egyptian obelisks. We got Egyptian pyramids. Well, we know we have it, but why do we have it? Now, Edward Bernays, in his book Propaganda, says the conscious and intelligent manipulation of organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in a democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power in our country. A relatively small number of persons. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind and who harness wild social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. Now, as we saw quoted earlier, and this was a quote that I said basically summarized the entire program here from John Dean. He said, history has shown that what our government does to others today, it will do to Americans tomorrow. Yes, we have a Patriot Act, we have the evisceration of the Constitution and other legal protections that we have. Theodore Roosevelt says that patriotism means to stand by the country. It does not mean to stand by the president. But now we have the other contingent saying something completely different. Bill Clinton says there's nothing patriotic about pretending that you can love your country but despise your government. Oh no? Larry Flint, in his book Sex, Lies and Politics, referring to the Patriot Act, says, though the Patriot Act that he put together and shoved through Congress, Ashcroft has trashed the Fourth Amendment protections from unlawful search and seizure, and the Sixth Amendment right to open jury, and our First Amendment right to free speech. In Gore Vidal's Dreaming War, he says the 342 pages of the United States Patriot Act were plainly prepared before 9/11. Now please note that, that's of singular importance also. The Patriot Act was conceived and written and already ready and waiting prior to the attack on the World Trade Center. Gore Vidal in Imperial America says, under Section 501 of Patriot Act 2, the government is free to disappear you if any terrorist's intention might be inferred from your conduct, even if you break no laws. In other words, you could be legally abducted from your home or from the street and forced before a secret military tribunal without any prior notice and with no words to your family or your lawyer or the press. Any violation of the law, whether federal or state, could earn you the status of an enemy combatant, which could permit the government to annul your citizenship. Well, those who study constitutional law know that we don't even have any citizenship anyway. That thing is a farce because of the default monetarily, economically of America. We're going to look at that a little bit later. Gore Vidal says, as of 2000, the USA Today reports on its front page that 6.6 million adults, that's 3% of the adult population, are in prison or correction. No other society has ever done so deadly a thing to its people and on such a scale. Anthony J. Hilder, who interviewed me and made the 9/11 the greatest lie ever sold. We worked together on this fine project. He puts it in such succinct language. He says, kill, control, or incarcerate. That's the program. And they're going to get their way if you give in. 9/11, that's just the beginning. Can they do it? Well, they can with your help. All you have to do is nothing. Now we have Information Awareness Office to pry into every aspect of your life. Again, draw your attention to the symbolism. The symbolism is very important. The Illuminati pyramid overlooking the world. The all-seeing eye. It's an Orwellian nightmare coming to life. Here on the front of the TV guide, we have subliminal messages. The all-seeing eye. In 2012, another program in this series, we talked about the fact that the Maya were predicting that there's going to be some incredible event taking place at the end date of 2012. They kind of say that, positively speaking, man could possibly by that time have ended the evil and be living in harmony. And I pointed out that although that's a lovely theory and wonderful to hear, the question, the problem of social harmony and social order and social control is unfortunately been on the minds of some of the most evil men and women in the world. Only thing is, their methodology, their operating manual of how to achieve that is not one that involves any kind of spiritual or legally positive means. On the contrary, to arrive at their new world order of total control, they are thinking in the terms of barcodes, passwords, implants, unlimited searches of your property. They think in terms of Star Wars, of secure borders, of racial profiling, of xenophobia, and all sorts of other projects to invade your sovereignty and to invade your space and to get society to be schizogenic. Those who have sat down and tried to work out how to get society to that schizogenic, pathological place are individuals like Major John Rawling Rees of the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations in England. And he is happy to tell you that the patient must remain unaware of the specific intentions and purposes of the doctor administrating the treatment. Building a society in which it is possible for any member of any social group to be treated without resort to legal means, and even if they do not desire such treatment. Larry Flint, in his book Sex, Lies, and Politics, says that every purchase you make with a credit card, every magazine subscription you buy and medical prescription you fill, every website you visit, an email you send or receive, every academic grade you receive, every bank deposit you make, every trip you book, and every event you attend go onto what the Defense Department describes as a virtual, centralized, grand database, which Ashcroft calls a total information awareness. What Flint does not tell you is that, of course, you're voting for this. You are being seduced into using your political power to have these evil arcs take away your rights and your power. 2 million telephone conversations a year are intercepted by law enforcement already. But between 1990 and 1996, the number of workers under electronic surveillance increased from 8 million to 30 million. Simultaneously, employees eavesdrop on an estimated 400 million telephone conversations a year. That's something like 750 a minute. The creation of emergency. I mean, it may be a small anecdote or a small synchronicity, but just the very fact that 9/11, if we go the full way here and say that this was orchestrated from day one, I think it's absolutely curious that September 11th turns out to be 911, the number for emergency. This is symbolic communication. We are told by our enemy what is happening so that we become complicit in our own fleecing. And the object of that, the object of such emergencies, whether it be the attack on the World Trade Center or any of the other horrors, is the idea of fear. Fear, as Frank Herbert said, is the mind killer. You can't worship Big Daddy without first being in great insecurity and fear. Now, the legendary occultist and scholar of ancient history, Manly Palmer Hall, said to repress rebellion is to maintain the status quo, a condition which binds the mortal creature in a state of intellectual or physical slavery. But it is impossible to chain man merely by slaving his body. The mind also must be held, and to accomplish this, fear is the accepted weapon. The common man must fear life, he must fear death, fear God, fear the devil, and fear most the overlords, the keepers of his destiny. General Douglas MacArthur in 1957 puts it this way: our government has kept us in a perpetual state of fear, kept us in continuous stampede of patriotic fervor, with the cry of grave national emergency. Always there has been some terrible evil at home or some monstrous foreign power that was going to gobble us up if we did not blindly rally behind it. Sean McBride, the foreign minister of Ireland, Southern Ireland I should say, on the question, he says, in my view, the survival of this great democracy is now being gravely threatened by the covert criminal actions of the CIA and its associative services. The activities of this secret agency should be fully exposed to the people of the United States. The whole concept of a secret government and army within the government is a menace to a democratic system. Now, Gary Hart, senator, and also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, he says there is going to be a continuing trade-off between security and liberty and freedom going forward to the 21st century. Well, is there? Did he ask our permission for that one? But again, they're telling you, they're letting you know what's coming. And Stephen Steinhauser of the FBI, he echoes the same point. He says, is there a chance that some of your civil liberties may slip while we guarantee the security of this country? Maybe, maybe. Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge, one of the architects of all of this, or at least the implementer of it, civil liberties is one of the most precious gifts that we give our citizens. Well, Benjamin Franklin said that those who would give up essential liberty for temporary security deserve neither. A very, very important sentence. In one sentence, the man basically sums it up. If you're so backward, so undereducated that you literally will give off your own welfare, all the hard work that you put into your life, you will divorce yourself politically to tyrants of this magnitude, or we are so psychologically backward, which can be our fault or the fault of the state itself, to be able to allow, not do our own homework, spiritually, psychically, and psychologically, that we then allow these individuals to represent us and our own sadism. We're either masochistic on ourselves or we become sadistic to others, and the leaders just point the way and we all fall in line. What is this doing to us morally? What is this doing to us politically? All political contracts, in fact all legal contracts, rest fundamentally on moral contracts. If you don't have moral contracts, we have nothing else. What is happening to the world morally, psychologically? This is a very important question, much more important in a way than some of the other issues that people are getting involved in. Now, Hermann Göring, the Nazi Reichsfuhrer, said that the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them that they're being attacked and denounce the peacemakers for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country. Senator Russell Feingold says, if we live in a country that allowed police to search your home at any time for any reason, if we live in a country that allowed the government to open your mail, eavesdrop on phone conversations, intercept your email communications, hold people in jail indefinitely on suspicion that they were up to no good, then the government would no doubt discover more terrorists. But that would probably not be a country in which we could, in any good conscience, ask your young people to die for. In short, that country wouldn't be America. Mark Twain, the writer, said that next the statesman will invent cheap lies, putting the blame upon the nation that is attacked, and every man will be glad of those conscious soothing tactics and will diligently study them and refuse to examine any refutations of them. And thus he will by and by convince himself that war is just and will thank God for the better sleep he enjoys after this process of grotesque self-deception. The philosopher and humanitarian Ayn Rand put it this way. She said, instead of being a protector of man's rights, the government is becoming their most dangerous violator. Instead of guarding freedom, the government is establishing slavery. Instead of protecting men from the initiators of physical force, the government is initiating physical force and coercion in a manner and issue it as pleases. Instead of serving as the instrument of objectivity in human relationships, the government is creating a deadly subterranean reign of uncertainty and fear. Instead of protecting men from energy by whim, the government is arrogating to itself the power of unlimited whim, so that we are fast approaching the stage of the ultimate inversion, the stage where the government is free to do anything it pleases, while the citizens may act only by permission. This is the stage of the darkest periods of human history, the stage of rule by brute force. And Ayn Rand knew all about it, born in Soviet Russia, watching the horrors there. But as we've been pointing out in this program, before you get to the full import of this, before you get to the full effect of this, the distortion and this inversion that she's talking about will happen on the level of grammar. First, it will happen in the twisting of words, the twisting of terms, and the twisting of context. That's just the prelude, that's just the beginning. Later on, it becomes the twisting of reality itself. The occultist and one of the prime members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in England was A.E. Waite, one of the world's greatest occultists and scholars. He says, beneath the broad tide of human history there flow the stealthy undercurrents of the secret societies, which frequently determine in the depths the changes that take place on the surface. Now, there are many methodologies, not just one or two, that are used by these subversive movements to control us. We've talked about some of the psychological ones and some of the political ones. But when you research these subjects, you quickly come upon one of the most important devices or rules of engagement that they use. David Icke refers to it as problem, reaction, solution, the famous dialectic. I tend to refer to it as the infernal trinity and as problem, confusion, solution. You see, a reaction could be something actually quite positive. So that's too vague. Yes, they want to create a problem, and then they want us to react to it so that they can create their solution. Yes, they have a thesis, they have the antithesis, and then there's a synthesis. This is how the movement of history moves. But you see, a reaction, that could be something positive that's outside of their control. They want to create the problem, and then they want us to react in a specific way. They want us to react in confusion. Then that is what precipitates the synthesis that they're looking for. The idea is to create a situation, says Jerry Kirk, the revolutionary, where the people are so frightened of all the chaos around them that they will throw up their arms in the air and shout, "Federal government, do something!" And the only choice open will be martial law. The communists, the black militants, the revolutionaries will never succeed in overthrowing the government of the United States. But unless they're stopped, they will scare the American people into accepting socialism from Washington and state rule from the establishment. This is what they're really all about. So Jerry Kirk was one of the great black revolutionaries on the East Coast who started off, on a humble grassroots level, trying to do good. And even from that perspective, this amazing individual worked it out, saw it, and was honest enough with himself to realize what was going on, and wouldn't take the paycheck and wouldn't kowtow to the establishment that was trying to control him and his movement. Now, one of the other most important phrases which encapsulates these subversive mechanisms is the Latin phrase ordo ab chao. Ordo ab chao is Latin for order out of chaos. It is the quotation that you see over the headquarters, over the doorway of the headquarters of World Freemasonry in Zurich, Switzerland. Now, the leader of the Illuminati and Grand Master of the Freemasons, Albert Pike, in his letter to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871, perfectly explains what is really encapsulated in ordo ab chao. He says, "We shall unleash the nihilists and atheists. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, anxious for an ideal, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer. That's right, folks. All you got to do is go and pick up Morals and Dogma, which is one of Albert Pike's manifestos, any of these other works that feature this, and read it for yourself. This is not somebody else, some fringe, freaky, crazy conspiracy nut conceiving all of this. This is from the horse's mouth. Symbolism again. One of the most powerful of the secret societies is the Knights of Malta and the Knights Templar. And the symbol that they use is seen on the left. The Knights of Malta cross, a four-square cross, which you also remember the Nazi Party used a lot. In the middle of that symbol is the cross and the crown. The cross and the crown, representing the two forces by which these secret societies have operated to control us, either through theocracy or monarchy. One might want to call it, as the English do, the crown and gown technique. The idea is that they can mind control you and sexually repress you and bamboozle you by the whole God lie. Excuse me for being so blunt, but this use of religion, shall we say, to indoctrinate and dumb down and control your body and your instincts and your mind, psychological warfare. But if that doesn't work, or if they need a backup, you have the autocratic, monarchical control. Throw you in a dungeon, take you into the city square and put you in a guillotine, incarcerate you, force you, enslave you, get you to fight wars on other people's behalf. Autocratic control. The symbol for it is the cross and the crown. Literally, again, a symbol telling you how the game is played. On the Queen of England's crown, you also see the Knights of Malta cross, because the Queen is the head of the Knights of Malta. We often hear a term, colloquially, that the parties constitute a left wing and a right wing. And Jordan Maxwell, who's a researcher in these subjects, asked a very important question. If you have a left wing of something, and you have a right wing of something, what's the something? What are the left wing and right wing of? It implies that there's a central artifice there, is there not? So what are these wings beating? Who is benefiting by this motion of the left wing and the right wing? Well, we now know it's the secret societies, the Illuminati. We have a one-party system, but we have the illusion of a tripartite political system based on Masonic symbolism, based on Masonic paradigms. In England, you have the Labour Party with the Tudor rose, the Bohemian Society rose. You have the Liberal Democrats with their Knights of Columbus, dove, because in Spanish the word dove is Columb or Columbus. And we have the Conservative Party with their Palladian, a very ancient symbol. Over in America, you have, of course, the Democrats and the Republicans and a so-called independent in the middle. But what a lot of people don't realize is the Democratic Party originated not too long ago from a group called the Democratic Club or the Democratic Society. But the Democratic Society originated from a group called the Jacobin Club or the Jacobin Society, and all European scholars know that the Jacobin Society is merely another name for the Illuminati. Therefore, your Democratic Party in this country, its upper ranks, not its lower henchmen, but the upper ranks know full well who they belong to. They are literally an enclave, a tentacle of some of the most powerful secret societies in the world, now housed, now operating in an American context. In one of their manifestos, the anonymous occult technocracy of power, they say that the so-called left-right political spectrum is our creation. In fact, it accurately reflects our careful artificial polarization of the population on phony issues that prevents the issue of our power from ever arising in their minds. And I put it more humorously, and certainly more simply, in my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, and I say the opposition party is called the opposition by whom? Namely, the opposition. It's a dialectic after all. Dr. Carroll Quigley, in his book Tragedy and Hope, puts it this way: it must be recognized that the power that these energetic left-wingers exercised was never their own power, or a communist power, but was ultimately the power of the international financial coterie. That's right. A one-party system, but the illusion of two. To sum it up, heads we win, tails you lose. That's their philosophy. Another one of the powerful symbols that they use to express this ideology is seen in the center there, the double-headed eagle. It's not, as some researchers think, the eagle of the East and the eagle of the West. It is simply, again, the eagle of theocracy, the church, and monarchy. They go hand in hand in the divide and rule strategy. The number 33 above it there in the triangle is the Masonic 33, the 33rd degree. This symbol will be seen on the front of Albert Pike's Moral and Dogma and other Freemasonic symbols. Now, the late fiction writer Douglas Adams in England, in his book The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, or in one of the other books in that fine series, he says that the president's job is not to wield power himself, but to lead attention away from it. There are some very clear examples of this dialectic that we can actually see. One example that comes to mind is, again, involving the Carlyle Group. We find that George Soros, who's the billionaire, is publicly and ostensibly both a Democrat, but also a major detractor of Bush and his neoconservative government. However, it was his funding which gave rise to the Carlyle Group, which has Bush, bin Laden, and himself as members. Go figure, that's right, the blues and the reds. Behind the veil, it's all one-party system, all shaking hands. But out in the front, it's all we're opposers, we're detractors, we have problems, we have complaints. Let's create all of this hoopla to make it look like there's all sorts of oppositions going on. And then we find out that they're all sitting around the same table. Now, Benjamin Disraeli, who was the first Jewish Prime Minister of England, who spent his life trying to expose and reveal the existence of secret societies, says that the government of this country, and he was talking about England, of course, the government of this country has not only to deal with governments, kings and ministers, but also with secret societies, elements which must be taken into account, which at the last moment can bring our plans to nothing, which have agents everywhere, who can incite assassinations and can, if necessary, lead a massacre. Now, in the United Nations World Constitution, we read that the age of nations must end. The governments of the nations have decided to order their separate sovereignties into one government to which they will surrender their arms. The Council on Foreign Relations was founded for the purpose of promoting disarmament and submergence of U.S. sovereignty and national independence into an all-powerful one world government, says the Harper's Magazine of 1958. But John Foster Dulles, one of the architects of the New World Order, says that the United Nations represents not a final stage in the development of world order, but a primitive stage. Therefore, its primary task is to create the conditions which will make possible a more highly developed organization. Arthur Schlesinger says that we are not going to achieve a New World Order without paying for it in blood as well as in words and money. Cecil Rhodes, of the Round Table Organization in England, said that the national governments must go in the interest of world government, world police, and world currency. And David Rockefeller said, all we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the New World Order. And when you think that David Rockefeller is the controller, the guru of Brzezinski, whose terms we saw earlier, now that statement of Rockefeller makes perfect sense, does it not? And a very senior architect in all of these machinations, James Warburg, in 1950 said, we shall have world government, whether or not you like it, by conquest or consent. By the way, James Warburg was not even a citizen of America. Now, Congressman Larry P. McDonald, who was killed in the Korean War in a plane shot down by the Soviets, said that the drive of the Rockefellers and their allies is to create a one-world government, combining super-capitalism and communism under the same tent, all under their control. Do I mean conspiracy? Yes, I do. I am convinced that there is such a plot, international in scope, generations old in planning, and incredibly evil in intent. James Madison, in his Federalist Papers, says the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elective, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. As Henry Kissinger put it himself, the illegal we do immediately, the unconstitutional takes a little longer. He also said, today America would be outraged if United Nations troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow they would be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond that threatened our very existence. It is then that people of the world will plead to deliver them from this evil. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by the world government. Now, do you see how we're showing in this program that Kissinger here, an overworld figure, is merely echoing the words of Albert Pike? That secret society agendas are being made manifest and implemented? Yes, it's a heads they win, tails we lose scenario, but on paper it appears to be a democratic system of 3 parties and 2 parties working one against the other. But really we know now that it's a one-party system. The symbolism, the secret society connections, they let us know this. Just like any criminal syndicate operating behind closed doors, they're one thing, in the public eye, they're something else again. As Lieutenant Colonel James Bogarde says, it's really the question of the lesser of 2 evils, or the evil of 2 lessers. And Dr. James W. Wardner, in his book Unholy Alliances, says, if the Skull and Bones is not itself the Illuminati, it is as close as you can get. So who are the Skull and Bones Society? He goes on to tell us, they're the Brotherhood of Blood. The order is a secret fraternity at Yale whose roots derive directly from Germany, as did the Illuminati. The order was founded in 1833 by General William Huntington Russell and Alphonso Taft. Russell became a member of the Connecticut State Legislature in 1846. Alphonso Taft became Secretary of War of President Grant in 1876. Taft was the first of many members of the order to hold this position even up to 1950. The Secretary of War is a critical position for government because war is and has always been a way for the self-sustaining elite to control populations. The order was incorporated as the Russell Trust in 1856. Here at the G7 summit, we see again the symbolism to tie up the whole picture. Here we have the heads of state, the presidents. On the right we have Francis Mitterrand of France, in the middle Bill Clinton of the United States, on the left Tony Blair. But they're all sitting around a round table, and in the center of the table you can see the Illuminati pyramid with the striations of light coming out of it. And we might wonder, what is the word G all about? Did we not see the G, G7, G8 summit? We have the idea of the Freemasonic G. And anyway, what is a summit? A summit meeting, the peak of the house, the peak conference, the peak meeting, and the floor of the house. These are Masonic terms. Masons understand exactly what those terms mean. They also understand what terms like third degree and square deal mean. In the program we do called the Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism in the Media, we go into that particular thesis and look at it in some depth. Now, Zbigniew Brzezinski, in another one of his books entitled Between Two Ages, he says the technotronic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite, unrestrained by traditional values. Is that not what we see exactly happening now? Not only unrestrained by traditional values, but by legal restrictions. But again, it's an old story. In the 15th century, Sir Thomas More, who was executed eventually by his so-called friend, Henry VIII, he said, "Everywhere do I perceive a certain conspiracy of rich men seeking their own advantage under that name and pretext of the Commonwealth." The same idea again. Oh yes, create a political system, create a Commonwealth. But the real gig goes on behind the closed doors. Now if we examine some of these cardinal symbols that these secret societies are wont to use, like the pyramid, we understand that there's 13 levels of the pyramid, but there's this detached eye, the all-seeing eye, the 14th level of the pyramid, which seems to control the rest of the strata below. So that prompts a question: who are the overlords? Who are at the top of the pyramid? Now we go into the occult side of that in great depth in Atlantis, alien visitation, and genetic manipulation. But safe it is to say for now that we have a situation in which we have overworld figures who are in front of us, the ones that you can see on the magazines and the newspapers every day. And we have to understand that there's also underworld figures in the true sense of that word, not just mafia bosses and drug-dealing gangsters, but something quite else again, highly educated, incredibly proficient strategists and individuals working behind the scenes, controlling other individuals that are more visible to us. You might want to call them the people's champions. These are the ones that are visible and that we love to hate, and so on. As Benjamin Disraeli so aptly put it, the world is run by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. And Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter said, "The real rulers in Washington are invisible and exercise power from behind the scenes." Now, the ubiquitous mass media outlets are owned by the same families and dynasties who own, fund, and control the governments. Therefore, they are rarely, if ever, going to compromise their masters by coverage, reportage, and exposure. They are apportioned unlimited freedom to hound, expose, persecute, and ruin some, while they accolade, defend, and lionize others. But as long as their focus is on the ordinary, lower-level politicians, governors, senators, police chiefs, and religious and entertainment personalities, all is well. The populace are satiated at believing there to be true operational justice, while the puppet masters, the true kleptocrats, go about their business unmolested, while funding their apologists and their made-for-TV critics both. Giuseppe Mazzini purported to be the brain, the leader of the Illuminati. Well, in his own words, we have a darker picture unfolding. He says, we form an association of brothers in all points of the globe, yet there is one unseen that can hardly be felt, yet it weighs on us. Whence comes it? Where is it? No one knows, or at least no one tells. This association is secret, even to us, the veterans of the secret societies. Albert Pike, in addition to the letter he wrote Mazzini in 1871, another he wrote to the heads of the Palladian councils, July 14, 1889, fell into the hands other than intended. It was written to explain the Luciferian dogma concerning worship of Satan and worship of Lucifer. In it, he said, in part, "That which we say to the crowd is we worship God. The religion should be, by all of us initiates of the higher degrees, maintained in the purity of the Lucifer doctrine. Yes, Lucifer is God." Now again, carrying on from what I was saying earlier about the subversion of the original Freemasonic societies and possibly even the Rosicrucians, the infiltration of foreign elements, we find this beautifully and strongly and passionately brought out by the Duke of Brunswick. The Duke of Brunswick in the 1700s was the Grand Master of World Freemasonry, but he stood up and called for the universal disbandment of his order because he understood that Adam Weishaupt was loose in the world and that the Duke d'Orléans in France was loose in the world, and they had conspiring to overtake and use the Freemasons as a front for their own pernicious agendas. So the Duke of Brunswick, and look at the words that he chose. He says, "I have been convinced that we as an order have come under the power of some very evil occult order, profoundly versed in science both occult and otherwise, though not infallible, their methods being black magic, that is to say, electromagnetic power, hypnotism, and powerful suggestion. We are convinced that the order is being controlled by some sun order, after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself." Now, one of the earliest books on the Illuminati specifically was drawn up by Professor John Robinson. He was approached by them and when they were attempting their worldwide recruitment program of princes and dukes and intellectuals. But Robinson got suspicious and discovered the true intentions and wrote about it in an incredible book in 1789. And it's called Proofs of a Conspiracy. And in that book, he lets the agenda, the policy of the Illuminati be known. The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. This is the words of Adam Weishaupt. Our concealment, let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. None is fitter than the 3 lower degrees of Freemasonry. The public is accustomed to it, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it. So what are we actually talking about here? Are we to accept or understand the fact that we have, what we're talking about here is a infiltration of the Illuminati into an already established secret society that may be thousands upon thousands of years old, as Freemasonry is purported to be? And then we stand aghast and amazed that such an organization could just merely take over something as common as a political party? How easy do you think it was to overtake Freemasonry? It probably took hundreds of years. The top members of Freemasonry are asking for the disbandment of their movement because they're so worried about the situation. And here we stand today in Middle America, in the Western world, indoctrinated by the media, and think it impossible that some secret society could be manipulating, a think tank or the political parties of America. Well, the fact is they are most definitely manipulating the political parties of the world. General J.F.C. Fuller, a war historian in 1941, said the government of the Western nations, whether monarchical or republican, had passed into invisible hands of a plutocracy, international in power and grasp. It was, I venture to suggest, this semi-occult power which pushed the mass of the American people into the cauldron of World War I. Now, George Washington, the Freemason, in the writings of George Washington, volume 36, we read George Washington saying, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan of the Illuminati. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one was more truly satisfied of this fact than I am. Now, the Bavarian Illuminati also mimicked the degree system and the degree concept that was so familiar to Freemasonry. According to Adam Weishaupt's writings, there's about 8 or 9 levels within the Illuminati. But in his own words, he also said, these good folk swell our numbers and fill our money box. Set yourselves to work. These gentlemen must be made to nibble at the bait. But this sort of people must always be made to believe that the grade they have reached is the last. Alois Hoffmann, the editor of the Journal de Vienna, said, I shall never cease to repeat that the French Revolution has come from Masonry and that it was made by writers and the Illuminati. Now, Joseph Willard, the president of Harvard University, waited till his retirement to make this monumental statement. He said, there is sufficient evidence that a number of societies of the Illuminati have been established in this land. They are doubtless striving to secretly undermine all our ancient institutions, civil and sacred. We live in an alarming period. The enemies of all order are seeking our ruin. Should infidelity generally prevail, our independence would fall, of course. Our republican government would be annihilated. And as I've been saying, there are many scholarly works on this very subject of the Illuminati and these powerful secret societies, particularly John Coleman, who was an insider of MI5. He wrote the Committee of 300 and One World Order and Diplomacy by Deception. Or we have Fritz Springmeier's The Blood of the Illuminati, Bloodlines of the Illuminati. We have Stephen Knight, The Brotherhood. Lots of fine works on this from all areas. We have Senator Gary Allen, and None Dare Call It Conspiracy, and Captain Ramsey, The Nameless War. We have Carroll Quigley, Professor Carroll Quigley, literally the guru of Bill Clinton. Carroll Quigley, in his monumental book, the volume Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Times, he says, there does exist and has existed for a generation an international Anglophile network which operates to some extent in the way that the radical right believes the communists act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I've studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and many of its instruments. And you're welcome to go and pick up another Masterminds book. This is Colonel Edward Mandell House, who was one of these Brzezinskis before Brzezinski, one of the advisors in the era of Woodrow Wilson. Again, he wrote a fictional book called Philip Drew, Administrator. And to read that book is a revelation, because even though it was disguised as a novel to dupe the masses, it was the blueprint for a radical socialist revolution that enslaved the United States during the Wilson and Roosevelt presidencies. Colonel Mandell House. Now in the program in this series called Evil's Willing Servants, we go into a lot more detail regarding Colonel Mandell House, as well as Karl Haushofer and all of these underworld characters. We deal with them specifically. Now, James W. Wardner speaks of the power of the Council of Foreign Relations. The Communist Party began in 1929. In the investigation of communist propaganda, we learned that the Communist Party in the United States was first organized in Chicago in September 1919, shortly after the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. This was the same year as the formation of the Council on Foreign Relations, who presently have complete control over all aspects of the United States government. The Royal Institute of International Affairs was the predecessor to the conspiratorial group which makes up America's controlling oligarchy today, the Council on Foreign Relations. Lord Robert Cecil was the chairman of the Supreme Economic Council at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, where the CFR was founded. Now, Congressman John R. Rarick stated that the CFR, dedicated to world government, one world government, financed by a number of the large tax-exempt foundations and wielding such power and influence over our lives in the area of finance, business, labor, military, education, and mass communication media, should be familiar to every American concerned with good government and with preserving and defending the United States Constitution and our free enterprise system. Yet, the nation's right to know machinery, the news media, usually so aggressive in exposures to inform our people, remain conspicuously silent when it comes to the CFR, its member, and their activities. Now, Rear Admiral Chester Ward, who was a former member of the Council on Foreign Relations for 16 years, writes, "The most powerful clique in these elitist groups have one objective in common. They want to bring about the surrender of the sovereignty of the national independence of the United States. A second clique of international members of the CFR comprises the Wall Street international bankers and their key agents. Primarily, they want the world banking monopoly from whatever power ends up in the control of global government." And back to the media problem again. 262 members, we find, of the Council on Foreign Relations are journalists, correspondents, and communication executives. This list includes Lawrence Tisch, of the CEO of CBS. We find that John F. Welch Jr. is CEO of NBC. Thomas Murphy, CEO ABC. We find that George Gruen, the CEO of Reader's Digest, Katharine Graham of the Washington Post, and Saul Linowitz of Time Magazine. Then Dan Rather, Bill Moyers, Tom Brokaw, David Brinkley, Barbara Walters, Diane Sawyer, Ted Koppel, Robert McNeil, Jim Lehrer of the Public Broadcasting Service, David Gergen and William F. Buckley, and many, many more. Now, of course, these names are unfamiliar to anyone in Europe, perhaps, but in America, these names are well known. These are journalists of the highest rank, the ones that you see every night on the television. But again, got allegiances? Yes, they have. And those allegiances are not to the facts, the truth, to America's Constitution, or to the people that they're busy duping. The Council on Foreign Relations is an American wing of the British Round Table organization, originally formed by billionaire Cecil Rhodes and controlled by Lord Alfred Milner, Governor General and High Commissioner of South Africa. Milner was the controller of several banks, including the Midland Bank. Incidentally, Cecil Rhodes, that's where we get the term Rhodesia in South Africa. Rhodesia. Cecil Rhodes ruled there. He made his fortunes in the diamond mines with all of those slaves working busy, making him into a billionaire. Then with his finances and wealth, he forms the Round Table Group in England, a super secret steering committee of the secret enclaves of the Illuminati. And then that gets to fund and create the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations and the Royal Institute of International Affairs. The Royal Institute of International Affairs go on to create the Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission over here, and also the Chicago University. They're involved in the SRI and Hoover Institute. There's a chain of command, if one researches it, to find it all goes back to these roundtable organizations in England. Now, the G. Edward Griffin, who's made a lifelong study of this, says that the Round Table Group in the United States promptly created an external organization known as the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. It is through this organizational ring and then outward through tax-exempt foundations, universities, and government agencies that the international capitalist conspiracy has dominated the domestic and foreign policy of the United States for over 50 years. And he goes on to say that the semi-secret CFR has over 1,400 elite personalities. In Harper's Magazine of July '58, CFR member Joseph Kraft disclosed that one of the chief architects of the organization was Colonel Mandel House. Kraft boasted that the members included the President, the Secretary of State, the Chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, the Director of the CIA, the Board Chairman of all 3 of the country's 5 industrial corporations, 2 of the 4 richest insurance companies, 2 of the 3 biggest banks, plus the senior partners of the 3 leading Wall Street law firms, the publishers of 2 of the biggest news magazines, and of the country's most influential newspaper, and the presidents of the Big 3 in both universities and foundations, as well as a score of other college presidents and scattering of top scientists and journalists. He says the CFR from behind the scenes has dominated this nation for decades. CFR members include top executives and journalists for the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Chicago Daily News, Harper's, Look, Time, Life, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, CBS, NBC, and MGM. They include the directors of the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Endowment Fund. They include Presidents Hoover, Eisenhower, Johnson, and Nixon. Secretaries of State Stettenhaus, Atkinson, Dulles, Carter, and Rusk. A fantastic percentage of the President's cabinet, undersecretaries, and Federal Reserve Board. Ambassadors to other countries, Supreme Court justices, and presidential advisors. The average American has never heard of the CFR, yet it is the unseen government of the United States. And behind those closed doors of the CFR, the Democrats and the Republicans and independents and whatnot, they're all sitting together. They're dancing on their desks, laughing at how easy it is to dupe the people that are voting for them and putting them in power and buying into all the rhetoric. Now, we saw Colonel Mandel House wrote it all down in a fictional book called Philip Drew Administrator. But G. Edward Griffin says in his book, The Capitalist Conspiracy, Colonel Mandel House was the man who selected Woodrow Wilson as a presidential candidate and later became his principal advisor. Wilson was totally dependent on House for all political decisions. And Woodrow Wilson confirms this in his own mysterious and almost sinister language. He says, Mr. House is my second personality. He is my independent self. His thoughts and mine are one. If I were he, I would do just as he suggested. This frightening, almost science fiction type language smacks of mind control. Jim Keith, individuals who've studied and understand hypnotism and hypnagogic powers can decode that statement for you, and the tone and the idea that this is something much more sinister, this connection, and how much power these underworld figures have of the ones that they control and pull the strings of. Woodrow Wilson goes on in his New Freedom. He says, some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of somebody, or afraid of something. They know there's a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive that they'd better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. James Billington, one of America's finest historians, member of the Library of Congress, in his monumental book, The Fire in the Minds of Men, Origins of the Revolutionary Faith, he says, the plain fact is that by the mid-1810s there were not just one or two, but scores of secret revolutionary organizations throughout Europe, extending even into Latin America and the Middle East. And it was they who, in the process of modernization, pioneered a phenomena by now familiar, impatient youth forming their own organizations to combat the monarchical religious authority. The story of secret societies can never be fully constructed, but it has been badly neglected, even avoided, one suspects, because the evidence that is available repeatedly leads one into territory equally uncongenial to modern historians in the East and the West. Senator Daniel Inouye says there exists a shadowy government with its own air force, its own navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself. Now, recently, Rick Wiles, speaker for the American Freedom News, interviewed Dr. Koryagina, the economic advisor to Vladimir Putin, the leader of Russia. In the interview, she discussed secret societies, criminal and religious organizations that are controlling the world. She also declared that there is a shadow government seeking to bring down the United States and bring in world government. She warned in Moscow on July 2001 that the United States would be attacked. She said that when the American people wake up to what is happening to them and who did it, they will be in a state of shock. We have a criminal monster, a hybrid of organized crime, mafia, and secret societies that have merged together, she said. Now, John F. Kennedy, on April 27, 1961, said the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. He said the high office of president has been used to foment a plot to destroy the Americans' freedom, and before I leave office, I must inform the citizen of his plight. Now, that last statement was made 10 days prior to the assassination of John F. Kennedy, so he did leave office, but obviously and sadly not in the way that he first thought. And Jim Marrs, who wrote the book Crossfire, The Plot That Killed Kennedy, he's worried about the whole situation of the assassination. He says that in the 3-year period which followed the murders of President Kennedy and Lee Harvey Oswald, 18 material witnesses died, 6 by gunfire, 3 from motor accidents, 1 by suicide, 1 from a cutthroat, 1 from a karate chop to the neck, 5 from natural causes. And this concept, this strange scenario is picked up by Craig Roberts and John Armstrong in their book, JFK, The Dead Witnesses. They say a mathematician hired by London Sunday Times concluded that the odds of the number of witnesses involved in the assassination dying between November 22nd, 1963 and that date were 100,000 trillion to 1. In the time period ranging from November 22nd, 63 to August 1993, over 115 witnesses, quote unquote, have died or fallen victim to death by strange circumstances, suicides or murder. That's horrific. But if you think that's bad, why don't you go and ask Bill Clinton about the 52 people in his government and close business associates and friends who dropped dead or violent deaths around him? And I often say to my audiences, when is the last time you knew of a friend or of yourself where 49 to 52 people dropped dead or violent deaths around you? And then we just, turn the page and worry what the sports results are when such obvious misdemeanors are going on. Now, in my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, which I began work on around 2000, but which encompasses about 2 decades of research, and also in the DVD in this series on that very subject, we spend a lot of time connecting the modern world's artifice, all of these machinations that we're talking about, and the personalities. We spend a little bit more time in that one, showing where that comes from, where the roots of all of this comes from. And one of the techniques that expose that really demonstrate that there is an old world connection, and that if you have a new world order, that implies that once upon a time there was an old world disorder. Well, these connections, what exactly are they? One of the best ways to elucidate that is through the concept of bloodline. We all know that the royal families and the royal dynasties are fixated, absolutely obsessed with this idea of their own bloodline. And we should now ask the question why that is exactly. Many books have been written on that subject, bringing it a little bit more into the public eye with the work of Lawrence Gardner and so on. But of course the first book that brought this out in the early 80s was The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. And since that time, of course, there's been a lot of Grail books bringing to light this very fascinating subject. But again, in a most important context, we find that there are 34 American presidents, these are the ones that became president, go back to European aristocratic families. These facts are concealed because these royal elites have children born and raised in unofficial families. Now, what does that mean precisely? It means that when you see the prince of this and the duke of that and the baronet of such and such getting married, we have to understand that that wife, that spouse, that partner, that's only one of many family situations that these people have. They sire other offspring in a secret, unknown way. At Hampton Court Hospital, for instance, the nurses there know all about this because they're one of the hospitals that give birth to this. But this is not just an English phenomenon. This is known through all the dynasties, from the Hanoverans to the Habsburgs, all the way back. They have multiplicity of other families, and the records are secretly kept of those children. Yes, they may be known later on as Smith and Jones and Jagger and Bowie and what have you, but the fact of the matter is that a lot of these people operate and work for and are bloodline connected to the royal houses of old. And then they move on to become the head of this bank and the head of this banana republic, the head or the dean of this university and of this cathedral and this church. And that's part of the reason. It's one of the reasons why people remonstrate and go, why does nothing change? Why does nobody, any of these people, go AWOL and start telling the truth? Of course, a lot of them do. But the general reason is because, hey, maybe a lot of these are part of the same family. It's a fact that's slowly coming to light now, that a lot of these individuals that are working in the public domain are actually bloodline connected. But in this scenario, we know that the presidents have these connections. Now, Peter Tompkins, in his book Secrets of the Great Pyramid, quotes the master occultist, American occultist and researcher Manly Palmer Hall. He says that not only were many of the founders of the U.S. Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe, which helped them to establish the United States for a peculiar and particular purpose known only to the initiated few. Specifically, we find that Al Gore, the so-called Democrat and presidential rival, turns out to be a descendant of Edward I. He's also a cousin of former U.S. President Richard Nixon. He's a descendant of the Roman emperors Louis II and Charles II and Louis I, and is therefore also a direct descendant of Charlemagne, the 8th century emperor. The problem is that Gore's Charlemagne links also make him a cousin of George W. Bush. Now, George Herbert Walker Bush is closely related to every European monarch on and off the throne and has kinship with every member of Britain's royal family, the House of Windsor. He is the 13th cousin of Britain's Queen Mother and of her daughter Queen Elizabeth, and is the 13th cousin once removed to the heir of the throne, Prince Charles. Bush's family tree can be documented as far back as the 15th century. He has direct descent from Henry III and from Henry VIII's sister, Mary Tudor, who was also the wife of Louis XI of France. He is also descended from Charles II of England. And he and his own wife, Barbara Bush, are related to the same British monarch. Now, that Tudor connection that we mentioned in this is very, very vital for those of you who will know what I'm talking about if you've read the book Atlantis. The Tudor connection is of monumental importance in this. But the fact that these individuals have not just got a small tie to some British baronet, but to the absolute main royal dynasties. Why is it, for instance, that Bill Clinton suddenly takes off in the latter days of his presidency, and we find that he goes to Europe and stands in front of the statue of Ferdinand to receive what's called the Charlemagne Medal of Honor? Was that just another meaningless anecdote of history? Who was Charlemagne? The man who opened the West? Was Bill Clinton and his coterie the people who closed the West? It is hardly a secret that George W. Bush has an impressive family tree. His father was president, his grandfather, Prescott Bush, was a U.S. senator from Connecticut, and his brother Jeb is the governor of Florida. But the Republican candidate for president has a far richer political pedigree than the immediate family that gathers for Christmas dinners and birthday celebrations. They are, in fact, related to 16 U.S. presidents, a slew of British monarchs, and even the American Indian princess Pocahontas. Gary Boyd Roberts, a prominent genealogist at the New England Historic Genealogical Society, documented the remarkable Bush lineage in his little notice book, Ancestors of American Presidents. According to Roberts, the list consists of George Washington, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford Hayes, James Garfield, Grover Cleveland, Teddy Roosevelt, Howard Taft, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and of course his father, George Herbert W. Bush. Now, William Howard Taft, a very senior member of the Skull and Bones fraternity of Yale University, Skull and Bones man. And there you have it, the family tree of President George Herbert Walker Bush. He goes back through Prescott Bush, through Samuel Prescott Bush, through Hannah Ruck, through Anna Marbury of the 1500s, back through Eleanor de Bohun in the 1300s, back to Princess Elizabeth Plantagenet in the 1200s, and then back to King Edward I Longshanks in the 1200s. Now this is a very heavy piece of information. One of the worst tyrants conceivable in British history, the Hammer of the Scots. Ask any Celtic individual, person familiar, the Scots or the Irish, who Edward Longshanks was. Or get out the movie Rob Roy, you'll find that the actor plays Edward Longshanks as a character in that. But check it out, study who this tyrant was, and now realize that his progeny are alive and well, sitting in the corridors of power in the United States of America, instigating wars all over the place. And you'll find out it's just business as usual. Now, Gore Vidal, Dreaming War. American politics is essentially a family affair, as are most oligarchies. And President James Madison said, "A few people invariably run the show, and keep it, if they can, in the family." David Icke, who's one of the people who brought this bloodline connection to light, he says, Father George and wife Barbara are both descendants of Godefroy de Bouillon, who in 1099 led European noblemen in a successful crusade to recapture Jerusalem from the Islamic faith, and they moved into the king's palace at Temple Mount. Now, Godefroy de Bouillon was the first king of Jerusalem and the Duke of Lower Lorraine, a major region for the Illuminati bloodline. So when George W. Bush, a descendant of the de Bouillon through his mother and father, talked of a crusade, quote-unquote, against Islamic, quote-unquote, terrorism, this was no slip of the tongue, as was reported. And that is why we find such incredible arrogance in some of the rhetoric and attitude of these presidents. It doesn't come because they're just swaggering Texans and, you know, good old American boys. No, this arrogance comes from another place. It might look wonderful on TV, but it's actually coming from another place. When we hear Bush say, "I'll never apologize for the United States of America, I don't care what the facts are," we have to realize that they have a philosophy of, don't you presume to judge us, because we don't live by your rules, you live by ours. Now, the ones with the strongest royal blood become the presidents. But again, that doesn't rule out the rivals. The Democratic rival, John Kerry, in 2004, of course, has blue blood. We read that according to Burke's Peerage, which is the kind of who's who that keeps these records of all the royal families of the world, that Senator John Kerry has blue blood from all the royal houses of Europe, with even more titled relations than President Bush. Burke's Peerage, which researches the genealogy, said that the Democratic presidential candidate traces descent through his mother, Rosemary Forbes, to the royal houses of Albania, England, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Russia, Byzantine, Persia, that's Iran, and France. Forbes was descended from William Forbes, the Laird of New, an extended family that included many baronets. It is via this family that the Democratic candidate is descended from Henry II, the King of England, and father of Richard the Lionheart, who was the leader of the Third Crusade in 1189. By contrast, Bush is related to the Queen Elizabeth II, 20 British dukes, and many European princes. President Bush, Princess Diana, and Winston Churchill are all distantly related. Now, at the beginning, we give a little example of doublespeak, of the way this twist that we've been speaking about operates, and how context and words and phrases are manipulated in order to get the desired effect. Of course, that was all laid down by George Orwell. who wrote 1984, An Animal Farm. Some people call it doublespeak, and Lieutenant James Bougreitz usually refers to it now as bush lip. But it's not limited to one president. Here's examples from President Clinton. He said on the USA Today in 1993, "We can't be so fixated on our desire to preserve the rights of ordinary Americans." And on MTV in 1994, a lot of people, he says, say there's too much personal freedom. When personal freedom is being abused, you have to move to limit it. And President-elect Bill Clinton in 1992 had the gall to say, "Mine will be the most ethical administration in the history of the Republic." So whether it's doublespeak or it's just plain lies, take your pick. Ronald Reagan during Iran-Contra said, "A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true. But the facts and the evidence tell me it's not." Say no more. I think of this very much like, makes as much sense to me as the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland, his response to Alice. "I always mean what I say" is like saying, "I always say what I mean." But specifically, we have to learn how this ingenious doublespeak works, and then learn how to countermand it, and not let it just percolate and enter into our consciousness willy-nilly. We've got to exercise our reason to discover how to crack this code. Here's a couple of examples from 2004, the State of the Union address of George Bush. He says, "For diplomacy to be effective, words must be credible, and no one can doubt the words of America." Now, if we apply the little formula that I'm talking about, we'll see what he's really saying. What he's really saying is, for diplomacy to be ineffective, words must be incredible, and everyone must doubt the words of America. State of the Union address, he says, "After the chaos and carnage of September 11th, it is not enough to serve our enemies with legal papers. The terrorists and their supporters declared war on the US, and war is what they got. When you decode that, what's really said is, after the pre-planned chaos and carnage of 9/11, it is not enough to serve Americans with legal papers. We declared war on the US, and war is what we got." From the beginning, America has sought international support for operations in Afghanistan and Iraq, and we have gained much support. There is a difference, though, in leading a coalition of many nations and submitting to a few. America will never seek permission to defend the security of the people. Decoded, it means, from the beginning, America has not sought international support for operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. We have gained little support. There is a difference, though, in leading a coalition of many nations and submitting to a few. We will never seek permission to attack the security of our people. He said, "We expect third graders to read and do math at a third grade level, and that's not asking too much. Testing is the only way to identify and help students who are falling behind." Decoded, he says, "We expect all Americans to read and do math at a third grade level, and that is not asking too much. Testing is the only way to identify and stop those who think for themselves." What the Congress has given, the Congress should not take away. For the sake of job growth, the tax cuts you passed should be permanent. Decoded, it means what the Congress has given, the Congress should take away. For the sake of job reductions, the tax cuts you passed should be permanent. And that, of course, is exactly what has happened. A government-run healthcare system is the wrong prescription. By keeping costs under control, expanding access, and helping more Americans to afford coverage, we'll preserve the system of private medicine that makes American healthcare the best in the world. But decoded, what it really says is a government-run healthcare system is the right prescription. By keeping costs out of control, reducing access, and preventing more Americans from affording coverage, we'll preserve the system of private medicine that makes American healthcare the worst in the world. He said, "We will double federal funding for abstinence programs so schools can teach the facts of life. Abstinence for young people is the only certain way to avoid sexually transmitted diseases." What he really said, we will eliminate federal funding for abstinence programs so schools can teach the facts of life. Promiscuity for young people is the only certain way to ensure sexually transmitted diseases. They want to ensure it, not stop it. These are just a few examples of how this Bush lip works. When he was speaking to the BBC, he said this most incredible statement: our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we. That's known, of course, as the Freudian slip. But this is coming from a man who recently declared that the French can't be trusted because, after all, they've got no word for entrepreneur. Go figure. Gore Vidal in Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace said, since a nation can only be at war with another nation's state, why did our smoldering, if not yet burning bush, come up with such a war cry? And that is a most important, valid point, and highlights this theme of legality that we're going to examine in a few minutes. The idea of legality. Wait a minute, how can you declare a war on a gang? How can America, a sovereign state, under constitutional law, declare war with a gang, a group, a miscellaneous group of terrorists? A sovereign nation can only declare war on another sovereign nation. So what is happening here? What's happening here is what we've been demonstrating in the course of this program. A New York Times CBS poll noted that only 6% opposed military action, while a substantial majority favored war, even if many thousands of innocent civilians are killed. Simultaneously, Bush's approval rating has soared like a flag. And John F. Kennedy said, in his own words, it would seem the worse you fuck up in this job, the more popular you get. Now, in the course of this program, we've just been looking into the concept of bloodline, connecting the old world to the new world. We can only do a small amount of justice in the time given to us to canvass and excerpt some of the most incredible menu items on the theme, on the menu of alternative history. But bloodline is a very important one because it connects the dots, showing that this isn't just a bunch of power-crazed, wealthy despots coming out of middle America, and assuming power and doing whatever they want. There is an absolute bloodline connection here. Now, continuing with that, we have to look at another important aspect of this, another dimension, a dimension brought out wonderfully by statesman Lyndon LaRouche in his fine work on the subjects of history, and his reference to the black Venetians. In ancient times, the Phoenicians, who are the elite of what we know as the Semitic race. Now, the Semitic race makes up the largest demographic racially in the world, the Semites, the Semitic race. And there's many branches on that tree, of course. But the elite within them, the absolute royalty, were known as the Phoenicians, a very, very ancient maritime race, the builders of the Temple of Solomon, the original founders of Freemasonry, and very powerful navigators, mathematicians. A whole study, again, a whole study in itself. But as we move down through the ages, we find that the Phoenicians settle in Italy, and because of pronunciation, the Phoenicians becomes the Venetians, or the Venetians. And there have many families, but the Longhi and the Guelphs are two of the most important families of the Venetians. They set up their new base in Italy, of course. Now, the word Venetian, Phoenician, both words refer to the planet Venus, because they were worshippers of the stars. Navigators usually are. From Venice, after their conflicts with the Pope precipitated their move, they end up in Holland. And there they created the Great Amsterdam Bank, the financial hinge of the 17th century and the Dutch East India Company. They also controlled the finances of many royal dynasties like the Stuarts. They are the promoters of Martin Luther, of Protestantism, Puritanism, of the Jesuits, of the Club of Rome, the later Freemasons, and most other secret societies. Through the House of Hanover, that's the House of Orange, they came to England and have been dominating. They've been the dominating power there since William III of Orange. Christina Huth, in her book Venice, The Methodology of Evil, Part 3, says that Henry VIII had also thrown open the door for the cultural, political, and financial takeover of England by agents of the city-state of Venice. By the middle of the 1530s, Henry's government was in the hands of the Venetian agents and being shaped into a model of a police state political terror. By the end of Henry's reign, Venetian bankers were in control of a burgeoning English foreign debt and dictating terms to the English throne. Within slightly over a century following Henry's death, England had been transformed into the usurious, slave-trading imperial power of Great Britain under the dictatorship of the Venetian party, which had been transplanted directly from the lagoons of Venice. But in my work, I follow that through to find out it was transplanted from a lot previous ages before that. The Venetians and the Phoenicians come way back to the Sumerians, who go back to the ancient Atlanteans. There's an interesting tie that, of course, we talk about in other shows, other programs in this series. And, of course, Henry VIII's advisor in this, his middleman, was none other than Thomas Cromwell, the ancestor of Oliver Cromwell. All people in Ireland know that name and what Oliver Cromwell was all about. King Billy, King William III, is seen on the left there, and King George Ludwig I of the House of Hanover. So we have the Venetians. The Venetians are moving out of Venice, moving out of Italy, moving to Prague, moving to Vienna, and then they eventually move to Amsterdam and conquer that, which, of course, what else comes out of Amsterdam? What else comes out of Holland is the mercantile class, the middle class. Out of that area comes great banks. Out of that comes a whole empire of shipping in the East India Company. Out of that comes Protestantism. Out of that comes the Boers. Out of that comes the whole idea of the merchant class from a little nothing country. But it wasn't from the Dutch. It was through the Hanoverians and through the Habsburgs, right back to the Venetians, that this was happening. And then from Holland, they eventually invade and take over the British crown. And believe it or not, from there, to cut a long story short, they end up taking over the American colonies also. So there's an incredible tie in here that also needs to be understood. Graham Lowry, and how the Venetian virus infected and took over England, he says that in December 1688, the armies of the Dutch Prince William of Orange invaded England, interrupting the Hobbesian nightmare the country had experienced under the deranged King Charles II and his brother James II. These are the Stuarts. A worse nightmare was to follow when William seized the throne from James II, for he embodied a more highly distilled form of poison which Venice had perfected during its sway over the remains of the Dutch Republic. This outright usurpation is blithely referred to in British Venetian parlance as the Glorious Revolution, which should give you some idea of how little regard for truth prevails in these circles. Later on, the supreme head of these black Venetians was Queen Victoria. It's partly one of the reasons why the black came into vogue, with the black jewelry and the black costumery of the Victorian era. Queen Victoria was the head of the Venetians. Later on, the Venetians take manifestation in the form of the Windsor family, which is the present British royal family. But the Windsor is a concoction. That name, the Windsor name, is a concoction. It came about in the 1800s because the George I and these individuals couldn't even speak a word of English, yet here they are declaring war on the Germans, and they're speaking German. So in order to disguise this fact, it was their advisors told them to change their name. So we have the Windsors. But the actual name of the British royal families, and there are many, but the four most important ones to remember are Saxe-Coburg, Battenberg, which was changed later to Mountbatten. Mountbatten is, of course, Lord Mountbatten, the father of Prince Philip and grandfather of Prince Charles. And then the Queen Mother's name, which is Bourse-Lyon, and Guelph, which is the direct Venetian connection, the Guelph dynasty. And the Guelph dynasty was known as the Black Venetians, and that term was their own term. They were given it because it was known that their deeds were so black that they earned that name. Valdemar Valerian says that all subsequent coups d'etats, revolutions and wars of the 19th and 20th centuries are centered in the Battle of the Guelphs to hold and enhance their power, now the New World Order. Professor Anthony Sutton, again, another man who wrote fine books, a researcher. Anthony Sutton was approached by the Skull and Bones fraternity in America and he eventually discovered what their machinations were all about, refused to join, and then started to write to expose them in some fine books like Trilaterals Over America and America's Secret Establishment. But he is clear on this connection of the global interest. He says their interests are global, and much as they may protest, we see no difference between trilateral globalism and, for example, British and French imperialism of the 19th century, or the Holy Roman Empire for that matter. Webster Tarpley, in his Venetian takeover of England, says the oligarchical system of Great Britain is not autochthonous, product of English or British history. It represents rather the tradition which has been transplanted into the British Isles through a series of upheavals into England and Scotland of the Venetian oligarchy, along with its philosophy, political forms, family fortunes, and imperial geopolitics. Jeffrey Steinberg, in The Largest Empire in the History of the World, writes, "These families constitute a financier oligarchy. They are the power behind the Windsor throne. They view themselves as the heirs to the Venetian oligarchy, which infiltrated and subverted England from the period of 1509 to 1715, and established a new, more virulent Anglo-Dutch-Swiss strain of the oligarchic system of imperial Babylon, Persia, Rome, and Byzantine." And Lyndon LaRouche, one of the experts on this very subject, a man who's already spent time in the federal stockade for what he knows, wrote, "The Venetian method is the method not of taking sides, but playing sides against one another to one's own advantage. You go into a country, you go among a people, you go to an individual person and you corrupt them by knowing the principle of corruption which is embedded in every person. That principle of corruption is the person's self-ego as an autonomous ego, as a microcosm, in counterposition, in struggle against the macrocosm." Lyndon LaRouche is underscoring, highlighting this point that I've brought up several times in this program and in other programs in this series, that these leaders, in order to gain their power, are expert at being able to manipulate our own inner direction, our own inner confusion and chaos and repressions in order to wield their power. If we are already schizophrenic emotionally or psychologically, or in doubt or disempowered or low self-esteem, the whole cocktail, the whole nightmare laundry list, that leaves us open to the worst kind of manipulation, because then we're going to choose sides, we're going to project all of this dark content out, and the leaders of the world know exactly how to make that possible. Now, Pope Pius VI, in his Memoirs of a Renaissance Pope in 1462, talks about the Venetians. Now, we know to take what popes say with a pinch of salt, but it makes interesting reading anyway. He says, "But what do fish care about law? Among brute beasts, aquatic creatures have the least intelligence. So among human beings, the Venetians are the least just and least capable of humanity. And naturally, for they live on the sea and pass their lives in the water, they use ships instead of horses. They are not so much companions of men as of fish and comrades of marine monsters. They wish to appear Christians before the world, but in reality they never think of God. And except for the state, which they do regard as a deity, they hold nothing sacred." The point being, don't fall for all the pomp and glory and ceremony and holy words of these individuals or their descendants, because it's completely fake. It's just a front, it's just a mask, it's easy to do. Now, Jeffrey Steinberg says that among their own ranks, these financier oligarchs refer to themselves as the Club of the Isles, after the original Prince of the Isles, Edward Albert, that's King Edward VII, the son of Queen Victoria, who orchestrated the Crimean War, the Opium War, the Russo-Japanese War, and the World War I to consolidate Britain as the primus inter pares, that's the first among equals, of the European monarchies and feudal families. The Club of the Isles, under the direction of the British monarchy, draws its resources and personalities from the Netherlands, Switzerland, France, Germany, and Italy, and orchestrates the actions of a cast of terminally Anglophilic Americans typified by Henry Kissinger and former President George Bush. If you're thinking that the elites of American society are working for America, think again. We find that the Queen of England made Bush's military chiefs Colin Powell and Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf honorary knights of the British Empire. Now, why is it that free Americans, who have nothing to do, just a couple of hundred years ago, were in war with these oligarchs? kicking them into the ocean where they belong. Now they're on their knees to receive the awards. You know why? Because they're paid for by them. They are going back to their masters who are saying, good, job well done, here are your rewards. As Bograd said, it's simply the lesser of two evils or the evil of two lessers. And many people in this community who've researched this have said that, look, election without selection is simply not a democracy, even on the most basic grassroots level. We are allowed to elect, but we are not allowed to select. Three Johnnies come in front of us, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, and we're meant to pick. It's heads they win, tails we lose. Now, always in my work, in the book Atlantis, and in this series, and in other talks that I do in various places, I'm a firm believer in solution think. And also, from my work with astrology and metaphysics, I understand that the 21st century is the time for solution think. Yes, these are the problems. We understand now, do we not, what the problems are, sociologically, psychologically, militaristically, economically, you name it. Most of us know what the problems are. But fewer of us know how to apply solutions. And those solutions are always very basic, very grassroots, very simple to apply once we understand the nature of the problem. When we turn to the question of solutions, we need to always bear in mind why we need them. What are some of the main reasons why we find ourselves in the predicament we are today? Well, a few of them involve that America is moving historically from infancy to adolescence. And that implies, of course, all the problems that come with puberty in that stage. We also know that freedom and individuality are virtues which must be earned. This is certainly true. I certainly learned this in an Irish context. In that little country, we have atrocities and human injustices, terrorism, and all sorts of inhumanity, going way back to the reign of William I, King Billy, as he's known over in Ireland. And we understand there, you don't have to agree with the conflict or any of the sides, but the idea brought out is that yes, these privileges of freedom and your legal rights, they are not given to you. You have to struggle for them. You have to fight for them. So right now in the world, Americans specifically are understanding in all of this the price of freedom. 200-300 years go by, one forgets. We have to relearn it. We have to re-understand what the price of true freedom, and not just legal liberty, actually is. As I said, one of the reasons is because we're phase shifting. There's a paradigm shift into solution think, which replaces the problem think mentality of previous ages. That was all right for then. Now we've got a new level of consciousness. Again, as I've been stressing, political action has been favored, erroneously favored, over legal action. Legal action is not going to be the solve-all, but it certainly beats the pigsty of the political arena, which, as I've been demonstrating, has been created by them. This is a dialectic process. Of course they welcome you in with your placards and your opinions. But what use are those things? Maybe, okay, a few things on the grassroots level, on the lower end of things is remedied. Well, of course they have to give you some successes, but at the top of the pyramid, very, very little changes. Now we can make things happen more when we get legally empowered. And on a spiritual level, which I go into in 2012, where history ends a lot more, there's this need to spiritually heal and psychologically cleanse our own interior. That will have a massive effect on what's happening externally, on the phenomena that we meet externally. Now when we turn to solutions, I think that the solutions to these problems of the new millennium fall into two basic categories. As I said, we have to deal with the cleansing and healing of our own emotional body, and an adjunct to that is to learn what I say here as right meditation. And what do I mean by that? Well, we don't have time to go into what is all the wrong forms of meditation, but briefly I can say that wrong meditation is any kind of meditation, any kind of technique, any kind of yoga that's taught to you by anybody else. You may use your mind to select, as we all do, different concepts, different practices, that's fine. But real meditation, the right meditation, the one that's really going to help you, psychologically, emotionally, intellectually, is your meditation. I don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. It's yours. It's as unique to you as your fingerprints. And only you can teach yourself that. The Gnostics understand this, that you are your own priest or your own priestess. And once you get rid of those intermediaries, when you stop giving away your power, and learn that your waking life is your meditation. It's not a technique you do under a mushroom in the middle of the desert somewhere, or in some holy ashram where you come out worse than you went in, or you've given your power away for 30 years to some demagogue. No, it is you initiating yourself into your priesthoodness and into your priestessness. The right meditation is your meditation. The rest is just fakery. And the second aspect to it is brought out this way. Most people cannot comprehend how some so-called secret society could just move in and take over, as it were. Okay, granted, we understand that. We fail, however, to realize that all post-Diluvian empires are based on the Atlantean pattern, and that the progeny of the warlocks of Atlantis have subjugated all people for thousands of years by autocratic and theocratic means. Their own symbols, the cross and the crown, the double-headed eagle, reveal this very strategy. Moreover, the main reason for their success in domination over every class beneath them, in their engineered hierarchy, lies in the fact that they have had virtually no opposition whatsoever. Their so-called opposition has been, in many instances, of their own creation, and the resistance of a few distinguished individuals down through time, however valiant and commendable, has almost no lasting effect. However, humankind's true opposition begins now. That's right. Just because they have not received true, coherent, empowered opposition, that is why they have moved almost unmolested into great power. Detractors and rivals have known about their existence, but there's been no coherent, proactive campaign from the human race, because the human race has been basically confined to the feudal villages and to the fields and to factories and whatnot. But because of education, that privilege that they did give us, and because we are able to read and learn and discover and find out who's been doing what in a historical context, we now, in this century, especially with the media that we have, the electronic media, we are in a position for the first time in maybe 50,000 years, if you buy into what I've been talking about in the Atlantis concept, the thesis. We have, for the first time in many millennia, actually now going to constitute a true and legitimate opposition. And that is why there is so much saber rattling on the other side, because they know that. So they're moving faster, they're moving more out into the open, because they understand that the game for them is nearly up. Now in 2012 we explore why that is also happening cosmologically, because there's shifts, there's changes happening on the earth, there's changes happening in the astrological alignments and so on. We don't have time to visit that now. But these controllers, these oligarchs understand that their times are changing, and that their demise is close at hand. Now in the book Atlantis, to explain this again, I bring up the analogy of chess. If I was to decide I wanted to learn this incredible game and called a chess master here and said, look, I want to learn the game of chess, but could you just give me a couple of pointers? That chess master is going to say, well, look, there are basically 4 things that you need to learn or need to know. First is that you have to have a sense of patience. It's very important. In fact, if you don't have patience, don't start. He'll go on to say that you have to have a sense of timing. Sense of timing is all important. It's important in a lot of things we do in life. Then he will say that there's a psychological development. It's a competitive sport, so you need to have what is called knowledge of your opponent. And then he will say that you must be willing to make any and all sacrifices. If you can do all of these 4 things, you will excel in that game of chess. But I would say, after looking at this little schemata of 4 things to know about the game of chess, I would say that perhaps this explains why we're in the predicament that we are today. Because we understand that these hidden masters, they have all the patience, whereas we as a human race have virtually none. These individuals, as we've seen, can wait to accomplish one small stage. They can wait decades. Now that's patience. We understand that they have an incredible sense of timing. They also involve themselves in astrological timing, sidereal timing, everything planned. There's dates for inaugurations, there's dates for openings of this and closings of that, the declarations of war. If you get into watching the other program, Atlantis Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, we talk about this whole focus that they have on time and planning and the declarations of war and whatnot. And when it comes to the psychological dimension, the knowledge of the opponent, perhaps that's the clincher, because these individuals have intense and deep penetrating knowledge of us, the ones that are under their power. They've studied every aspect of our libido and behavior. They know all about our drives. They know about our sexuality, our gender proclivities and whatnot. And of course, when it comes to the last one, the willingness to make all sacrifices, their attitude is just when and where. It's as simple as that. Whereas we, perhaps because we're more moral, we've got a lot of human sensibilities, that one could be a stumbling block for us. Now, Ghislaine Langtot, in her fine book, The Medical Mafia, also delineates 4 solution scenarios, and she uses the analogy of King David in the Bible, who comes out to fight the predatory Goliath, the great giant that's casting his shadow over his people. She says that David was successful in overcoming his adversary because he first identified his enemy. And that's what we're doing in programs like this. We're literally identifying the enemy. Then David found the weakness in the enemy, the weak spot. This is also key. Then he found a simple weapon, and he was determined to win. And Buckminster Fuller, the great geometrist and mathematician and architect, said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." So that's the task we have before us. Solution think over problem think. And even Einstein said that you don't, solve an error or mistake with the same level of intelligence that brought that error into existence. The simple weapons are collaboration, education, and sovereignty. But when it comes to education, we might have a problem there if we go the conventional route. For as Eustace Mullins said, no one is more cut off from true education than a student in an American university. Jordan Maxwell, he says the real meaning of graduation is nothing more than gradual indoctrination. But let us not forget what I just said about the fear that these individuals have of their future. You see, a lot of people say, well, you talk about hidden government and secret societies and those behind the veil and so on. Yes, we do. They're hidden. And the reason why they're hidden is they want to stay hidden because they have a lot to lose should we know about them. The very fact that they're not operating in the open and have these tiers of activity and circles within circles so that the real coterie can remain hidden is almost would be to make us feel optimistic that should we do a little bit of exposing, we can achieve the great things that we want to achieve in this world and be rid of this pestilence once and for all. Now, William Colby, late director of the CIA, says something that basically brings this out. Only he's saying it from the reverse position. He says they are dangerous because there are so many of them. It's one thing to have a few nuts or dissidents. They can be dealt with, justly or otherwise, so that they do not pose a danger to the system. It's quite another situation when you have a true movement, millions of citizens believing something, particularly when the movement is made up of the society's average successful citizens. That's right, meaning the middle class, an educated, fully empowered middle class. Well, that's why we have a war on the middle class now, the death of the middle class. The Maya and the ancient philosophers predicted it. We are seeing it being implemented. Additionally, we have to understand some other basics. We find that there was no declaration of peace signed after the American Civil War. If you have a war, you have a thing called a declaration of war. The two parties sit down and literally sign a legal document, which is a declaration of war. And after it's over, you're meant to sit down and sign a declaration of peace. But the declaration of peace was never officially signed, and therefore the country remains in a state of emergency, a state of war. That's what that gold thread around the American flag stands for. That's what that American war eagle at the top of the flagpole stands for. The American eagle is the god or the tutelary symbol of this country of war. And if you don't have a declaration of peace, yes, then your president can do the unconstitutional. He can sign executive orders to eviscerate the Constitution and remove you from your rights. We have to understand also that under Roosevelt, Roosevelt was the architect of the evisceration of America economically. America signed Chapter 11, bankruptcy, in 1934. We have to understand that President Truman passed the National Security Act, which set the stage for the intelligence agencies to rise and assume their power. And we have to understand that the President has the right to sign these executive orders also because of the demise of constitutional law in favor of what is known as British Maritime Admiralty law. Again, the legal idea, the legal theme. We're not even under constitutional law. We're under this law of the high seas. We're under the law of the pirates, the men of fire. British Admiralty law, a very different kind of law coming out of Britain, England, not American constitutional law. That was null and void. That was never meant to be. In fact, the Constitution was written in flowery language by the ruling elite. The Constitution was always meant to be for the rich and the powerful and the influential. But it had to be covered over, glossed over in rosy language, because how do you get the masses to just up and leave from Europe? That's not something that's normally done by people. In order to get them to leave over there, you create horrors of unimaginable proportions over in the old world. You put people in the stocks, you create famine. And then you lay on the $1 million ships to bring them over here. But you see, to bring them over here, to get them to push the wheel, you have to be quite ingenious about that. You have to make them believe that for all that effort and for leaving their homelands, that they're going to get something out of it. So the documents that we have, the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, had to appear very, very attractive and utopian. But don't let that fool you. As James Traficante Jr. says, quoting from the Congressional Record of March 17, 1993, he says that it is an established fact that the U.S. federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act of 1933, declared by President Roosevelt being bankrupt and insolvent. The U.S. federal government exists in name only. Hence the national debt. Hence the fact that you can have your children taken away from you. Hence that you have to have documentation galore, birth certificates, visas, passports, driving licenses, all forms of ID. That's why it says at the bottom of a birth certificate, Department of Commerce, you're a human resource when you go to work. Because being bankrupt, every single person's labor from 1933 onwards is put as a debt on the United States Stock Exchange, as a bond to the debt of the United States of America. That's why on dollar bills and money it says to pay all debts, public and private. We are in a bankrupt state, and in that situation, your labor is the only thing that matters. You're not a citizen. You are what is known as a debtor or a creditor, period. There's no plaintiff and defendant. It's simply debtor or creditor. And one of the great scholars who brought this whole lie concept, this whole fallacy out is Professor Charles Beard. And Alan Benson, in his book, The Dishonest Constitution, talks about Beard's incredible work. He says, where other men have skimmed the surface, Beard has gone through to the core. He stayed months in Washington to get to the core. In his search for ancient papers and documents in the Treasury Department, he went into vaults that were so filled with dust that it was necessary to excavate the papers with a vacuum cleaner. But when he came back to the surface, he had damning evidence against a good many of the Patriot Fathers. He then knew why they were so anxious not only for a new constitution, but for the particular kind of constitution that was afterwards adopted. James Madison in Eliot Debate says, where a majority are united by a common sentiment and have an opportunity, the rights of the minor party become insecure. In a Republican government, the majority, if united, always have an opportunity. The only remedy is to enlarge the sphere, that is, unite all the states under a federal government, and thereby divide the community into so great a number of interests and parties that in the first place, a majority will not be likely. At the same moment, to have a common interest separate from that of the whole or of the minority, and in the second place, that in case they should have such an interest, they may not be so apt to unite in the pursuit of it. Very elaborate language. It can be easily put in the old British slogan, divide and rule. Now, coming to solutions again, we saw that the device that is used to keep mankind being one neck for one leash is referred to as the Hegelian dialectic, or in my work I refer to it as the infernal trinity of problem, confusion, solution. But we can countermand that. We can create our own tripartite system of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. We can have the supernal trinity of collaboration and education and sovereignty, which will eventually lead to true working freedom, applied freedom. How do I know this? Ancient peoples were based on it. My own culture, the Celtic tradition. In the Arthurian tradition, what do we have? The king and his round table. Round table? Well, on a round table, no man is head. The coming together of all, the kinship of all, the meeting of all the knights makes up the republic. It's the same thing for consciousness. All the parts of you, your internal republic, must be in harmony, sitting at the same table. All your emotions, all your instincts, all your drives. And in that state, you have the outer republic, a round table. No man is head, no man, there's no hierarchy. It was the case for the Druids and all ancient societies and all matriarchal cultures and civilizations. And that's part of our problem, that these individuals have a hierarchy versus a holarchy. And so we have the concept of the uppers and the downers. They have the uppers, the higher levels, who are suddenly conditioned to believe that they are the whole and that they're no longer a part of the totality. And then we have the downers, we at the lower levels of the pyramid, conditioned to believe and feel that we are merely the parts with no connection to the whole. But I hear everyone say, I'm not manipulated, I am free, right? Question mark. Wrong! Exclamation mark. It's only a small question of the processed lies from a prostituted media, the subliminal manipulation and persuasion. We have intellectual dumbing down on a massive scale. We have mercury poisoning in the water. We have vaccinations and fluoride. We've got antidepressants and the hard drugs. We've got genetically modified foods. We've got all forms of additives in the sugar and the coffee and the tobacco to which people are addicted. We have the chemtrails in the air and the airborne carcinogens galore. We have ELF waves and implants and radiotronic weaponry on us. We have manufactured allegiances, artificial class divisions, the lack of historical learning. We have the maritime law system, as I said, and antiquated and corrupt political systems, and corrupt judicial system to boot. What do we do when over 50% of our hard-earned money now goes to pay taxes to a private corporation, when we can't even drive on the freeways without a license, when we pay for insurance to have the privilege of a driving license, and when our children must be sent to government-approved schools or actually be confiscated from us, when because of our indentured slavery we can't even take our own lives or commit suicide because that's suddenly a felony. Why do people ask why that is? Why the door can be kicked down on your children, your property can be taken from you? Well, because you don't own anything. The whole country's in debt. So legally you are an indentured slave and everything you own is on the debt of that United States. Not America, but the United States of America. There's a difference. What do we do when the nation's law enforcers are worse than the criminals? When we must spend our own time and buy alternative news information from the underground in order to know what's even really going on? Because the mainstream media lies to cover other lies. What do we do when our schools are handcuffing kids instead of educating and disciplining them? What do we do when America turns out to have more political prisoners than any other nation, when it outsources its key jobs, gives billions in foreign aid, and has almost unlimited illegal immigration? Yeah, we're free. As Goethe said, none are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe that they are free. I mean, the philosopher Vernon Howard put it another way. He said those who are under psychic hypnosis, or those who fail to understand what it means to be under psychic hypnosis, are probably those already under it. As we said, the television, the birth of the zombie, the application of this drug, day in and day out. And the circus that Aldous Huxley is so eager to put before us. The circuses and the sex, drugs, and rock and roll, so while they're raping us of our true rights, we'll be enjoying our servitude. We'll be happy. We'll have a dictatorship without tears. The tyrants of the world know all about it. Vladimir Lenin, he says, when a country is selected for attack, we must first set up before the youth of that land a mental barrage which will forever prohibit the possibility of that youth being molded into an armed force to oppose our invading armies. Here it is, the so-called leader of communism that's here to save the workers and save the people and dethrone the antichrists and dethrone the religions and the governments of the world. And yet here they are talking the same rhetoric, the same language, of control and domination. Thomas Jefferson summed it up. He said, "I really look with commiseration over the great body of my fellow citizens who, reading newspapers, live and die in the belief that they have known something of what has been passing in their times." And he's right. If that's your only diet of access, it will be sad, it will be lamentable. But I believe firmly that those times are changing. But what can you do? What you can do is you can use your legal clout. You can lose the legal means that are being used on you. Remember that when your door is kicked in by the IRS, when you're pulled over by the police, or when some other state bully is bothering you, they don't come in and say, "Excuse me, we're about to arrest you, we're about to take away your children, take away your rights, throw you in jail, throw you in lockup, but first tell us, are you Republican or Democrat? Are you Labor or Conservative? Because that's going to make all the difference." No, that doesn't make a single bit of difference. That is of the least importance. It is a purely legal apparatus that crushes your sovereignty, right? We have to use that against the tyrants. And we'll find that that will work. We'll start to see some positive changes because that makes them tremble for us to use their system of control against them. But to do that, you've got to throw down the placards, get rid of all the stupid opinions, and drop this whole grassroots red versus the blue nonsense, which operates, so maybe it's all right on a local level to get things done, but it's not going to operate to change anything in the higher ranks. But the legality and to be legally empowered, even on the most basic level of your legal rights and how to implement that is of essential importance. Can't be overstressed. And again, go to the underground. Read, study, educate yourself. Learn. An interesting fact that I like to bring up is that the present representative democratic model is just severely antiquated, dating back to the 1700s. 240 million people represented by a mere 500 members of Congress. Now with the electronic media, the internet and so on, and direct communication, there's a need for a paradigm shift in this regard. So it's still shaky at this time, and a lot of people saying it can't be done, but you know what happens when people say that. I believe it can be done. We need websites. We need to vote by way of the internet, like the New Zealand government is doing. Because what will happen then? Then you have pro websites telling you all about your little congressman and what he's been up to behind the scenes. And we have the neg websites of exactly the same character. All the secretaries he's been raping, all the corporations he belongs to behind the scenes, all the little nonsense and affiliations he's up to. We'll have the pro and the neg, which you're not going to get from PBS. But from the internet, there's a possibility that at least you'll know what these people have been up to. And then, when you make your vote, you can make it based on some actual data, some information. But whatever way it manifests, we've certainly got to get rid of this antiquated system. Now I pose a question. What percentage of the colonialists rose up against the legions of King George III during the American War of Independence? That's right. Here's the most powerful tyrant the world had ever known at that time, with mercenaries from Germany and armies, huge armies, to come and crush America and put it back into line. And we, the American people, were able to throw this tyrant right into the ocean where he belonged. But how many people actually were involved in that? Take your guess. Unbelievably, it was as little as 3%, and some say around 6%. So between 3 and 6% of the population were the ones who passionately felt that they had to do something in their life. Well, wait a minute, what were the rest of them doing? What was the other 97% doing? Well, they were doing what they always do, shivering under the bed, hoping it'll all go away. And I say this because, again, we keep hearing this refrain, whoa, when are we going to get everybody around, to face center? When are we going to get everybody, to get things done? Well, you're never going to get anything that way because it's never happened and it never will, nor do you need it. This is not a problem that will be solved by a mass of semi-educated individuals, but by a few individuals who are highly empowered. That is the message of Tolkien and his Lord of the Rings. That is the message of history. This comes from intellectual enlightenment, the problem solving. Or as Reagan would call it, the trickle-down idea. Now, Benjamin Franklin reminds us of what Ghislaine Langtot was saying at the end. Be determined, like David, to win. And Franklin underscores that by saying, if you make yourselves sheep, the wolves will eat you. Or Frank Herbert, the great fiction author who wrote Dune, he says, if you think of yourselves as helpless and ineffectual, it is certain that you will create a despotic government to be your master. The wise despot maintains among his subjects a popular sense that they are helpless and ineffectual. And with that statement, we come full circle to the original premise. We may be creating these beings because of our fear, because of our insecurity, and because of our lack of sovereignty within. Because sovereignty is not just something of a nation or a state. We have psychic, emotional, spiritual sovereignty first. If you lose that, the rest is academic. And Thomas Jefferson, he said, no free man shall ever be debarred the use of arms. The strongest reason for people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny in government. Abraham Lincoln, the United States of America can never be destroyed from forces outside its borders, he said. If America falls, it will fall from within, brought down by apathy. When good people do nothing, anarchy reigns. Martin Luther King said that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. So what kind of voice do you have? You have the voice to pick up a camera, pick up a microphone, pick up a guitar, pick up a pen, go into the streets and interview your neighbors. Get savvy about what is going on. Learn about your legal rights. But don't rely on a prostituted media. Now with the digital world, the digital kingdom, digital cameras, the internet, the World Wide Web, distance learning, do it yourself. Don't wait for anyone else. Be a David. Be a King Arthur. King Arthur is not going to come back from the grave. King Arthur is you. King David is you. Crown yourself and get out there and do it yourself. And don't wait for anybody else. If they pick up, that's fine. But if they don't, carry on nevertheless. As Amy Goodman said in her Exception to the Ruler, she said, people are hungry for unfiltered real-time coverage from real people's perspectives. So hungry that during the Battle of Seattle, there were more hits on the brand new website, indiemedia.org, than on CNN.com. And Kathy O'Brien, who was a mind control victim and child sex slave, she puts it this way. They thought that they had left me with no place to run, but they were wrong. I'm running right at them. And permit me to finish on a poetical note. The great revolutionary, saintly poet Percy Shelley said it like this. He said, rise up like lions after slumber in invanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in your sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, and they are few.
The weapons used against mankind for millennia by the plutocratic elites are many. But the most important weapon in the arsenal of the adversarial agencies that govern us has been and still is knowledge. The behind-the-scenes intelligentsia have exact knowledge concerning the nature of their erstwhile subordinates and victims. They have studied every nuance of the human being, and there is not a detail concerning the body, mind, and spirit that they have not mastered. Our physical, intellectual, religious, and sexual aspirations are known. Our libido and drives, complexes, and syndromes have likewise been entirely understood. So we would do well to take heed of Benjamin Franklin's words when he wrote, "If you make yourselves sheep, the wolves will eat you." Therefore, we are not going to be able to defend ourselves or go on the attack, so to speak, unless we are armed with knowledge. Knowledge and truth are the defenders of humanity. They are also the road to true lasting freedom. And it is to these invaluable saviors that we need to offer reverence and supplication, and not to the lies and deceit, disloyalty and corruption emanating from the corridors of power, and from the mouth of misleaders, which seeks to infect us all. As the pages of history reveal, those who value such vices and who seek or wield power are not inherently powerful. They may possess control, but true power is not in their hands. It is in the hands of the people of the world, of every nation, in the hearts and minds of extraordinary men and women, mind-controlled into believing themselves ordinary and unexceptional, unaware of what matters is not good and evil, but one's attitude to these realities. These two truths are fundamental to the application of solutions to the present state of decay. Ultimately, the person endowed with the greatest power is one who can, either temporarily or permanently, step beyond their socially vetted and artificial roles, their domestic, political, religious, or material spheres of existence, to realize that they are what they are, a sovereign human being, born in a perfect universe, creative, self-motivated, passionate, loving, and loyal, dedicated to true freedom and to ridding the homeworld of every kind of disease which infects it. Such men and women are conversant with the nature of the evil they contest and are immune to its subtle deceptions and lures, being inherently prosperous in their attempt to set their fellows free. This is their challenge, but it is also their reward. The eradication of foreign elements in the political ambiance can only take place when intelligence is at work. Knee-jerk reactions and allegiances are a bane and stymie concerted action. With intelligence operating, victory is assured. History teaches us that invulnerability's shield comes when our enemy is known, and when we have the right weapons, when our rival's weak spot is found, when we are fearless, and when we are utterly determined to win. These are the methods by which a person might master the game of chess. They certainly are the methods by which men and women have been enslaved for generations by their conscienceless nemesis. They are also the rules which, once mastered, can lead the slaves to their final and just victory.